and stable, all that is far from the threshold, because the life that he portrays does not take place in that sort of space. Dostoevsky was least of all an estate home-room apartment family writer. In comfortably habitable interior space, far from the threshold, people live a biographical life in biographical time. They are born, they pass through childhood and youth, they marry, give birth to children, die. This biographical time Dostoevsky also leaps over. On the threshold and on the square the only time possible is crisis time, in which a moment is equal to years, decades, even to 1 billion years, as in the dream of a ridiculous man. If we now turn from Raskolnikov's dream to what happens in the waking life of the novel, we will be persuaded that the threshold and its substitutes are the fundamental points of action in the novel. First of all, Raskolnikov lives, in essence, on a threshold. His narrow room, a coffin, a carnival symbol here, opens directly onto the landing of the staircase, and he never locks his door, even when he goes out, that is, his room is unenclosed interior space. In this coffin it is impossible to live a biographical life. Here one can experience only crisis, make ultimate decisions, die or be reborn, as in the coffins of Babak or the coffin of the ridiculous man. Marmeladov's family lives on the threshold as well, in a walk-through room leading directly onto a staircase. Here, on the threshold, while bringing home the drunken Marmeladov, Raskolnikov meets the members of the family for the first time. Raskolnikov experiences terrible moments at the threshold of the murdered pawnbrokers when, on the other side of the door, on the stairway landing, her visitors stand and tug at the bell. It is to this place that he returns and himself rings the bell, in order to relieve those moments. The scene of his half-confession to Razumikin takes place on the threshold in the corridor by a lamp, without words, only in glances. On the threshold, near the doors leading to a neighboring apartment, his conversations with Sonia occur, with Svidrigailov eavesdropping on the other side of the door. There is certainly no need to enumerate further all the acts that take place on the threshold, near the threshold, or that are permeated with the living sensation of threshold in this novel. The threshold, the foyer, the corridor, the landing, the stairway, its steps, doors opening onto the stairway, gates to front and backyards, and beyond these, the city, squares, streets, facades, taverns, dens, bridges, gutters. This is the space of the novel. And in fact absolutely nothing here ever loses touch with the threshold. There is no interior of drawing rooms, dining rooms, halls, studios, bedrooms where biographical life unfolds and where events take place in the novels of writers such as Turgenev, Tolstoy, and Goncharov. Of course, we can uncover just such an organization of space in Dostoevsky's other works as well. We find a somewhat different nuance of carnivalization in The Gambler. It portrays, first of all, the life of Russians abroad, a special category of people that attracted Dostoevsky's interest. These are people cut off from their native land and folk, whose life ceases to be determined by the norms of people living in their own country. Their behavior is no longer regulated by that position which they had occupied in their homeland. They are not fastened down to their environment. The general, the tutor in the general's house, the hero of the tale, the scoundrel de Gruyere, Paulina, the courtesan Blanche, the Englishman Astley, and all the others who have come together in the little German town of Roulettenberg make up a sort of carnival collective, which seems to a certain extent itself outside the norms and order of ordinary life. Their behavior and their relationships with one another become unusual, eccentric, and scandalous. They live constantly in an atmosphere of scandal. Secondly, the center of the life portrayed in the tale is the game of roulette. This second aspect is a decisive one and determines the special nuance of carnivalization in the work. Gambling, with dice, cards, roulette, etc., is by nature carnivalistic. This was clearly recognized in antiquity, the Middle Ages and the Renaissance. Symbols of gambling were always part of the image system of carnival symbols. People from various, hierarchical, positions in life, once crowded around the roulette table, are made equal by the rules of the game and in the face of fortune, chance. Their behavior at the roulette table in no way corresponds to the role they play in ordinary life. The atmosphere of gambling is an atmosphere of sudden and quick changes of fate, of instantaneous rises and falls, that is, of crownings/decrownings. The stake is similar to a crisis, a person feels himself on the threshold. And the time of gambling is a special time. Here, too, a minute is equal to years. The game of roulette spreads its carnivalizing influence over all life that comes in contact with it, over almost the whole town, which Dostoevsky for good reason called Roulettenburg. The personalities of the main heroes of the tale also unfold in an intense carnivalized atmosphere. Alexey Ivanovich and Paulina, ambivalent and crisis-ridden characters, unfinalized, eccentric, full of unexpected possibilities. In one of his letters from 1863, Dostoevsky characterized in this way the concept underlying Alexey Ivanovich's image, considerably changed in the final version of 1866. I am taking a direct spontaneous nature, a man however of considerable development, but in everything incomplete, a man who has lost faith and yet who does not dare not to believe, who rebels against the authorities while fearing them. The main point is that all his vital juices, strength, rebelliousness and daring have gone into roulette. He is a gambler, but not an ordinary gambler, just as Pushkin's miserly knight is not an ordinary miser. As we have said, the final image of Alexey Ivanovich differs rather considerably from this concept, but the ambivalence mentioned in it not only remains but is even sharply intensified, and incompleteness becomes a consistent and crucial open-endedness. In addition, the character of the hero is revealed not only in gambling and in carnival-type scandals and eccentricities, but also in his deeply ambivalent and crisis-ridden passion for Paulina. Dostoevsky's reference to Pushkin's miserly knight, pointed out by us above, is of course no accidental juxtaposition. The miserly knight exercises a very fundamental influence on all of Dostoevsky's subsequent works, especially on the adolescent and the brothers Karamazov, a maximally profound and universalized treatment of the theme of parricide. We cite another excerpt from the same letter of Dostoevsky's. If House of the Dead attracted the public's attention because it portrayed convicts, whom no one had graphically portrayed prior to House of the Dead, then this story will be sure to attract attention as a graphic and highly detailed portrayal of the game of roulette. House of the Dead was indeed curious. But this is a description of a sort of hell, a unique sort of prison bathhouse. 28. At superficial glance it may seem strange and far-fetched to juxtapose the game of roulette with penal servitude, and the gambler with House of the Dead. But in fact the juxtaposition is profoundly appropriate. Both the life of convicts and the life of gamblers, for all their differences in content, are equally life taken out of life, that is, taken out of common, ordinary life. In this sense both convicts and gamblers are carnivalized collectives. 29 And the time of penal servitude and the time of gambling are, for all their profound differences, an identical type of time, similar to the final moments of consciousness before execution or suicide, similar in general to the time of crisis. All this is time on the threshold, and not biological time, experienced in the interior spaces of life far from the threshold. It is remarkable that Dostoevsky equates both gambling at roulette and penal servitude equally to hell, or as we would say, to the carnivalized netherworld of Manipine satire. The prison bathhouse is an extraordinary externally visible symbol of this. Dostoevsky's juxtapositions here are to the highest degree characteristic of him, and at the same time have the sound of a typical carnival mésalliance. In the novel The Idiot, carnivalization is present simultaneously with great external visibility, and with the enormous inner depth of a carnival sense of the world. This is in part due to the direct influence of Cervantes' Don Quixote. At the center of the novel stands the carnivalistically ambivalent figure of the idiot, Prince Mishkin. This person, in a special and higher sense, does not occupy any position in life that might define his behavior and limit his pure humanness. From the point of view of life's ordinary logic, the entire behavior and all the experiences of Prince Mishkin appear incongruous and eccentric in the extreme. Such, for example, is his brotherly love for his rival, a person who made an attempt on his life and who has become the murderer of the woman he loves. This brotherly love toward Rogozhin in fact reaches its peak immediately after the murder of Nastasia Filipovna and fills Mishkin's final moments of consciousness, before he falls into complete idiocy. The final scene of The Idiot, the last meeting of Mishkin and Rogozhin beside Nastasia Filipovna's corpse, is one of the most striking in all of Dostoevsky's art. Just as paradoxical from the point of view of life's normal logic is Mishkin's attempt to combine in life his simultaneous love for Nastasia Filipovna and Aglaya. Also outside the logic of ordinary life are Mishkin's relationships to the other characters, Turgenia Ivalgin, Ippolit, Burdovsky, Lebedev, and others as well. One might say that Mishkin is not able to enter into life completely, cannot become completely embodied, cannot accept any definitiveness in life that would limit a personality. He remains, as it were, on a tangent to life's circle. It is as if he lacks the necessary flesh of life that would permit him to occupy a specific place in life, thereby crowding others out of that place, and therefore he remains on a tangent to life. But precisely for that reason is he able to penetrate through the life flesh of other people and reach their deepest I. In Mishkin this detachment from the ordinary relationships of life, the constant inappropriateness of his personality and his behavior impart to him a certain integrity, almost a naivete. He is precisely an idiot. The heroine of the novel, Nastasia Filipovna, also falls out of the ordinary logic and relationships of life. She, too, always and in everything acts in spite of her position in life. But characteristic for her is the violent emotional response. She is mad. And around these two central figures of the novel, the idiot and the madwoman, all of life is carnivalized, turned into a world inside out. Traditional plot situations radically change their meaning. There develops a dynamic carnivalistic play of sharp contrasts, unexpected shifts and changes. Secondary characters in the novel take on carnivalistic overtones, form carnival pairs. A carnivalistic fantastic atmosphere permeates the entire novel. But around Mishkin this atmosphere is bright, almost joyful. Around Nastasia Filipovna it is gloomy, infernal. Mishkin is in carnival paradise, Nastasia Filipovna in carnival hell, but this hell and paradise in the novel intersect, intertwine in various ways, and are reflected in each other according to the laws of a profound carnival ambivalence. All this permits Dostoevsky to expose a different side of life to himself and to the reader, to spy upon and depict in that life certain new, unknown depths and possibilities. But what interests us here is not those depths of life that Dostoevsky glimpsed, but only the form of their visualization, and the role played in that form by elements of carnivalization. We shall pause a while longer on the carnivalizing function of the image of Prince Mishkin. Wherever Prince Mishkin appears, hierarchical barriers between people suddenly become penetrable, an inner contact is formed between them, a carnival frankness is born. His personality possesses the peculiar capacity to relativize everything that disunifies people and imparts a false seriousness to life. The action of the novel begins in a third-class railway car, where two passengers found themselves opposite each other by the window, Mishkin and Rogozhin. We have already had occasion to point out that the third-class railway car, like the deck of a ship in the ancient Minope, is a substitute for the public square, where people from various positions find themselves in familiar contact with one another. Thus there is a coming together of the beggar prince and the merchant millionaire. The carnivalistic contrast is emphasized even in their clothing. Mishkin is in a sleeveless cloak of foreign make with an enormous hood, and in gaiters. Rogozhin is in a sheepskin coat and boots. They fell into talk. The readiness of the fair young man in the Swiss cloak to answer all his swarthy companions' inquiries was remarkable. He betrayed no suspicion of the extreme impertinence of some of his misplaced and idle questions. SS 6, 7, The Idiot, Part I, Ch1. This remarkable readiness of Mishkin to open himself up calls forth a reciprocal frankness on the part of the suspicious and withdrawn Rogozin, and prompts him to relate the story of his passion for Nastasia Philippovna with absolute carnivalistic frankness. Such is the first carnivalized episode of the novel. In the second episode, already in the Epankin's house, Mishkin, waiting to be received, carries on a conversation in the foyer with the butler, on the inappropriate theme of capital punishment and the final moral torments of the condemned. And he succeeds in entering into inner contact with this stuffy and limited servant. In the same carnivalistic manner does he penetrate social barriers in his first meeting with General Epankin. Of some interest is the carnivalization of the following episode. In Madame Epankin's living room, Mishkin tells of the final moments of consciousness of a man condemned to death, an autobiographical account of something that Dostoevsky had himself experienced. The theme of the threshold intrudes here into the interior space of the drawing room, a space far from the threshold. No less inappropriate here is Mishkin's amazing story about Marie. This whole episode is full of carnivalistic frankness. An odd and in fact suspicious stranger, the prince, is, as swiftly and unexpectedly as in Carnival, transformed into an intimate and a friend of the family. The Epankin household is drawn into Mishkin's carnival atmosphere. Of course, this is facilitated by the childlike and eccentric character of Madame Epankin herself. The subsequent episode, which takes place in the Ivolgin's apartment, is remarkable for its even more pronounced external and internal carnivalization. It unfolds from the very beginning in an atmosphere of scandal, which exposes the soul of almost all the participants. Such externally carnivalistic figures as Ferdishchenko and General Ivolgin make their appearance. The typical carnival mystifications and mésalliances occur. Characteristic is the short, acutely carnivalized scene in the foyer, on the threshold, when Nastasia Philippovna, who has appeared unexpectedly, mistakes the prince for a servant and rudely curses him out. "Oaf, you should be fired, what an idiot." This abuse, which contributes to a thickening of the carnival atmosphere of the scene, is completely out of keeping with Nastasia Philippovna's actual treatment of servants. The scene in the foyer prepares for the subsequent scene of mystification in the living room, where Nastasia Philippovna plays out the role of a heartless and cynical courtesan. Then occurs the exaggeratedly carnivalistic scene of the scandal, the appearance of the tipsy general with his carnivalistic story, his exposure, the appearance of Rogozin's motley and drunken crew, Ganya's clash with his sister, the slap in the prince's face, the provocative behavior of the petty carnival demon Ferdishchenko, and so forth. The Ivolgin's living room is transformed into a carnival square, where for the first time Mishkin's carnival paradise intersects and intertwines with Nastasia Philippovna's carnival hell. After the scandal, there is the prince's penetrating conversation with Gania and the latter's frank confession, then a carnivalistic journey through Petersburg with the drunken general, and, finally, the evening at Nastasia Philippovna's with the culminating scandal catastrophe, which we have already analyzed in its place. Thus ends the first part, and with it the first day of the novel's action. The action of the first part began at dawn and ended late in the evening. But this is not, of course, the day of tragedy, from the rising to the setting of the sun. The time here is neither tragic time, although it is close to it in type, nor is it epic time, nor biographical time. This is a day in special carnival time, excluded, as it were, from historical time, flowing according to its own special carnival laws and finding room in itself for an unlimited number of radical shifts and metamorphoses. 30 Precisely the sort of time, to be sure, not carnival time in the strict sense but rather carnivalized time, was necessary to Dostoevsky for the fulfillment of his special artistic tasks. Those events that Dostoevsky portrayed on the threshold or on the public square, with their profound inner meaning, and likewise such heroes of his as Raskolnikov, Mishkin, Stavrogin, Ivan Karamazov, could not have been explored in ordinary biographical and historical time. And in fact polyphony itself, as the event of interaction between autonomous and internally unfinalized consciousnesses, demands a different artistic conception of time and space, to use Dostoevsky's own expression, a non-Euclidean conception. On this we may conclude our analysis of carnivalization in Dostoevsky's works. In the subsequent 3 novels we will find the same features of carnivalization 31, although in a more complex and intensified form, especially in the brothers Karamazov. In concluding the present chapter we will touch upon one aspect only, which is most vividly expressed in the later novels. We have already spoken of the structural characteristics of the carnival image. It strives to encompass and unite within itself both poles of becoming or both members of an antithesis, birth-death, youth-old age, top-bottom, face-backside, praise-abuse, affirmation-repudiation, tragic-comic, and so forth, while the upper pole of a two-in-one image is reflected in the lower, after the manner of the figures on playing cards. It could be expressed this way: opposites come together, look at one another, are reflected in one another, know and understand one another. And in just this way could one define the basic principle of Dostoevsky's art. Everything in his world lives on the very border of its opposite. Love lives on the very border of hate, knows and understands it, and hate lives on the border of love and also understands it. The love-hate of Versalov, the love of Katerina Ivanovna toward Dmitry Karamazov, to a certain extent also both Ivan's love for Katerina Ivanovna and Dmitry's love for Grushenka. Faith lives on the very border of atheism, sees itself there and understands it, and atheism lives on the border of faith and understands it. 32 Loftiness and nobility live on the border of degradation and vulgarity, Dmitry Karamazov. Love for life neighbors upon a thirst for self-destruction, Kirillov. Purity and chastity understand vice and sensuality, Alyosha Karamazov. We are, of course, simplifying and coarsening somewhat the very complex and subtle ambivalence of Dostoevsky's later novels. In Dostoevsky's world all people and all things must know one another and know about one another, must enter into contact, come together face to face and begin to talk with one another. Everything must be reflected in everything else, all things must illuminate one another dialogically. Therefore all things that are disunified and distant must be brought together at a single spatial and temporal point. And what is necessary for this is carnival freedom and carnival's artistic conception of space and time. Carnivalization made possible the creation of the open structure of the great dialogue, and permitted social interaction between people to be carried over into the higher sphere of the spirit and the intellect, which earlier had always been primarily the sphere of a single and unified monologic consciousness, a unified and indivisible spirit unfolding within itself, as, for example, in Romanticism. A carnival sense of the world helps Dostoevsky overcome gnoseological as well as ethical solipsism. A single person, remaining alone with himself, cannot make ends meet even in the deepest and most intimate spheres of his own spiritual life. He cannot manage without another consciousness. One person can never find complete fullness in himself alone. Carnivalization, in addition, makes it possible to extend the narrow scene of a personal life in one specific limited epoch to a maximally universal mystery play scene, applicable to all humanity. Dostoevsky strove for this in his later novels, especially in the brothers Karamazov. In The Possessed, Shatov tells Stavrogin before the beginning of their heart-to-heart conversation: "We are two beings, and have come together in infinity. For the last time in the world. Drop your tone, and speak like a human being. Speak, if only for once in your life, with the voice of a man." SS 7, 260-61, The Possessed, Part 2, ch. 1. All decisive encounters of man with man, consciousness with consciousness, always take place in Dostoevsky's novels in infinity and for the last time, in the ultimate moments of crisis, that is, they take place in carnival mystery play space and time. The aim of our entire work has been to explore the inimitable uniqueness of Dostoevsky's Poetics, to show the Dostoevsky in Dostoevsky. But if such a synchronic task is properly resolved, then it should help us feel out and trace Dostoevsky's generic tradition back to its sources in antiquity. We have tried to do just that in the present chapter, although, to be sure, in a somewhat general and almost schematic form. We believe our diachronic analysis confirms the results of the synchronic one. Or more precisely, the results of both analyses mutually verify and confirm one another. Having linked Dostoevsky with a specific tradition, it goes without saying that we have not in the slightest degree limited the profound originality and individual uniqueness of his work. Dostoevsky is the creator of authentic polyphony, which, of course, did not and could not have existed in the Socratic dialogue, the ancient Menippean satire, the medieval mystery play, in Shakespeare and Cervantes, Voltaire and Diderot, Balzac and Hugo. But polyphony was prepared for in a fundamental way by this line of development in European literature. This entire tradition, beginning with the Socratic dialogue and the Menippe, was reborn and renewed in Dostoevsky in the uniquely original and innovative form of the polyphonic novel. Chapter 5. Discourse in Dostoevsky. I. Types of prose discourse. Discourse in Dostoevsky. A few preliminary remarks on methodology. We have entitled our chapter Discourse in Dostoevsky, for we have in mind discourse, that is, language in its concrete living totality, and not language as the specific object of linguistics, something arrived at through a completely legitimate and necessary abstraction from various aspects of the concrete life of the word. But precisely those aspects in the life of the word that linguistics makes abstract are, for our purposes, of primary importance. Therefore the analyses that follow are not linguistic in the strict sense of the term. They belong rather to metalinguistics, if we understand by that term the study of those aspects in the life of the word, not yet shaped into separate and specific disciplines that exceed, and completely legitimately, the boundaries of linguistics. Of course, metalinguistic research cannot ignore linguistics and must make use of its results. Linguistics and metalinguistics study one and the same concrete, highly complex, and multifaceted phenomenon, namely, the word, but they study it from various sides and various points of view. They must complement one another, but they must not be confused. In practice, the boundaries between them are very often violated. From the vantage points provided by pure linguistics, it is impossible to detect in belletristic literature any really essential differences between a monologic and a polyphonic use of discourse. In Dostoevsky's multi-voiced novels, for example, there is significantly less language differentiation, that is, fewer language styles, territorial and social dialects, professional jargons, and so forth, than in the work of many writer monologists, Leo Tolstoy, Pizemsky*Lskov, and others. It might even seem that the heroes of Dostoevsky's novels all speak one and the same language, namely the language of their author. For this monotony of language many reproached Dostoevsky, including Leo Tolstoy. But the fact is that language differentiation and the clear-cut speech characterizations of characters have the greatest artistic significance precisely in the creation of objectified and finalized images of people. The more objectified a character, the more sharply his speech physiognomy stands out. To be sure, language diversity and speech characterizations remain important in a polyphonic novel, but this importance is diminished, and most important, the artistic functions of these phenomena change. For what matters here is not the mere presence of specific language styles, social dialects, and so forth, a presence established by purely linguistic criteria. What matters is the dialogic angle at which these styles and dialects are juxtaposed or counterposed in the work. Yet this dialogic angle is precisely what cannot be measured by purely linguistic criteria, because dialogic relationships, although belonging to the realm of the word, do not belong to the realm of its purely linguistic study. Dialogic relationships, including the dialogic relationships of a speaker to his own discourse, are the subject of metalinguistics. And it is precisely these relationships, determining the characteristic features of verbal structure in Dostoevsky's work, that interest us here. In language as the object of linguistics, there are not and cannot be any dialogic relationships. They are impossible both among elements in a system of language, for example, among words in a dictionary, among morphemes, and so forth, and among elements of a text when approached in a strictly linguistic way. These sorts of relationships cannot exist among units on a single level, nor among units on various levels. Nor can they exist, of course, among syntactic units, among prepositions for example, when they are approached in a strictly linguistic way. Nor can there be any dialogic relationships among texts when approached in a strictly linguistic way. Any purely linguistic juxtaposition and grouping of given texts must necessarily abstract itself from any dialogic relationships that might be possible among them as whole utterances. Linguistics recognizes, of course, the compositional form of dialogic speech and studies its syntactic and lexical semantic characteristics. But it studies these as purely linguistic phenomena, that is, on the level of language, and is utterly incapable of treating the specific nature of dialogic relationships between rejoinders in a dialogue. Thus, when studying dialogic speech, linguistics must utilize the results of metalinguistics. Dialogic relationships, therefore, are extralinguistic. But at the same time they must not be separated from the realm of discourse, that is, from language as a concrete integral phenomenon. Language lives only in the dialogic interaction of those who make use of it. Dialogic interaction is indeed the authentic sphere where language lives. The entire life of language, in any area of its use, in everyday life, in business, scholarship, art, and so forth, is permeated with dialogic relationships. But linguistics studies language itself and the logic specific to it in its capacity as a common ground, as that which makes possible dialogic interaction. Consequently, linguistics distances itself from the actual dialogic relationships themselves. These relationships lie in the realm of discourse, for discourse is by its very nature dialogic. They must therefore be studied by metalinguistics, which exceeds the limits of linguistics and has its own independent subject matter and tasks. Dialogic relationships are reducible neither to logical relationships nor to relationships oriented semantically toward their referential object, relationships in and of themselves devoid of any dialogic element. They must clothe themselves in discourse, become utterances, become the positions of various subjects expressed in discourse, in order that dialogic relationships might arise among them. Life is good. Life is not good. We have before us two judgments, possessing specific logical form and specific content oriented semantically toward a referential object, philosophical judgments on the value of life. Between these two judgments there exists a specific logical relationship, one is the negation of the other. But between them there are not and cannot be any dialogic relationships, they do not argue with one another in any way, although they can provide the referential material and logical basis for argument. Both these judgments must be embodied, if a dialogic relationship is to arise between them and toward them. Thus, both these judgments can, as thesis and antithesis, be united in a single utterance of a single subject, expressing his unified dialectical position on a given question. In such a case no dialogic relationships arise. But if these two judgments are separated into two different utterances by two different subjects, then dialogic relationships do arise. Life is good. Life is good. Here are two absolutely identical judgments, or in fact one singular judgment written, or pronounced, by us twice, but this twice refers only to its verbal embodiment and not to the judgment itself. We can, to be sure, speak here of the logical relationship of identity between two judgments. But if this judgment is expressed in two utterances by two different subjects, then dialogic relationships arise between them, agreement, affirmation. Dialogic relationships are absolutely impossible without logical relationships or relationships oriented toward a referential object, but they are not reducible to them, and they have their own specific character. As we have already said, logical and semantically referential relationships, in order to become dialogic, must be embodied, that is, they must enter another sphere of existence, they must become discourse, that is, an utterance, and receive an author, that is, a creator of the given utterance whose position it expresses. Every utterance in this sense has its author, whom we hear in the very utterance as its creator. Of the real author, as he exists outside the utterance, we can know absolutely nothing at all. And the forms of this real authorship can be very diverse. A given work can be the product of a collective effort, it can be created by the successive efforts of generations, and so forth, but in all cases we hear in it a unified creative will, a definite position, to which it is possible to react dialogically. A dialogic reaction personifies every utterance to which it responds. Dialogic relationships are possible not only among whole, relatively whole, utterances. A dialogic approach is possible toward any signifying part of an utterance, even toward an individual word, if that word is perceived not as the impersonal word of language but as a sign of someone else's semantic position, as the representative of another person's utterance, that is, if we hear in it someone else's voice. Thus dialogic relationships can permeate inside the utterance, even inside the individual word, as long as two voices collide within it dialogically, microdialogue, of which we spoke earlier. On the other hand, dialogic relationships are also possible between language styles, social dialects, and so forth, insofar as they are perceived as semantic positions, as language worldviews of a sort, that is, as something no longer strictly within the realm of linguistic investigation. Finally, dialogic relationships are also possible toward one's own utterance as a whole, toward its separate parts and toward an individual word within it, if we somehow detach ourselves from them, speak with an inner reservation, if we observe a certain distance from them, as if limiting our own authorship or dividing it in two. In conclusion, we remind the reader that dialogic relationships in the broad sense are also possible among different intelligent phenomena, provided that these phenomena are expressed in some semiotic material. Dialogic relationships are possible, for example, among images belonging to different art forms. But such relationships already exceed the limits of metalinguistics. The chief subject of our investigation, one could even say its chief hero, will be double-voiced discourse, which inevitably arises under conditions of dialogic interaction, that is, under conditions making possible an authentic life for the word. Linguistics does not recognize double-voiced discourse. But precisely it, in our opinion, must become one of the chief objects of study for metalinguistics. This concludes our preliminary remarks on methodology. What we have in mind will become clear from our further concrete analyses. There exists a group of artistic speech phenomena that has long attracted the attention of both literary scholars and linguists. By their very nature these phenomena exceed the limits of linguistics, that is, they are metalinguistic. These phenomena are stylization, parody, skaz, and dialogue, compositionally expressed dialogue, broken down into rejoinders. All these phenomena, despite very real differences among them, share one common trait: discourse in them has a twofold direction. It is directed both toward the referential object of speech, as in ordinary discourse, and toward another's discourse, toward someone else's speech. If we do not recognize the existence of this second context of someone else's speech and begin to perceive stylization or parody in the same way ordinary speech is perceived, that is, as speech directed only at its referential object, then we will not grasp these phenomena in their essence. Stylization will be taken for style, parody simply for a poor work of art. This twofold directedness of discourse is less obvious in skaz and in dialogue, within the limits of a single rejoinder. Skaz may in fact sometimes have only a single direction, toward its referential object. A single rejoinder in a dialogue may also strive for direct and unmediated referential significance. But in the majority of cases both skaz and the rejoinder of a dialogue are oriented toward someone else's speech, skaz by stylizing that speech, the rejoinder by taking it into account, responding to it, anticipating it. These phenomena are of far-reaching and fundamental significance. They require a completely new approach to speech, one that does not fit within the limits of ordinary stylistic and linguistic purview. For the usual approach treats discourse within the limits of a single monologic context. Discourse therefore is defined in relation to its referential object, the study of tropes, for example, or in relation to other discourses within the same context or the same speech, Stylistics in the narrow sense. Lexicology, to be sure, does profess a somewhat different attitude toward discourse. The lexical nuance of a word, an archaism or regionalism for example, does point to some other context in which the given word normally functions, ancient literary texts, regional speech, but this other context is one of language and not of speech. In the strict sense, it is not someone else's utterance but impersonal language material and not organized into a concrete utterance. If, however, this lexical nuance is individualized to the slightest degree, that is, if it points to another's specific utterance from which a given word is borrowed or in whose spirit it is constructed, then we already have stylization, parody, or some analogous phenomenon. Thus lexicology too remains essentially within the limits of a single monologic context, and recognizes only the direct unmediated orientation of discourse toward its referential object, without taking into account anyone else's discourse or any second context. The very fact of the existence of double-directed discourses, incorporating a relationship to someone else's utterance as an indispensable element, creates for us the necessity of providing a full and exhaustive classification of discourses from the vantage point of this new principle, a principle not taken into account by stylistics, lexicology, or semantics. It can be easily demonstrated that in addition to object-directed discourses, and discourses directed towards someone else's discourse, there is yet a third type. But even double-directed discourses, those taking into account someone else's word, which include such heterogeneous phenomena as stylization, parody, and dialogue, are in need of some differentiation. The fundamental varieties must be delineated, from the vantage point of this same principle. And then the question inevitably arises of the possibility and means for combining discourses belonging to various types within the limits of a single context. On this ground new stylistic problems arise, problems which up to now have scarcely been taken into account by stylistics. To understand the style of prose speech, precisely these problems are of paramount importance. Point 1. Alongside direct and unmediated object-oriented discourse, naming, informing, expressing, representing, intended for equally unmediated, object-oriented understanding, the first type of discourse, we can also observe represented or objectified discourse, the second type. By far the most typical and widespread form of represented objectified discourse is the direct speech of characters. Such speech has direct referential meaning, but it does not lie in the same plane with the author's speech, it observes, as it were, a certain distance and perspective. Such speech is meant to be understood not only from the point of view of its own referential object, but is itself, as characteristic, typical, colorful discourse, a referential object toward which something is directed. Whenever we have within the author's context the direct speech of, say, a certain character, we have within the limits of a single context two speech centers and two speech unities, the unity of the author's utterance and the unity of the character's utterance. But the second unity is not self-sufficient, it is subordinated to the first and incorporated into it as one of its components. The stylistic treatment of the two utterances differs. The hero's discourse is treated precisely as someone else's discourse, as discourse belonging to some specific characterological profile or type, that is, it is treated as an object of authorial understanding, and not from the point of view of its own referential intention. The author's discourse, on the contrary, is treated stylistically as discourse directed toward its own straightforward referential meaning. It must be adequate to its object, cognitive, poetic, or whatever. It must be expressive, forceful, significant, elegant, etc., from the vantage point of the direct referential task it fulfills, to signify, express, inform, represent something. And its stylistic treatment is oriented purely toward an understanding of the referent. Should authorial discourse be treated in such a way that it is felt to be characteristic or typical for a specific person, a specific social position, or a specific artistic manner, then we already have stylization, either ordinary literary stylization, or stylized skaz. Of these, already a third type, we shall speak later. Direct referentially oriented discourse recognizes only itself and its object, to which it strives to be maximally adequate. If in the process it imitates someone or learns from someone, this does not change things in the slightest, that is merely the scaffolding, which is not incorporated into the architectural whole even though it is indispensable and taken into account by the builder. The act of imitating someone else's discourse and the presence of various influences from other people's words, while recognizably clear to the historian of literature and to any competent reader, do not enter into the project that discourse has set itself. If they do enter in, that is, if the discourse itself does contain a deliberate reference to someone else's words, then again we would have before us discourse of the third type, and not the first. The stylistic treatment of objectified discourse, that is, of a character's discourse, is subject, as if to a higher and ultimate authority to the stylistic tasks of the author's context. This fact gives rise to a number of stylistic problems connected with the introduction and organic incorporation of a character's direct speech into the author's context. Ultimate semantic authority, and consequently ultimate stylistic authority as well, resides in the direct speech of the author. An ultimate semantic authority requiring purely referential understanding is, of course, present in every literary work, but it is not always represented by direct authorial discourse. The latter may be absent altogether, compositionally replaced by the discourse of a narrator, or, as in drama, there may be no compositional equivalent at all. In such instances the entire verbal material of the work belongs to the second or third type of discourse. Drama is almost always constructed out of represented, objectified discourses. In Pushkin's Tales of Belkin, for another example, the story, Belkin's words, is constructed out of discourses of the third type. The character's words belong, of course, to the second type. The absence of direct object-oriented discourse is a common phenomenon. Ultimate semantic authority, the author's intention, is realized not in his direct discourse but with the help of other people's words, created and distributed specifically as the words of others. The degree to which a character's represented discourse is objectified may vary. It is enough, for example, to compare the words of Tolstoy's Prince Andrei with those of Gogol's characters, for instance Akaki Akakiyevich. As the direct, referential impulse of a character's words is intensified and their objectification correspondingly decreased, the internal interrelationship between authorial speech and a character's speech begins to approach the interrelationship between two rejoinders in a dialogue. The perspectival relationship weakens, and they may come to occupy a single plane. To be sure, this is present only as a tendency, as a striving toward a limit which is never quite achieved. The scholarly article, where various authors' utterances on a given question are cited, some for refutation and others for confirmation and supplementation, is one instance of a dialogic interrelationship among directly signifying discourses within the limits of a single context. The relationships of agreement/disagreement, affirmation/supplementation, question/answer, etc., are purely dialogic relationships, although not of course between words, sentences, or other elements of a single utterance, but between whole utterances. In dramatic dialogue or a dramatized dialogue introduced into the author's context, these relationships link together represented, objectified utterances and therefore are themselves objectified. This is not a clash of two ultimate semantic authorities, but rather an objectified, plotted, clash of two represented positions, subordinated wholly to the higher, ultimate authority of the author. The monologic context, under these circumstances, is neither broken nor weakened. The weakening or destruction of a monologic context occurs only when there is a coming together of two utterances equally and directly oriented toward a referential object. Two discourses equally and directly oriented toward a referential object within the limits of a single context cannot exist side by side without intersecting dialogically, regardless of whether they confirm, mutually supplement, or, conversely, contradict one another, or find themselves in some other dialogic relationship, that of question and answer, for example. Two equally weighted discourses on one and the same theme, once having come together, must inevitably orient themselves to one another. Two embodied meanings cannot lie side by side like two objects, they must come into inner contact, that is, they must enter into a semantic bond. Unmediated, direct, fully signifying discourse is directed toward its referential object and constitutes the ultimate semantic authority within the limits of a given context. Objectified discourse is likewise directed exclusively toward its object, but is at the same time the object of someone else's intention, the author's. But this other intention does not penetrate inside the objectified discourse, it takes it as a whole and, without changing its meaning or tone, subordinates it to its own tasks. It does not invest it with another referential meaning. Discourse that has become an object is, as it were, itself unaware of the fact, like the person who goes about his business unaware that he is being watched. Objectified discourse sounds as if it were direct single-voiced discourse. Discourses of both the first and second type have in fact only one voice each. These are single-voiced discourses. But the author may also make use of someone else's discourse for his own purposes, by inserting a new semantic intention into a discourse which already has, and which retains, an intention of its own. Such a discourse, in keeping with its task, must be perceived as belonging to someone else. In one discourse, two semantic intentions appear, two voices. Parodying discourse is of this type, as are stylization and stylized skaz. Here we move on to the characteristics of the third type of discourse. Stylization presupposes style, that is, it presupposes that the sum total of stylistic devices that it reproduces did at one time possess a direct and unmediated intentionality and expressed an ultimate semantic authority. Only discourses of the first type can be the object of stylization. Stylization forces another person's referential, artistically referential, intention to serve its own purposes, that is, its new intentions. The stylizer uses another's discourse precisely as other, and in so doing casts a slight shadow of objectification over it. To be sure, the discourse does not become an object. After all, what is important to the stylizer is the sum total of devices associated with the other's speech precisely as an expression of a particular point of view. He works with someone else's point of view. Therefore a certain shadow of objectification falls precisely on that very point of view, and consequently it becomes conditional. The objectified speech of a character is never conditional. A character always speaks in earnest. The author's attitude does not penetrate inside his speech, the author observes it from without. Conditional discourse is always double-voiced discourse. Only that which was at one time unconditional, in earnest, can become conditional. The original direct and unconditional meaning now serves new purposes, which take possession of it from within and render it conditional. This is what distinguishes stylization from imitation. Imitation does not render a form conditional, for it takes the imitated material seriously, makes it its own, directly appropriates to itself someone else's discourse. What happens in that case is a complete merging of voices, and if we do hear another's voice, then it is certainly not one that had figured into the imitator's plan. Thus, while a clear-cut semantic boundary exists between stylization and imitation, historically there exists between them extremely subtle and sometimes imperceptible transitions. As the seriousness of a style is weakened in the hands of its epigone imitators, its devices become more conventional, and imitation becomes semi-stylization. On the other hand, stylization may also become imitation, should the stylizer's enthusiasm for his model destroy the distance and weaken the deliberate sense of a reproduced style as someone else's style. For precisely distance had created the conventionality. An analogous case to stylization is the narration of a narrator, when it functions as a compositional substitute for the author's word. A narrator's narration may be developed in forms of literary discourse, Belkin, or the narrator chroniclers in Dostoevsky, or in forms of oral speech skaz in the strict sense of the word. Here, too, someone else's verbal manner is utilized by the author as a point of view, as a position indispensable to him for carrying on the story. But the shadow of objectification falling on the narrator's discourse is much denser than in stylization, and the conventionality much weaker. Of course, the degree of both may vary greatly. But the narrator's discourse can never become purely objectified, even when he himself is one of the characters and takes upon himself only part of the narration. His importance to the author, after all, lies not only in his individual and typical manner of thinking, experiencing, and speaking, but above all in his manner of seeing and portraying. In this lies his direct function as a narrator replacing the author. Therefore the author's attitude, as in stylization, penetrates inside the narrator's discourse, rendering it to a greater or lesser degree conventional. The author does not display the narrator's discourse to us, as he does the objectified discourse of a hero, but utilizes it from within for his own purposes, forcing us to be acutely aware of the distance between him and this alien discourse. An element of skaz, that is, an orientation toward oral speech, is necessarily inherent in any narrated story. The narrator, although he might write his story down and give it a certain literary polish, is nonetheless not a literary professional. He commands no specific style but only a socially and individually specific manner of storytelling, one that gravitates toward oral skaz. If he does command a specific literary style, a style reproduced by the author in the narrator's name, then we have before us a stylization and not a narrated story. Stylization may in fact be introduced and motivated in various ways. Both the narrated story and even pure skaz may lose all trace of conventionality and become direct authorial discourse, expressing without mediation the author's intention. This is almost always the case with skaz in Turgenev. When introducing a narrator, Turgenev in most instances makes no attempt to stylize another person's distinctly individual and social manner of storytelling. The story in Andrei Kolosov, for example, is narrated by an intelligent and literary man of Turgenev's own circle. Thus would Turgenev himself have spoken, and spoken of the most serious matters in his own life. There is no orientation here toward a socially foreign skaz tone, nor toward a socially foreign manner of seeing and conveying what is seen. There is also no orientation toward any individually characteristic manner. Turgenev's skaz signifies autonomously, there is one voice in it and this voice directly expresses the intention of the author. We have here a simple compositional device. Narration in First Love is of a similar sort, presented by the narrator in written form, too. The same cannot be said of Belkin as a narrator. He is important to Pushkin as another person's voice, first and foremost as a socially defined person with a corresponding spiritual level and approach to the world, but also as an individually characteristic image. What happens in the tales of Belkin, consequently, is a refraction of the author's intention through the words of a narrator. Discourse here is double-voiced. The problem of skaz was first brought to the fore in our scholarship by Boris Eichenbaum. 3 He perceives skaz as an orientation toward the oral form of narration, an orientation toward oral speech and its corresponding language characteristics, oral intonation, the syntactic construction of oral speech, the corresponding lexicon, etc. He completely fails to take into account the fact that in the majority of cases skaz is above all an orientation toward someone else's speech, and only then, as a consequence, toward oral speech. For a proper treatment of the historico-literary problem of skaz, we believe that the understanding of skaz offered by us here is much more to the point. It seems to us that in most cases skaz is introduced precisely for the sake of someone else's voice, a voice socially distinct, carrying with it precisely those points of view and evaluations necessary to the author. What is introduced here, in fact, is a storyteller, and a storyteller, after all, is not a literary person. He belongs in most cases to the lower social strata, to the common people. Precisely this is important to the author, and he brings with him oral speech. Direct authorial discourse is not possible in every epoch, nor can every epoch command a style, for style presupposes the presence of authoritative points of view and authoritative, stabilized ideological value judgments. Such epochs can either go the route of stylization, or can resort to extra-literary forms of narration that possess a specific manner of seeing and portraying the world. Where there is no adequate form for the unmediated expression of an author's thoughts, he must resort to refracting them in someone else's discourse. Sometimes the artistic tasks themselves are such that they can be realized only by means of double-voiced discourse, as we shall see. Such exactly was the case with Dostoevsky. Lskov, we believe, resorted to a narrator largely for the sake of a socially foreign discourse and socially foreign worldview, and only secondarily for the sake of oral skaz, since he was interested in the discourse of the common people. Turgenev, on the contrary, sought in a narrator precisely the oral form of narration, but for a direct expression of his own intentions. Characteristic for him, in fact, is an orientation toward oral speech but not toward another person's discourse. To refract his own thoughts in another's discourse was something Turgenev did not like to do, and did not know how to do. Double-voiced discourse did not turn out well in his work. Consider the satiric and parodying passages in Smoke. For that reason he chose narrators from his own social circle. Such narrators inevitably had to speak a literary language, since they could not reliably sustain oral skaz. For Turgenev it was important only to enliven his literary speech with oral intonations. This is not the place to document all the historico-literary claims we have made above. Let them remain assumptions. But on one point we do insist: a strict distinction in skaz between an orientation toward another person's discourse and an orientation toward oral speech is absolutely indispensable. To see in skaz only oral speech is to miss the main point. What is more, a whole series of intonational, syntactic, and other language phenomena in skaz, when the author is oriented toward another person's speech, can be explained precisely by its double-voicedness, by the intersection within it of two voices and two accents. We will be persuaded of this in our analysis of narration in Dostoevsky. There are no similar phenomena, for example, in Turgenev, although his narrators tend more strongly toward precisely oral speech than do Dostoevsky's narrators. Analogous to narrators' narration is the Erzählung form, narration from the first person. Sometimes it is defined by its orientation toward another's discourse, and sometimes, as with narration in Turgenev, it can approach and ultimately fuse with direct authorial discourse, that is, operate alongside single-voiced discourse of the first type. One must keep in mind that compositional forms in and of themselves do not yet resolve the question of discourse type. Such definitions as Erzählung, narrator's narration, author's narration, and so forth are purely compositional definitions. These compositional forms do gravitate, to be sure, toward specific types of discourse, but they are not obligatorily connected with them. All instances of the third type of discourse so far discussed, stylization, narrated story, Erzählung, share one common feature, by virtue of which they constitute a special, the first, variety of the third type. That common feature is an intention on the part of the author to make use of someone else's discourse in the direction of its own particular aspirations. Stylization stylizes another's style in the direction of that style's own particular tasks. It merely renders those tasks conventional. Likewise, a narrator's narration, refracting in itself the author's intention, does not swerve from its own straight path and is sustained in tones and intonations truly characteristic of it. The author's thought, once having penetrated someone else's discourse and made its home in it, does not collide with the other's thought, but rather follows after it in the same direction, merely making that direction conventional. The situation is different with parody. Here, as in stylization, the author again speaks in someone else's discourse, but in contrast to stylization, parody introduces into that discourse a semantic intention that is directly opposed to the original one. The second voice, once having made its home in the other's discourse, clashes hostilely with its primordial host and forces him to serve directly opposing aims. Discourse becomes an arena of battle between two voices. In parody, therefore, there cannot be that fusion of voices possible in stylization or in the narration of a narrator, as in Turgenev. For example, the voices are not only isolated from one another, separated by a distance, but are also hostilely opposed. Thus in parody the deliberate palpability of the other's discourse must be particularly sharp and clearly marked. Likewise, the author's intentions must be more individualized and filled with specific content. The other's style can be parodied in various directions and may have new accents introduced into it, but it can be stylized essentially only in one direction, in the direction of its own particular task. Parodistic discourse can be extremely diverse. One can parody another person's style as a style, one can parody another's socially typical or individually characterological manner of seeing, thinking, and speaking. The depth of the parody may also vary. One can parody merely superficial verbal forms, but one can also parody the very deepest principles governing another's discourse. Moreover, parodistic discourse itself may be used in various ways by the author. The parody may be an end in itself, for example, literary parody as a genre, but it may also serve to further other positive goals, Ariosto's parodic style, for example, or Pushkin's. But in all possible varieties of parodistic discourse the relationship between the author's and the other person's aspirations remains the same. These aspirations pull in different directions, in contrast to the unidirectional aspirations of stylization, narrated story, and analogous forms. Thus a very fundamental distinction must be drawn between parodistic skaz and simple skaz. The battle between two voices in parodistic skaz gives rise to those very specific language phenomena mentioned by us above. To ignore in skaz its orientation towards someone else's discourse and, consequently, its double-voicedness, is to be denied any understanding of those complex interrelationships into which voices, once they have become varidirectional, may enter within the limits of skaz discourse. Inherent in most cases of contemporary skaz is a slight parodic overtone. In Dostoevsky's stories, as we shall see, parodistic elements of a special type are always present. Analogous to parodistic discourse is ironic, or any other double-voiced, use of someone else's words. In those instances too another's discourse is used for conveying aspirations that are hostile to it. In the ordinary speech of our everyday life such a use of another's words is extremely widespread, especially in dialogue, where one speaker very often literally repeats the statement of the other speaker, investing it with new value and accenting it in his own way, with expressions of doubt, indignation, irony, mockery, ridicule, and the like. In his book on the characteristic features of conversational Italian, Leo Spitzer says the following. When we reproduce in our own speech a portion of our partner's utterance, then by virtue of the very change in speakers a change in tone inevitably occurs. The words of the other person always sound on our lips like something alien to us, and often have an intonation of ridicule, exaggeration, or mockery. I should like to point out here the facetious or sharply ironic repetition of the partner's question verb in the subsequent reply. Here we will observe that one can employ not only grammatically correct constructions but also constructions that are very bold, even impossible, for the sake of repeating somehow a portion of our partner's speech and giving it an ironic flavor. Point 4. Someone else's words introduced into our own speech inevitably assume a new, our own, interpretation and become subject to our evaluation of them, that is, they become double-voiced. All that can vary is the interrelationship between these two voices. The transmission of someone else's statement in the form of a question already leads to a clash of two intentions within a single discourse, for in so doing we not only ask a question, but make someone else's statement problematical. Our practical everyday speech is full of other people's words. With some of them we completely merge our own voice, forgetting whose they are. Others, which we take as authoritative, we use to reinforce our own words. Still others, finally, we populate with our own aspirations, alien or hostile to them. Let us proceed to the first variety of the third type. In both stylization and parody, that is, in both of the preceding varieties of the third type, the author makes use precisely of other people's words for the expression of his own particular intentions. In the third variety, the other person's discourse remains outside the limits of the author's speech, but the author's speech takes it into account and refers to it. Another's discourse in this case is not reproduced with a new intention, but it acts upon, influences, and in one way or another determines the author's discourse, while itself remaining outside it. Such is the nature of discourse in the hidden polemic, and in most cases in the rejoinder of a dialogue as well. In a hidden polemic the author's discourse is directed toward its own referential object, as is any other discourse, but at the same time every statement about the object is constructed in such a way that, apart from its referential meaning, a polemical blow is struck at the other's discourse on the same theme, at the other's statement about the same object. A word, directed toward its referential object, clashes with another's word within the very object itself. The other's discourse is not itself reproduced, it is merely implied, but the entire structure of speech would be completely different if there were not this reaction to another person's implied words. In stylization the actual reproduced model, someone else's style, also remains outside the author's context and is only implied. Likewise in parody the specific actual parodied discourse is only implied. But in these instances authorial discourse itself either poses as someone else's, or claims someone else's discourse as its own. In any case it works directly with the other's words, while the implied model, the other person's actual discourse, merely provides the material. It functions as a document confirming the fact that the author is indeed reproducing another person's specific discourse. In a hidden polemic, on the other hand, the other's words are treated antagonistically, and this antagonism, no less than the very topic being discussed, is what determines the author's discourse. This radically changes the semantics of the discourse involved. Alongside its referential meaning there appears a second meaning, an intentional orientation towards someone else's words. Such discourse cannot be fundamentally or fully understood if one takes into consideration only its direct referential meaning. The polemical coloration of the discourse appears in other purely language features as well, in intonation and syntactic construction. To draw a clear-cut boundary between hidden and obvious open polemic in any concrete instance sometimes proves quite difficult. But the semantic distinctions here are very fundamental. Overt polemic is quite simply directed at another's discourse, which it refutes, as if at its own referential object. In the hidden polemic, however, discourse is directed toward an ordinary referential object, naming it, portraying, expressing, and only indirectly striking a blow at the other's discourse, clashing with it, as it were, within the object itself. As a result, the other person's discourse begins to influence authorial discourse from within. For this reason, hidden polemical discourse is double-voiced, although the interrelationship of the two voices here is a special one. The other's thought does not personally make its way inside the discourse, but is only reflected in it, determining its tone and its meaning. One word acutely senses alongside it someone else's word speaking about the same object, and this awareness determines its structure. Internally polemical discourse, the word with a sideward glance at someone else's hostile word, is extremely widespread in practical everyday speech as well as in literary speech, and has enormous style-shaping significance. Here belong, in everyday speech, all words that make digs at others and all barbed words. But here also belongs all self-deprecating overblown speech that repudiates itself in advance, speech with 1,000 reservations, concessions, loopholes, and the like. Such speech literally cringes in the presence or the anticipation of someone else's word, reply, objection. The individual manner in which a person structures his own speech is determined to a significant degree by his peculiar awareness of another's words, and by his means for reacting to them. In literary speech the significance of the hidden polemic is enormous. In every style, strictly speaking, there is an element of internal polemic, the difference being merely one of degree and character. Every literary discourse more or less sharply senses its own listener, reader, critic, and reflects in itself their anticipated objections, evaluations, points of view. In addition, literary discourse senses alongside itself another literary discourse, another style. An element of so-called reaction to the preceding literary style, present in every new style, is an example of that same internal polemic. It is, so to speak, a hidden anti-stylization of someone else's style, often combining with a clear parodying of that style. The style-shaping significance of internal polemic is extremely great in autobiographies and in Erzählung forms of the confessional type. It is enough to mention Rousseau's Confessions. Analogous to the hidden polemic is a rejoinder from any real and profound dialogue. Every word of that rejoinder, directed toward its referential object, is at the same time reacting intensely to someone else's word, answering it and anticipating it. An element of response and anticipation penetrates deeply inside intensely dialogic discourse. Such a discourse draws in, as it were, sucks into itself the other's replies, intensely reworking them. The semantics of dialogic discourse are of an utterly special sort. The extremely subtle changes in meaning that occur in the presence of intense dialogicality have unfortunately not yet been studied. Taking the counter-statement, Gegenrede, into account produces specific changes in the structure of dialogic discourse, making it the inner scene for an event and illuminating the very object of discourse in a new way, uncovering in it new sides inaccessible to monologic discourse. Especially significant and important for our further purposes is the phenomenon of hidden dialogicality, a phenomenon quite different from hidden polemic. Imagine a dialogue of two persons in which the statements of the second speaker are omitted, but in such a way that the general sense is not at all violated. The second speaker is present invisibly, his words are not there, but deep traces left by these words have a determining influence on all the present and visible words of the first speaker. We sense that this is a conversation, although only one person is speaking, and it is a conversation of the most intense kind, for each present, uttered word responds and reacts with its every fiber to the invisible speaker, points to something outside itself, beyond its own limits, to the unspoken words of another person. We shall see below that in Dostoevsky this hidden dialogue occupies a very important place and is very profoundly and subtly developed. This third variety, as we see, differs sharply from the preceding two varieties of the third type. This final variety might be called active, in contrast to the preceding passive varieties. And so it is, in stylization, in the narrated story and in parody the other person's discourse is a completely passive tool in the hands of the author wielding it. He takes, so to speak, someone else's meek and defenseless discourse and installs his own interpretation in it, forcing it to serve his own new purposes. In hidden polemic and in dialogue, on the contrary, the other's words actively influence the author's speech, forcing it to alter itself accordingly under their influence and initiative. In all manifestations of the second variety of the third type, however, a heightening of activity on the part of the other person's discourse is also possible. When parody senses a fundamental resistance, a certain strength and depth to the parodied words of the other, the parody becomes complicated by tones of hidden polemic. Such parody already has a different sound to it. The parodied discourse rings out more actively, exerts a counterforce against the author's intentions. There takes place an internal dialogization of the parodistic discourse. Similar processes occur whenever the hidden polemic is coupled with a narrated story, and in general in all examples of the third type when there is a divergence in direction between the author's and the other person's aspirations. To the extent that the objectification of another's discourse is decreased, objectification being, as we know, inherent to a certain extent in all discourses of the third type, and in unidirectional discourses, stylizations and unidirectional narration, there tends to occur a merging of the author's and the other person's voice. The distance between the two is lost, stylization becomes style, the narrator is transformed into a mere compositional convention. In varidirectional discourse, on the other hand, a decrease in objectification and a corresponding heightening of activity on the part of the aspirations of the other discourse lead inevitably to an internal dialogization of discourse. In such discourse, the author's thought no longer oppressively dominates the other's thought, discourse loses its composure and confidence, becomes agitated, internally undecided and two-faced. Such discourse is not only double-voiced but also double-accented, it is difficult to speak it aloud, for loud and living intonation excessively monologizes discourse and cannot do justice to the other person's voice present in it. This internal dialogization, connected with a decrease in objectification in varidirectional discourses of the third type, does not, of course, constitute a new variety of that type. It is only a tendency, inherent in every example of the type, given the condition of varidirectionality. At its outer limit, this tendency leads to a disintegration of double-voiced discourse into two discourses, into two fully isolated independent voices. The other tendency, which is inherent in unidirectional discourses provided there is a decrease in the objectification of the other's discourse, leads at its outer limit to a complete fusion of voices, and consequently to single-voiced discourse of the first type. Between these two limits fluctuate all manifestations of the third type. Of course, we have far from exhausted all the possible examples of double-voiced discourse, or all the possible means of orienting toward another's discourse, processes that complicate the ordinary referential orientation of speech. It would be possible to create a more far-reaching and subtle classification with a greater number of varieties, perhaps even of types. But for our purposes the classification we have offered is sufficient. We represent it schematically below. The classification offered below is of course somewhat abstract in character. A concrete discourse may belong simultaneously to different varieties and even types. Moreover, interrelationships with another person's discourse in a concrete living context are of a dynamic and not a static character. The interrelationship of voices in discourse may change drastically, unidirectional words may turn into varidirectional ones, internal dialogization may become stronger or weaker, a passive type may be activized, and so forth. I direct, unmediated discourse directed exclusively toward its referential object, as an expression of the speaker's ultimate semantic authority. 2. Objectified discourse, discourse of a represented person. 3. Discourse with an orientation towards someone else's discourse, double-voiced discourse. The plane of investigation proposed by us here, an investigation of discourse from the point of view of its relationship to someone else's discourse, has, we believe, exceptionally great significance for an understanding of artistic prose. Poetic speech in the narrow sense requires a uniformity of all discourses, their reduction to a common denominator, although that denominator can either be discourse of the first type, or can belong to certain weakened varieties of the other types. Of course, even in poetic speech works are possible that do not reduce their entire verbal material to a single common denominator, but in the 19th century such instances were rare and rather specific. To this group belong, for example, the prosaic lyric of Heine, Barbie *, some works of Nekrasov, and others. Not until the 20th century is there a drastic prosification of the lyric. The possibility of employing on the plane of a single work discourses of various types, with all their expressive capacities intact, without reducing them to a common denominator, this is one of the most fundamental characteristic features of prose. Herein lies the profound distinction between prose style and poetic style. But even in poetry a whole series of fundamental problems cannot be solved without some attention to the above-mentioned plane for investigating discourse, because different types of discourse in poetry require different stylistic treatments. Contemporary stylistics, which ignores this plane of investigation, is in essence a stylistics based on the first type of discourse alone, that is, on the direct referentially oriented discourse of the author. Contemporary stylistics, whose roots go back to the Poetics of classicism, has been unable to this day to free itself from the specific orientations and limitations of that Poetics. The Poetics of classicism are oriented toward direct referentially oriented discourse, slanted somewhat in favor of conventionalized stylized discourse. Semi-conventionalized, semi-stylized discourse sets the tone in classical poetics. And to this day stylistics is oriented toward this semi-conventionalized direct discourse, which has in fact been identified with poetic discourse as such. For classicism, only the word of language exists, no one's word, a material word which is part of the poetic lexicon, and this word passes directly from the treasure house of poetic language into the monologic context of a given poetic utterance. Thus a stylistics nurtured on the soil of classicism recognizes only the life of a word in a single self-enclosed context. It ignores those changes that take place in a word during its passage from one concrete utterance to another, and while these utterances are in the process of orienting to one another. It recognizes only those changes that come about when a word is transferred from the system of language into a monologic poetic utterance. The life and functions of a word in the style of a concrete utterance are perceived against the background of its life and functions in language. The internally dialogic relationships between one word and the same word in someone else's context, on someone else's lips, are ignored. Within this framework stylistics has continued to operate up to the present time. Romanticism brought with it direct, fully signifying discourse without any inclination toward conventionality. Characteristic for Romanticism is direct authorial discourse, expressive to the point of self-oblivion, which did not cool itself down by any refraction through someone else's verbal medium. Of considerable significance in Romantic poetics were discourses of the second and even more of the final varieties of the third type 5, but nevertheless direct expressive discourse of the first type taken to its extreme limits, dominated to such an extent that on Romantic soil too no significant progress on this question was made. On this point the Poetics of classicism was hardly disturbed at all. But it should be noted that contemporary stylistics is far from adequate even for Romanticism. Prose, and especially the novel, is completely beyond the reach of such a stylistics. The latter can treat with some degree of success only certain small portions of prose literature, portions which are for prose insignificant and the least characteristic. For the prose artist the world is full of other people's words, among which he must orient himself and whose speech characteristics he must be able to perceive with a very keen ear. He must introduce them into the plane of his own discourse, but in such a way that this plane is not destroyed. 6 He works with a very rich verbal palette, and he works exceptionally well with it. And we, when perceiving prose, orient ourselves very subtly among all the types and varieties of discourse analyzed above. Moreover, in real life as well we very keenly and subtly hear all these nuances in the speech of people surrounding us, and we ourselves work very skillfully with all these colors on the verbal palette. We very sensitively catch the smallest shift in intonation, the slightest interruption of voices in anything of importance to us in another person's practical everyday discourse. All those verbal sideward glances, reservations, loopholes, hints, thrusts do not slip past our ear, are not foreign to our own lips. All the more astonishing, then, that up to now all this has found no precise theoretical cognizance, nor the assessment it deserves. Theoretically we analyze only the stylistic interrelationships of elements within the limits of a self-enclosed utterance, against the background of abstractly linguistic categories. Only such single-voiced phenomena as these are within the reach of that superficial linguistic stylistics which, until now, for all its linguistic merit, has been unable to do more in the realm of artistic creativity than to register the traces and residue of artistic tasks unknown to it on the verbal periphery of literary works. The authentic life of prose discourse cannot be fit within this framework. The framework is even too confining for poetry. 7. Stylistics must be based not only, and even not as much, on linguistics as on metalinguistics, which studies the word not in a system of language and not in a text excised from dialogic interaction, but precisely within the sphere of dialogic interaction itself, that is, in that sphere where discourse lives an authentic life. For the word is not a material thing but rather the eternally mobile, eternally fickle medium of dialogic interaction. It never gravitates toward a single consciousness or a single voice. The life of the word is contained in its transfer from one mouth to another, from one context to another context, from one social collective to another, from one generation to another generation. In this process the word does not forget its own path and cannot completely free itself from the power of these concrete contexts into which it has entered. When a member of a speaking collective comes upon a word, it is not as a neutral word of language, not as a word free from the aspirations and evaluations of others, uninhabited by others' voices. No, he receives the word from another's voice and filled with that other voice. The word enters his context from another context, permeated with the interpretations of others. His own thought finds the word already inhabited. Therefore the orientation of a word among words, the varying perception of another's word and the various means for reacting to it, are perhaps the most fundamental problems for the metalinguistic study of any kind of discourse, including the artistic. Every social trend in every epoch has its own special sense of discourse and its own range of discursive possibilities. By no means all historical situations permit the ultimate semantic authority of the creator to be expressed without mediation in direct, unrefracted, unconditional authorial discourse. When there is no access to one's own personal ultimate word, then every thought, feeling, experience must be refracted through the medium of someone else's discourse, someone else's style, someone else's manner, with which it cannot immediately be merged without reservation, without distance, without refraction. 8. If there is at the disposal of a given epoch some authoritative and stabilized medium of refraction, then conventionalized discourse in one or another of its varieties will dominate, with a greater or lesser degree of conventionality. If there is no such medium, then varidirectional double-voiced discourse will dominate, that is, parodistic discourse in all its varieties, or a special type of semi-conventionalized, semi-ironic discourse, that of late classicism, for example. In such epochs, and especially in epochs dominated by conventionalized discourse, the direct, unconditional, unrefracted word appears barbaric, raw, wild. Cultured discourse is discourse refracted through an authoritative and stabilized medium. What kind of discourse dominates during a given epoch in a given social trend, what forms exist for the refraction of discourse, what serves as the medium of refraction, all these questions are of paramount importance for the study of artistic discourse. Here, of course, we can only briefly and in passing make note of these problems, note them without documenting them, without elaborating them on the basis of concrete material. This is not the place for an examination of these problems in depth. Let us return to Dostoevsky. Dostoevsky's works astound us first of all by their extraordinary diversity of types and varieties of discourse, types and varieties, moreover, that are present in their most extreme expression. Clearly predominant is varidirectional double-voiced discourse, in particular internally dialogized discourse and the reflected discourse of another, hidden polemic, polemically colored confession, hidden dialogue. In Dostoevsky almost no word is without its intense sideward glance at someone else's word. At the same time there are almost no objectified words in Dostoevsky, since the speech of his characters is constructed in a way that deprives it of all objectification. What also astounds us is the continual and abrupt alternation of the most varied types of discourse. Sharp and unexpected transitions from parody to internal polemic, from polemic to hidden dialogue, from hidden dialogue to stylization in serene hagiographic tones, then back again to parodistic narration and finally to an extremely intense open dialogue such is the agitated verbal surface of his works. All this is interwoven with the deliberately dull thread of informative documentary discourse, the ends and beginnings of which are difficult to catch, but even this dry documentary discourse registers the bright reflections or dense shadows of nearby utterances, and this gives it as well a peculiar and ambiguous tone. What is important here, of course, is not only the diversity and abrupt shift of discursive types, nor the predominance among them of double-voiced, internally dialogized discourses. The uniqueness of Dostoevsky lies in his special distribution of these discursive types and varieties among the basic compositional elements of a given work. How and in what aspects of the verbal whole is the author's ultimate semantic authority implemented? For the monologic novel, this question is very easily answered. Whatever discourse types are introduced by the author monologist, whatever their compositional distribution, the author's intentions and evaluations must dominate over all the others and must form a compact and unambiguous whole. Any intensification of others' intonations in a certain discourse or a certain section of the work is only a game, which the author permits so that his own direct or refracted word might ring out all the more energetically. Every struggle between two voices within a single discourse for possession or dominance in that discourse is decided in advance. It only appears to be a struggle. All fully signifying authorial interpretations are sooner or later gathered together in a single speech center and a single consciousness. All accents are gathered together in a single voice. The artistic task Dostoevsky takes on is completely different. He does not fear the most extreme activization of varidirectional accents in double-voiced discourse. On the contrary, such activization is precisely what he needs to achieve his purpose. A plurality of voices, after all, is not meant to be eliminated in his works but in fact is meant to triumph. The stylistic significance of the other person's discourse in Dostoevsky's works is enormous. Here it lives an extremely intense life. The stylistic bonds most basic to Dostoevsky are not bonds between words on the level of a single monologic utterance. Basic for him rather are dynamic, vibrantly intense bonds between utterances, between independent and autonomous speech and semantic centers, not subordinated to the verbal and semantic dictatorship of a monologic, unified style and a unified tone. Discourse in Dostoevsky, its life in the work and its functions in the realization of the polyphonic project, shall be investigated by us here in connection with those compositional unities within which discourse functions, the unity of a character's monologic self-utterance, the unity of the story, narrator's narration or narration by the author, and, finally, the unity of the dialogue among characters. This also will be the sequence of our investigations. 2. The hero's monologic discourse and narrational discourse in Dostoevsky's short novels. Dostoevsky began with the refracting word with the epistolary form. Apropos of poor folk he wrote his brother, they the public and the critics, MB have grown used to seeing in everything the author's mug, I didn't show mine. And it doesn't even occur to them that Devishkin is speaking and not I, and that Devishkin cannot speak in any other way. They find the novel long-winded, but there is not a superfluous word in it. 9. It is Makar Devishkin and Varenksa Dobrozlova who speak in the work, and the author merely distributes their words. His concepts and aspirations are refracted through the words of the hero and heroine. The epistolary form is a variety of Erzählung. Discourse here is double-voiced, and in most cases unidirectional. As such it functions as a compositional surrogate of the author's discourse, which is absent. We shall see that authorial understanding is very subtly and carefully refracted through the words of the hero narrators, even though the entire work is filled with overt and hidden parodies, with overt and hidden, authorial, polemic. But for now we are interested in Makar Devishkin's speech only as the monologic utterance of a character, and not as the speech of a narrator in an Erzählung, a function which it in fact fulfills, since, outside the characters, there are no other carriers of discourse here. For after all, the discourse of any narrator employed by the author to realize his artistic plan belongs in its own right to some specific discursive type, quite apart from the type determined by its function as narration. Of what type, then, is Devishkin's monologic utterance? The epistolary form in and of itself does not predetermine the type of discourse. In general this form permits broad discursive possibilities, but it is best suited to discourse of the final variety of the third type, that is, the reflected discourse of another. A characteristic feature of the letter is an acute awareness of the interlocutor, the addressee to whom it is directed. The letter, like a rejoinder in a dialogue, is addressed to a specific person, and it takes into account the other's possible reactions, the other's possible reply. This reckoning with an absent interlocutor can be more or less intensive. In Dostoevsky it is extremely intense. In his first work, Dostoevsky develops that speech style so characteristic of his entire creative art, a style defined by the intense anticipation of another's words. The significance of this style in his subsequent work is enormous. His hero's most important confessional self-utterances are permeated with an intense sensitivity toward the anticipated words of others about them, and with others' reactions to their own words about themselves. Not only the tone and style but also the internal semantic structure of these self-utterances are defined by an anticipation of another person's words, From Galyotkin's tension-filled reservations and loopholes to the ethical and metaphysical loopholes of Ivan Karamazov. In Poor Folk, Dostoevsky begins to work out the degraded variety of the style discourse that cringes with a timid and ashamed sideward glance at the other's possible response, yet contains a muffled challenge. This sideward glance manifests itself above all in two traits characteristic of the style, a certain halting quality to the speech, and its interruption by reservations. I live in the kitchen, or rather, to be more accurate, there is a room near the kitchen, and our kitchen, I ought to tell you, is clean, light and very nice, a little room, a modest corner. Or rather, the kitchen is a big room of 3 windows, so I have a partition running along the inside wall, so that it makes as it were another room, an extra lodging. It is roomy and comfortable, and there is a window and all, in fact, every convenience. Well, so that is my little corner. So don't you imagine, my darling, there is anything else about it, any mysterious significance in it. Here he is living in the kitchen. Well, if you like, I really am living in the kitchen, behind the partition, but that is nothing. I am quite private, apart from everyone, quiet and snug. I have put in a bed, a table, a chest of drawers and a couple of chairs, and I have hung up the icon. It is true there are better lodgings, perhaps there may be much better, but convenience is the great thing. I have arranged it all for my own convenience, you know, and you must not imagine it is for anything else. SSI, 82, Poor Folk, letter of April 8. After almost every word, Devishkin casts a sideward glance at his absent interlocutor. He is afraid she will think he is complaining. He tries in advance to destroy the impression that will be created by the news that he lives in the kitchen. He does not want to distress her, and so forth. The repetition of words results from his trying to intensify their accent or to give them a new nuance in light of his interlocutor's possible reaction. In the above excerpt, the reflected discourse turns out to be the potential words of the addressee, Verenksa Dobroslova. In most cases, Makar Devishkin's speech about himself is determined by the reflected discourse of another person, a stranger. Here is how he defines the stranger. And what will you do out there among strangers, he asks Verenksa Dobroslova. I expect you don't know yet what strangers are like. You had better ask me and I will tell you what strangers are like. I know them, my darling, I know them very well, I've had to eat their bread. They are spiteful, Verenksa, spiteful, so spiteful that you would have no heart left, they would torment it so with reproach, upbraiding and ill looks. SSI, 240, Poor Folk, letter of July 1. A poor man, but a man with ambition, such is Makar Devishkin according to Dostoevsky's concept. He constantly senses the ill look of this other upon him, a glance which is either reproachful or, perhaps even worse in his eyes, mocking. For heroes of the prouder type, the worst glance another could cast is a compassionate one. Under this other's glance even Devishkin's speech cringes. He, like the hero from the underground, is constantly eavesdropping on others' words about him. The poor man is exacting, he takes a different view of God's world, and looks askance at every passerby and turns a troubled gaze about him and looks to every word, wondering whether people are not talking about him. SSI, 153, Poor Folk, letter of August 1. This sideward glance at a socially alien discourse determines not only the style and tone of Makar Devishkin's speech, but also his very manner of thinking and experiencing, of seeing and understanding himself and the little world that surrounds him. Between the most superficial elements of a character's manner of speech, the form in which he expresses himself, and the ultimate foundations of his worldview, Dostoevsky always creates a profound organic bond. A person is wholly present in his every gesture. And the orientation of one person to another person's discourse and consciousness is, in essence, the basic theme of all of Dostoevsky's works. The hero's attitude toward himself is inseparably bound up with his attitude toward another, and with the attitude of another toward him. His consciousness of self is constantly perceived against the background of the other's consciousness of him, I for myself against the background of I for another. Thus the hero's words about himself are structured under the continuous influence of someone else's words about him. This theme is developed in various works through various forms, filled with varying content and on various spiritual levels. In Poor Folk, the self-consciousness of a poor man unfolds against the background of a consciousness about him that is socially alien to him. His affirmation of self sounds like a continuous hidden polemic or hidden dialogue with some other person on the theme of himself. In Dostoevsky's early works this is still given rather simple and direct expression. Dialogue has not yet gone within, not yet, so to speak, entered the very atoms of thought and experience. The hero's world is still small, and the heroes are not yet ideologists. Even the very social degradation of the characters makes their internal sideward glance and internal polemic quite direct and clear-cut, without the highly complex internal loopholes that grow into whole ideological constructions in Dostoevsky's final works. But the profound dialogic and polemical nature of self-awareness and self-affirmation is already revealed here with the utmost clarity. A day or two ago, in private conversation, Yevstafy Ivanovich said that the most important virtue in a citizen was to earn money. He said in jest, I know it was in jest, that morality consists in not being a burden to anyone. Well, I'm not a burden to anyone. My crust of bread is my own. It is true it is a plain crust of bread, at times a dry one, but there it is, earned by my toil and put to lawful and irreproachable use. Why, what can one do? I know very well, of course, that I don't do much by copying, but all the same I am proud of working and earning my bread in the sweat of my brow. Why, what if I am a copying clerk, after all? What harm is there in copying, after all? He's a copying clerk, they say, but what is there discreditable in that? So I see now that I am necessary, that I am indispensable, and that it's no use to worry a man with nonsense. Well, let me be a rat if the like, since they've see a resemblance. But the rat is necessary, but the rat is of service, but the rat is depended upon, but the rat is given a reward, so that's the sort of rat he is. Enough about that subject though, my own. I did not intend to talk about that at all, but I got a little heated. Besides, it's pleasant from time to do oneself justice. SSI, 125-26, Poor Folk, letter of June 12. In an even sharper polemic, Makar Devishkin's self-awareness is revealed when he recognizes himself in Gogol's overcoat. He perceives the story as someone else's words about him personally, and he seeks to destroy those words polemically as something not adequate to him. But let us now take a closer look at the very structure of this word with a sideward glance. In the first excerpt cited, where Devishkin is casting an anxious sideward glance at Varenka Dobrozlova while he informs her of his new room, we already notice the peculiar interruptions in speech that determine its syntactic and accentual structure. The other's rejoinder wedges its way, as it were, into his speech, and although this rejoinder is in fact absent, its influence brings about a radical accentual and syntactic restructuring of that speech. The rejoinder is not actually present, but its shadow, its trace, falls on his speech, and that shadow, that trace is real. But sometimes the other's rejoinder, quite apart from its influence on the accentual and syntactic structure, leaves behind in Makar Devishkin's speech one or two of its own words, and sometimes a whole sentence, so don't you imagine, my darling, there is anything else about it, any mysterious significance in it. Here he is living in the kitchen. Well, if you like, I really am living in the kitchen, behind the partition, but that is nothing. The word kitchen bursts into Devishkin's speech from out of the other's potential speech, which Devishkin anticipates. This word is presented with the other's accent, which Devishkin somewhat exaggerates polemically. He does not accept this accent, although he cannot help recognizing its power, and he tries to evade it by all sorts of reservations, partial concessions, and extenuations, all of which distort the structure of his speech. From this other discourse embedded in him, circles fan out, as it were, across the smooth surface of his speech, furrowing it. Apart from this obviously alien discourse with its obviously alien accent, the majority of words in the quoted passage are chosen by the speaker from two points of view simultaneously, as he himself understands them and wants others to understand them, and as another might actually understand them. Here the other's accent is only hinted at, but it already gives rise to a reservation or a hesitation in speech. The embedding of words and especially of accents from the other's rejoinder in Dostoevsky's speech is even more marked and obvious in the second of the quoted passages. The words containing the other's polemically exaggerated accent are even enclosed here in quotation marks. He's a copying clerk. In the preceding lines the word copy is repeated 3 times. In each of these 3 instances the other's potential accent is present in the word copy, but it is suppressed by Dostoevsky's own accent. However, it becomes constantly stronger, until it finally breaks through and assumes the form of the other's direct speech. We are presented here, therefore, with gradations of gradual intensification in the other's accent. I know very well, of course, that I don't do much by copying. Then follows a reservation, MB. Why, what if I am a copying clerk, after all? What harm is there in copying? After all, he's a copying clerk. We have indicated by italics and underscoring the other's accent and its gradual intensification, which finally dominates utterly the line of discourse enclosed in quotation marks. But even in these final words, obviously belonging to the other, Dostoevsky's own voice is present too, for he polemically exaggerates the other's accent. As the other person's accent intensifies, so does Dostoevsky's counter-accent. We can descriptively define all the above-mentioned phenomena in the following way: the hero's self-awareness was penetrated by someone else's consciousness of him, the hero's own self-utterance was injected with someone else's words about him, the other's consciousness and the other's words then give rise to specific phenomena that determine the thematic development of Dostoevsky's self-awareness, its breaking points, loopholes, and protests on the one hand, and on the other the hero's speech. With its accentual interruptions, syntactic breaking points, repetitions, reservations, and long-windedness. We might offer this graphic definition and explanation of the same phenomena. Let us imagine 2 rejoinders of the most intense dialogue, a discourse and a counter-discourse, which, instead of following one after the other and being uttered by 2 different mouths, are superimposed one on the other and merge into a single utterance issuing from a single mouth. These 2 rejoinders move in opposite directions and clash with one another, therefore their overlapping and merging into a single utterance results in a most intense mutual interruption. This collision of 2 rejoinders, each integral in itself and single accented, is now transformed, in the new utterance resulting from their fusion, into the most acute interruption of voices, contradictory in every detail, in every atom of the utterance. The dialogic collision has gone within, into the subtlest structural elements of speech, and correspondingly, of consciousness. The above quoted passage could be approximately paraphrased in the following crude dialogue between Dostoevsky and the other person. The other, one must know how to earn a lot of money. One shouldn't be a burden to anyone. But you are a burden to others. Dostoevsky, I'm not a burden to anyone. I've got my own piece of bread. The other, but what a piece of bread it is. Today it's there, and tomorrow it's gone. And it's probably a dry one, at that. Dostoevsky, it is true it is a plain crust of bread, at times a dry one, but there it is, earned by my toil and put to lawful and irreproachable use. The other, but what kind of toil? All you do is copy. You're not capable of anything else. Dostoevsky, well, what can one do? I know very well, of course, that I don't do much by copying, but all the same I am proud of it. The other, oh, there's something to be proud of, all right. Copying. It's disgraceful. Dostoevsky, well, in fact really, so what if I am just a copying clerk? Etc. It is as if the overlapping and merging of these sides of dialogue into a single voice had resulted in Devishkin's self-utterance quoted above. Of course, this imagined dialogue is extremely primitive, just as the content of Devishkin's consciousness is still primitive. For this is ultimately still an Akaki Akakievik, enlightened by self-consciousness, who has acquired speech and is elaborating a style. But then the formal structure of his self-consciousness and self-utterances is, because of its primitiveness and crudeness, extremely well marked and clear. For this reason we are examining it in such detail. All the truly essential self-utterances of Dostoevsky's later heroes could also be turned into dialogues, since all of them arose, as it were, out of two merged rejoinders, but the interruption of voices in them goes so deep, into such subtle elements of thought and discourse, that to turn them into a visible and crude dialogue such as we have done with Devishkin's self-utterance is of course utterly impossible. The phenomena which we have examined here, the result of a second and alien discourse functioning inside the consciousness and speech of the hero, are presented in Poor Folk in the stylistic garb of the speech of a petty Petersburg clerk. The structural characteristics we have noted, the word with a sideward glance, discourse concealing a hidden polemic, internally dialogic discourse, are refracted here in a strictly and skillfully sustained manner that is socio-typical of Devishkin's speech. Point 10. For this reason all these phenomena of language, reservations, repetitions, diminutives, the diversity of particles and interjections, would not be possible, in the form in which they occur here, in the mouths of other Dostoevskian heroes. Belonging to another social world. The same phenomena would appear in a different socio-typical and individually characteristic speech profile. But their essence remains the same, the crossing and intersection, in every element of consciousness and discourse, of two consciousnesses, two points of view, two evaluations, two voices interrupting one another intra-atomically. In the same socio-typical speech environment, but in a different individually characteristic manner, Dostoevsky constructs the discourse of Galyatkin. In the double, the characteristic trait of consciousness and speech that we examined above is expressed with a sharpness and clarity not found in any other work of Dostoevsky's. The tendencies already embedded in Makar Devishkin are developed here with extraordinary boldness and consistency, carried to their conceptual limits, on the basis of the same deliberately primitive, simple, and crude material. We cite below the semantic structure and speech profile of Galyatkin's discourse in a parodic stylization done by Dostoevsky himself, in a letter written to his brother while working on the double. As in any parodic stylization, there is an obvious and crude emphasis upon the basic characteristics and tendencies of Galyatkin's discourse. Yakov Petrovich Galyatkin holds his own completely. He's a terrible scoundrel and there's no approaching him, he refuses to move forward, pretending that he's not ready yet, that for the present he's on his own, he's all right, nothing is the matter, but that if it comes to that, then he can do that too. Why not? What's to prevent it? He's just like everyone else, he's nothing special, just like everyone else. What's it to him? A scoundrel, a terrible scoundrel. He'll never agree to end his career before the middle of November. He's just now spoken with His Excellency, and he just may, and why shouldn't he, be ready to announce his retirement. 11. As we shall see. The double itself is narrated in this same style, parodying the hero. But to that narration we shall return later. The influence of another person's words on Galyatkin's speech is absolutely obvious. We immediately sense that his speech, like Devishkin's, gravitates neither toward itself nor toward its referential object. Galyatkin's interrelationships with another's speech and another's consciousness are, however, quite different from Devishkin's. And for this reason the traits in Galyatkin's style produced by the other's discourse are of a different sort. Galyatkin's speech seeks, above all, to simulate total independence from the other's words, he's on his own, he's all right. This simulation of independence and indifference also leads to endless repetitions, reservations, and long-windedness, but here they are directed not outward, not toward another, but toward Galyatkin's own self. He persuades himself, reassures and comforts himself, plays the role of another person vis-a-vis himself. Galyatkin's comforting dialogues with himself are the most prominent trait of the whole story. Along with the simulation of indifference, however, goes another attitude toward the other's discourse, the desire to hide from it, to avoid attracting attention to himself, to bury himself in the crowd, to go unnoticed. After all, he's just like everyone else, he's nothing special, just like everyone else. But in this he is trying to convince not himself, but another. Finally, there is a third attitude toward the other's discourse, concession, subordination to it, a submissive assimilation of it, as if Galyatkin thought the same way himself and sincerely agreed with it. If it comes to that, then he can do that too. Why not? What's to prevent it? Such are Galyatkin's three general lines of orientation, and they are complicated by other secondary but rather important ones. Each of these three lines in itself gives rise to very complex phenomena in Galyatkin's consciousness and discourse. We shall concentrate primarily on his simulation of independence and composure. The pages of The Double are filled, as we have said, with the hero's dialogues with himself. It could be said that Galyatkin's entire inner life develops dialogically. We quote two examples of such dialogue. "Will it be all right, though," went on our hero, stepping out of his carriage at the porch of a 5-story house on Litany Street, beside which he had ordered the vehicle to stop. "Will it be all right? Is it a proper thing to do? Will this be the right time? However, does it really matter?" he continued as he mounted the stairs, breathing hard and trying to control the beating of his heart, which always seemed to beat hard on other people's stairs. "Does it matter? I've come about my own business, after all, and there's nothing reprehensible in that. It would be stupid to try to keep anything from him. So I'll just make it appear that it's nothing special, I just happened to be driving past. He will see that's how it must have been." SSI, p. 215, The Double, CHI. The second example of interior dialogue is considerably more complex and pointed. Galyatkin conducts it after the appearance of the double, that is, after the second voice has already become objectified for him within his own field of vision. Thus Mr. Galyatkin's delighted mood expressed itself, but all the time something went on nagging away at the back of his mind, a kind of ache, which sometimes so drained his spirits that Mr. Galyatkin did not know where to turn for consolation. However, we'll wait a day, and then we can be happy. Still, what does it amount to, after all? Well, we'll think about it, and we'll see. Well, let's think it over, my young friend, let's discuss it. Well, he's a man like you to begin with, exactly the same. Well, what of that? If that's what he is, ought I to weep over it? What's it got to do with me? I'm outside it, I just whistle, that's all. Let him work. Well, it's something strange and queer, just like the Siamese twins, as they call them. Well, why them, the Siamese twins? All right, they're twins, but even the very greatest people have seemed a bit queer sometimes. Why, even in history, it's well known the famous Suvorov crowed like a cock. Well, but that was all for political reasons, and great generals. But why talk about generals? I go my own way, that's all, and I don't want to know anybody, and in my innocence I scorn my enemies. I am no intriguer, and I'm proud to say it. Honest, straightforward, orderly, agreeable, mild. SSI, pages 268-69, The Double, ch. 6. The first question that arises concerns the function of this dialogue with the self in Galyatkin's spiritual life. The question can be briefly answered thus: the dialogue allows him to substitute his own voice for the voice of another person. This substituting function of Galyatkin's second voice is felt in everything. Without understanding it we cannot understand his interior dialogues. Galyatkin addresses himself as if addressing another person, my young friend. He praises himself as only another person could, and verbally caresses himself with tender familiarity, Yakov Petrovich, my dear fellow, you little Galyatka you, what a nice little name you have, he reassures and encourages himself with the authoritative tone of an older, more self-confident person. But this second voice of Galyatkin's, confident and calmly self-satisfied, cannot possibly merge with his first voice, the uncertain timid one. The dialogue cannot be transformed into the integral and confident monologue of a single Galyatkin. Moreover, that second voice is to such a degree unable to merge with the first, it feels so threateningly independent, that in place of comforting and encouraging tones there begin to appear teasing, mocking, and treacherous ones. With astonishing tact and artistry Dostoevsky transfers, almost imperceptibly to the reader, Galyatkin's second voice from his interior dialogue to the narration itself. It begins to sound like an outside voice, the voice of the narrator. But of the narration we shall speak somewhat later. Galyatkin's second voice must compensate for the inadequate recognition he receives from the other person. Galyatkin wants to get by without such recognition, wants to get by, so to speak, on his own. But this on his own inevitably takes the form of you and I, my friend Galyatkin, that is, it takes dialogic form. In actual fact Galyatkin lives only in another, lives by his reflection in another. Will it be all right? Is it a proper thing to do? And this question is always answered from the possible and presumed point of view of another person. Galyatkin will pretend that nothing is the matter, that he just happened to be driving by, and the other person will see that that's how it must have been. It is in the reaction of the other person, in his discourse and his response, that the whole matter lies. There is no way that the confidence of Galyatkin's second voice can rule all of him, nor can it actually take the place of another real person. For him, another's words are the most important thing. Although Mr. Galyatkin had said all this about his independence, with the utmost possible distinctness and clarity, confidently, weighing his words and calculating their probable effect, nevertheless it was now with anxiety, with the utmost anxiety, that he gazed at Christian Ivanovitch. Now he had become all eyes, and awaited Christian Ivanovitch's answer with sad and melancholy impatience. SSI, pages 220-21, the double, ch2. In this second excerpt of interior dialogue, the substituting functions of the second voice are absolutely clear. But here there appears in addition a third voice, the direct voice of the other, interrupting the second merely substitute voice. Thus elements appear here that are completely analogous to those we analyzed in Devishkin's speech, words of the other, words partially belonging to the other, and the corresponding accentual interruptions. Well, it's something strange and queer, just like the Siamese twins, as they call them. Well, why them, the Siamese twins? All right, they're twins, but even the very greatest people have seemed a bit queer sometimes. Why, even in history, it's well known the famous Suvorov crowed like a cock. Well, but that was all for political reasons, and great generals. But why talk about generals? Everywhere here, but especially where ellipses appear, the anticipated responses of others wedge themselves in. This passage too could be unfolded in the form of a dialogue. But here it is more complex. While in Devishkin's speech a single integrated voice polemicized with the other person, here there are two voices, one confident, even too confident, and the other too timid, giving in to everything, capitulating totally. Point 12. Galyatkin's second voice, the voice substituting for another person, his first voice hiding away from the other's word, I'm like everyone else, I'm all right, and then finally giving in to that other word, in that case, I'm ready, and, finally, that genuinely other voice forever resounding in him. These three voices are so complexly interrelated that the material provided by them is adequate for the entire intrigue and permits the whole novel to be constructed on them alone. The actual event, namely the unsuccessful courting of Clara Alsufievna, and all the circumstances accompanying it are in fact not represented in the novel at all. They serve only as the stimulus setting inner voices in motion. They make immediate and intensify that inner conflict that is the real object of representation in the novel. Except for Galyatkin and his double, No other characters take any real part whatsoever in the intrigue, which unfolds entirely within the bounds of Galyatkin's self-consciousness. The other characters merely provide raw material, add, as it were, the fuel necessary for the intense work of that self-consciousness. The external, intentionally obscure intrigue, everything of importance has already taken place before the novel begins, serves also as a firm, barely discernible frame for Galyatkin's inner intrigue. The novel tells the story of Galyatkin's desire to do without the other's consciousness, to do without recognition by another, his desire to avoid the other and assert his own self, and what resulted from this. Dostoevsky intended the double as a confession 13, not in the personal sense, of course, that is, as the representation of an event that takes place within the bounds of self-consciousness. The double is the first dramatized confession in Dostoevsky's work. At the base of the intrigue, therefore, lies Galyatkin's attempt, in view of the total non-recognition of his personality on the part of others, to find for himself a substitute for the other. Galyatkin plays at being an independent person, his consciousness plays at confidence and self-sufficiency. At the dinner party where Galyatkin is publicly humiliated, this new and acute experience of collision with another person intensifies the split in his personality. Galyatkin's second voice overexerts itself in a desperate simulation of self-sufficiency, in order to save Galyatkin's face. It is impossible for this second voice to merge with Galyatkin. On the contrary, treacherous tones of ridicule grow louder and louder in it. It provokes and teases Galyatkin, it casts off its mask. The double appears. The inner conflict is dramatized, Galyatkin's intrigue with the double begins. The double speaks in Galyatkin's own words, bringing with him no new words or tones. At first he pretends to be a cringing Galyatkin, Galyatkin surrendering. When Galyatkin brings the double home with him, the latter looks and behaves like the first and uncertain voice in Galyatkin's internal dialogue, will it be all right, is it a proper thing to do, etc. The visitor, the double, MB, evidently felt highly embarrassed and extremely shy. He humbly followed his host's every movement and caught his every look, apparently trying to guess his thoughts from them. All his gestures expressed something meek, downtrodden, and cowed, so that at that moment he was, if the comparison is permissible, like a man who for want of his own clothes is wearing somebody else's. The sleeves have crept halfway up his arms, the waist is almost round his neck, and he is either constantly tugging at the too short waistcoat, or sliding away somewhere out of the way, or striving to find somewhere to hide, or looking into everybody's eyes and straining to hear whether people are talking about his plight and laughing at him or ashamed of him, and the poor man blushes, he loses his presence of mind, his pride suffers. SSI, 270-71, The Double, ch. 7. This is a characterization of the cringing and self-effacing Galyatkin. The double speaks, too, in the tones and style of Galyatkin's first voice. The part of the second voice, confident and tenderly reassuring in its relation to the double, is played by Galyatkin himself, who this time seems to have merged totally with that voice. Well, you know, Yakov Petrovich, you and I are going to get on well together, said our hero. You and I, Yakov Petrovich, will get on like a house on fire, we'll live together like brothers, the two of us will be very clever, old chap, very clever we're going to be, we'll be the ones to intrigue against them. Intrigue against them, that's what we'll do. After all, I know you, Yakov Petrovich, I understand what you're like, you blurt out everything straight away, like the honest soul that you are. You just keep away from all of them, old man. SSI, 276, The Double, ch. 714. But later on the roles change, the treacherous double takes over the tone of Galyatkin's second voice, parodically exaggerating its affectionate familiarity. At their very next meeting in the office the double has already assumed this tone, and he sustains it until the end of the story, now and then himself emphasizing the identity between expressions from his own speech and Galyatkin's words, the words spoken by him during their first conversation. During one of their meetings at the office, the double, familiarly poking Galyatkin, said to him, with a smile full of the most venomous and far-reaching implications, "Oh no, you don't, Yakov Petrovitch, my little friend, oh no, you don't. We'll dodge you, Yakov Petrovitch, we'll dodge you." SSI, 289, the double, ch8. Or a little later, before their eye-to-eye confrontation in the coffee house. "You've talked me over, my dear boy," said Mr. Galyatkin Jr., climbing down from the cab and shamelessly clapping him on the shoulder. "You're such a good sort, for you, Yakov Petrovitch, I'm willing to take a side street, as you so rightly remarked that time, Yakov Petrovitch. You're a sly one, you know, you do whatever you like with a man." SSI, 337, the double, ch11. This transferal of words from one mouth to another, where the content remains the same although the tone and ultimate meaning are changed, is a fundamental device of Dostoevsky's. He forces his heroes to recognize themselves, their idea, their own words, their orientation, their gesture in another person, in whom all these phenomena change their integrated and ultimate meaning and take on a different sound, the sound of parody or ridicule. 15. Almost all of Dostoevsky's major heroes, as we have said elsewhere, have their partial double in another person or even in several other people, Stavrogin and Ivan Karamazov. In his last work Dostoevsky again returned to the device of fully embodying the second voice, this time, to be sure, on deep and more subtle grounds. In its externally formal plan Ivan Karamazov's dialogue with the devil is analogous to those interior dialogues that Galyatkin conducts with himself and with his double, for all the dissimilarity in situation and in ideological content, essentially one and the same artistic task is being solved here. Thus does Galyatkin's intrigue with his double unfold, and it unfolds as the dramatized crisis of his self-consciousness, as a dramatized confession. The action cannot go beyond the bounds of self-consciousness, since the dramatis personae are no more than isolated elements of that self-consciousness. The actors here are the three voices into which Galyatkin's voice and consciousness have been dismantled, his I for myself, which cannot manage without another person and without that person's recognition, his fictitious I for the other, reflections in the other, that is, Galyatkin's second substituting voice, and finally the genuinely other voice which does not recognize Galyatkin and yet is not depicted as actually existing outside Galyatkin, since there are no other autonomous characters in the work. 16 What results is a peculiar sort of mystery play, or rather morality play, in which the actors are not whole people but rather the spiritual forces battling within them, a morality play, however, stripped of any formalism or abstract allegizing. But who tells the story in the double? What is the positioning of the narrator and what sort of voice does he have? In the narration too we do not find a single element that exceeds the bounds of Galyatkin's self-consciousness, not a single word or a single tone that could not have been part of his interior dialogue with himself or his dialogue with his double. The narrator picks up on Galyatkin's words and thoughts, intensifies the teasing, mocking tones embedded in them, and in these tones portrays Galyatkin's every act, every gesture, every movement. We have already said that Galyatkin's second voice, through imperceptible transitions, merges with the voice of the narrator. One gets the impression that the narration is dialogically addressed to Galyatkin himself, it rings in Galyatkin's own ears as another's voice taunting him, as the voice of his double, although formally the narration is addressed to the reader. This is how the narrator describes Galyatkin's behavior at the most fateful moment in his escapades, when he tries, uninvited, to gain entrance to the ball at all Sofy Ivanovitch's. Let us rather turn to Mr. Galyatkin, the real and sole hero of our true-to-life story. The fact is that he is now in a position that is, to say the least, extremely strange. He is here too, ladies and gentlemen, that is to say not at the ball, but almost at the ball. He is all right, ladies and gentlemen, he may be on his own, yet at this moment he stands upon a path that is not altogether straight. He stands now, it is strange even to say it, he stands now in the passage from the back entrance of Alsufy Ivanovich's flat. But that he is standing there means nothing, he is all right. He is standing, though, ladies and gentlemen, in a corner, lurking in a much darker, if no warmer, place, half concealed by an enormous cupboard and an old screen, among every kind of dusty rubbish, trash, and lumber, hiding until the proper time and meanwhile only watching the progress of the general business in the capacity of casual looker-on. He is only watching now, ladies and gentlemen, but, you know, he may also go in, ladies and gentlemen. Why not? He has only to take a step, and he is in, and in very neatly. SSI, 239-40, the double, ch4. In the structure of this narration we observe two voices interrupting each other, and the same merging of two rejoinders that we had earlier observed in the utterances of Makar Devishkin. But here the roles have changed, here it is as if the other person's rejoinder has swallowed up the rejoinder of the hero. The narration glitters with Galyatkin's own words, he is all right, he's on his own, etc. But these words are uttered by the narrator with ridicule, and somewhat with reproach, directed at Galyatkin himself and constructed in a form meant to touch his sore spots and provoke him. The mocking narration imperceptibly passes over into the speech of Galyatkin himself. The question why not, belongs to Galyatkin himself, but is given in the teasing, aggressive intonation of the narrator. Even this intonation, however, is not in essence alien to the consciousness of Galyatkin himself. All this could ring in his own head, as his second voice. In fact, the author could at any point insert quotation marks without changing the tone, voice, or construction of the sentence. Somewhat further he does exactly that. So there he is now, ladies and gentlemen, waiting for the chance to do things quietly, and he has been waiting for exactly 2.5 hours. Why not wait? Velil himself used to wait. But what's Velil got to do with this, thought Mr. Galyatkin. Who's Velil, anyhow? And what if I were to just go through? Oh you, bit player, you. SSI, 241, the double, ch4. But why not insert quotation marks 2 sentences earlier, before the words why not wait, or even earlier, changing the words so there he is now, ladies and gentlemen. To Galyatka, old boy, or some other form of address by Galyatkin to his own self. Of course the quotation marks are not inserted at random. They are inserted in such a way as to make the transition especially subtle and imperceptible. Velil's name appears in the narrator's last sentence and in the hero's first. Galyatkin's words seem to continue the narration uninterruptedly and answer it in an interior dialogue. Velil himself used to wait. But what's Velil got to do with this? These are in fact detached rejoinders in Galyatkin's interior dialogue with himself. One side entered the narration, the other remained with Galyatkin. A phenomenon has occurred that is quite the reverse of what we had observed earlier, when we witnessed the interruption-prone merging of 2 rejoinders. But the result is the same, a double-voiced, interruption-prone construction with all the accompanying phenomena. The field of action is the same, too, a single self-consciousness. Authority in that consciousness, however, has been seized by the other's discourse, which has made its home in it. We shall quote another example with the same vacillating borders between the narration and the hero's discourse. Galyatkin has made up his mind and has at last entered the hall where the ball is going on, and finds himself before Clara Alsufyevna. There is not the slightest doubt he could most gladly have sunk through the floor at that moment without so much as blinking, but what's done can't be undone. No, indeed it can't. What was he to do? If things go wrong, stand your ground, if all goes well, stand firm. Mr. Galyatkin, of course, was not an intriguer, nor was he good at polishing the parquet with his shoes. Well, now the worst had happened. And besides, the Jesuits were mixed up in it somehow. However, Mr. Galyatkin had no time for them now. SSI, 242-43, the double, ch4. The passage is interesting because it contains no grammatically direct discourse belonging to Galyatkin himself, and thus there is no justification for setting off words in quotation marks. The portion of the narration in quotation marks here was set that way, apparently, through a mistake of the editor. Dostoevsky probably set off only the proverb, if things go wrong, stand your ground, if all goes well, stand firm. The next sentence is given in the third person, although, of course, it belongs to Galyatkin himself. Further on, the pauses marked by ellipses also belong to Galyatkin's inner speech. The sentences preceding and following these ellipses, judging by their accents, relate to one another as do rejoinders in an interior dialogue. The two adjacent sentences with the Jesuits are completely analogous to the above quoted sentences on Velil, set off from one another by quotation marks. Finally, one more excerpt, where perhaps the opposite mistake was committed, quotation marks were not inserted where grammatically they should have been. Galyatkin, driven from the ball, rushes home through a snowstorm and meets a passerby who later turns out to be his double. It was not that he feared this might be some bad character, it was simply perhaps. And besides, who knows? The thought came unbidden into Mr. Galyatkin's mind, perhaps this passerby is, he, himself, perhaps he is here and, what matters most, he is not here for nothing, he has a purpose, he is crossing my path, he will brush against me. SSI, 252, the double, CHV. Here the ellipsis serves as a dividing line between the narration and Galyatkin's direct inner speech, which is structured in the first person, my path brush against me. But they are merged so closely here that one really does not want to insert quotation marks. For this sentence, after all, must be read with a single voice, albeit an internally dialogized one. Stunningly successful here is the transition from the narration to the hero's speech. We feel, as it were, the wave of a single speech current, one that carries us without dams or barriers from the narration into the hero's soul and out again into the narration. We feel that we are moving essentially within the circle of a single consciousness. One could cite many more examples proving that the narration is a direct continuation and development of Galyatkin's second voice and that it is addressed dialogically to the hero, but even the above examples are sufficient. The whole work is constructed, therefore, entirely as an interior dialogue of three voices within the limits of a single dismantled consciousness. Every essential aspect of it lies at a point of intersection of these three voices, at a point where they abruptly, agonizingly interrupt one another. Invoking our image, we could say that this is not yet polyphony, but no longer homophony. One and the same word, idea, phenomenon is passed through three voices and in each voice sounds differently. The same set of words, tones, inner orientations is passed through the outer speech of Galyatkin, through the speech of the narrator and through the speech of the double, and these three voices are turned to face one another, they speak not about each other but with each other. Three voices sing the same line, but not in unison, rather, each carries its own part. But these voices have not yet become fully independent real voices, they are not yet three autonomous consciousnesses. This occurs only in Dostoevsky's longer novels. In the double there is no monologic discourse gravitating solely toward itself and its referential object. Each word is dismantled dialogically, each word contains an interruption of voices, but there is not yet an authentic dialogue of unmerged consciousnesses such as will later appear in the novels. Already the rudiments of counterpoint are here, it is implied in the very structure of the discourse. The analyses of the sort we have offered here are already, as it were, contrapuntal analyses, speaking figuratively, of course. But these new connections have not yet gone beyond the bounds of monologic material. Relentlessly ringing in Galyatkin's ears are the provocative and mocking voice of the narrator and the voice of the double. The narrator shouts into Galyatkin's ear Galyatkin's own words and thoughts, but in another, hopelessly alien, hopelessly censuring and mocking tone. This second voice is present in every one of Dostoevsky's heroes, and in his final novel, as we have said, it again takes on an independent existence. The devil shouts into Ivan Karamazov's ear Ivan's very own words, commenting mockingly on his decision to confess in court and repeating in an alien tone his most intimate thoughts. We shall not take up here the actual dialogue between Ivan and the devil, since the principles of authentic dialogue will concern us further on. But we shall quote the passage immediately following this dialogue, Ivan's agitated story to Alyosha. Its structure is analogous to the previously analyzed structure of the double. The same principle obtains for combining voices, although to be sure everything here is deeper and more complex. In this story Ivan passes his own personal thoughts and decisions simultaneously through two voices, he transmits them in two different tonalities. In the quoted excerpt we omit Alyosha's side of the dialogue, for his real voice does not yet fit into our scheme. What interests us now is only the intra-atomic counterpoint of voices, their combination solely within the bounds of a single dismantled consciousness, that is, a microdialogue. He's been teasing me. And you know he does it so cleverly, so cleverly. Conscience. What is conscience? I make it up for myself. Why am I tormented by it? From habit. From the universal habit of mankind for 7,000 years. So let us give it up, and we shall be gods. It was he who said that, it was he who said that. Yes, but he is spiteful. He laughed at me. He was impudent, Alyosha, Ivan said, with a shudder of offense. But he was unfair to me about lots of things. He told lies about me to my face. Oh, you are going to perform an act of heroic virtue, to confess you murdered your father, that the lackey murdered him at your instigation. That's what he says, and he knows it. You are going to perform an act of heroic virtue, and you don't believe in virtue, that's what tortures you and makes you angry, that's why you are so vindictive. He said that to me about me and he knows what he says. Yes, he knows how to torment one. He's cruel, Ivan went on, unheeding. I had an inkling from the first what he came for. Granting that you go through pride, still you had a hope that Smerdyakov might be convicted and sent to Siberia, and Mitya would be acquitted, while you would only be punished with moral condemnation, do you hear? He laughed then, and some people will praise you. But now Smerdyakov's dead, he has hanged himself, and who'll believe you alone? But yet you'll go all the same, you've decided to go. What are you going for now? That's awful, Alyosha. I can't endure such questions. Who dare ask me such questions? SSX, 184-85, The Brothers Karamazov, Part 4, Book 11, ch. 10. All the loopholes in Ivan's thoughts, all his sideward glances at another's words and another's consciousness, all his attempts to get around the other's words and to replace them in his soul with an affirmation of his own self, all the reservations of his conscience that serve to interrupt his every thought, his every word and experience, condense and thicken here into the completed replies of the devil. Ivan's words and the devil's replies do not differ in content but only in tone, only in accent. But this change of accent changes their entire ultimate meaning. The devil, as it were, transfers to the main clause what had been for Ivan merely a subordinate clause, uttered under his breath and without independent accent, and the content of the main clause he makes into an unaccented subordinate clause. Ivan's reservation concerning the main motive for his decision is transformed by the devil into the main motive, and the main motive becomes merely a reservation. What results is a combination of voices that is highly intense and maximally eventful, but which at the same time is not dependent on any opposition in content or plot. But of course this full dialogization of Ivan's consciousness is, as is always the case with Dostoevsky, prepared for in a leisurely fashion. The other's discourse gradually, stealthily penetrates the consciousness and speech of the hero, now in the form of a pause where one would not be appropriate in monologically confident speech, now in the form of someone else's accent breaking up the sentence, now in the form of an abnormally heightened, exaggerated, or anguished personal tone, and so on. From Ivan's first words and from his entire inner orientation in Zosima's cell, through his conversations with Alyosha, with his father, and especially with Smerdyakov before his departure to Chermashna, and finally through his 3 meetings with Smerdyakov after the murder, this process of the gradual dialogic dismantling of Ivan's consciousness stretches out, a process more profound and ideologically complicated than was the case with Galyadkin, but structurally fully analogous to it. Someone else's voice whispering into the ear of the hero his own words with a displaced accent, and the resulting unrepeatably unique combination of varidirectional words and voices within a single word, a single speech, the intersection of 2 consciousnesses in a single consciousness, in one form or another, to one degree or another, in one ideological direction or another, all this is present in every one of Dostoevsky's works. This contrapuntal combination of varidirectional voices within the bounds of a single consciousness also serves him as the basis, the ground, on which he introduces other real voices as well. But we will return to that later. At this point we would like to quote one passage from Dostoevsky where, with stunning artistic power, he offers a musical image for the interrelationship of voices analyzed by us above. This page from The Adolescent is all the more interesting because in his works Dostoevsky, with the exception of this passage, almost never speaks of music. Trichetov is telling the adolescent of his love for music, and explains to him his plan for an opera. "Tell me, do you like music? I'm crazy about music. I'll play you something when I come to see you. I've studied piano for years seriously, and I can play really well. If I were to compose an opera, I'd choose a theme from Faust. I love Faust. I keep composing music for that scene in the cathedral, oh, just in my head, of course. The interior of that Gothic cathedral, the choir, the hymns. In comes Gretchen. The choir is medieval, you can hear the 15th century at once. Gretchen is in despair. First, a recitative, played very softly, but full of suffering and terror, while the choir thunders grimly, sternly, and impersonally, dies irae, dies illa. And then, all of a sudden, the devil's voice sings the devil's song. You can't see him, there's only his song mingling with the hymns, almost blending into them, although it's completely different from them. I must manage to convey that somehow. The devil's song is long, persistent. A tenor, it absolutely must be a tenor. It begins softly and tenderly, do you remember, Gretchen, when, still an innocent child, you came here with your mother and lisped your prayers from the old prayer book? But the devil's voice grows louder, more passionate, more intense, it floats on higher notes that contain despair, tears, and infinite, irretrievable hopelessness. There's no forgiveness, Gretchen, no forgiveness here for you. Gretchen wants to pray but only cries of pain come from her breast, you know, the breast shaken by sobs and convulsions. And all this time the devil's song continues and pierces her soul deeper and deeper like a spear, the notes get higher and higher and then, suddenly, it all breaks off in a shriek, accursed one, this is the end. Gretchen falls on her knees, her hands clasped in front of her. And then comes her prayer. Something very short, a semi-recitative, but completely simple, without ornamentation, again very medieval, only 4 lines. Stradella has a passage with a score a bit like that. And then, on the last note, she faints. There's general confusion, they pick her up, and suddenly the choir thunders forth. It must sound like an explosion of voices, an inspirational, triumphant, irresistible outburst, somewhat like borne on high by angels. So that everything is shaken to its foundations and it all merges into one single overwhelming, exalted hosanna. Like an outcry from the whole universe. And they carry Gretchen off, and just at that moment the curtain must fall. SS 7, 482-83, The Adolescent, Part 3, ch 5, 3. A part of that musical plan, although in the form of literary works, was indisputably realized by Dostoevsky, and realized quite frequently and with the most varied material. Point 17. But let us return to Galyatkin. We have not yet finished with him, or rather, we have not yet finished with the narrator's discourse. From an utterly different point of view, namely the point of view of linguistic stylistics, a definition of narration in the double analogous to ours has been provided by V. Vinogradov in his article The Style of the Petersburg Poem The Double 18. Here is Vinogradov's basic claim. The introduction of interjections and expressions from Galyatkin's speech into the narrational skaz achieves an effect whereby it seems, from time to time, that hidden behind the narrator's mask Galyatkin himself begins to appear, narrating his own adventures. In the double, this convergence of Mr. Galyatkin's controversial speech with the narrational skaz of the storyteller is further intensified, because in indirect speech Galyatkin's style remains unchanged, falling, therefore, to the author's responsibility. And since Galyatkin says the same thing over and over not only with his language but also with his glance, his appearance, his gestures and movements, it is fully understandable why almost all the descriptions, significantly making reference to the perpetual habits of Mr. Galyatkin, glitter with unmarked citations from his speech. After citing a series of examples where the narrator's speech coincides with Galyatkin's speech, Vinogradov continues. This number of excerpts could be considerably increased, but even the ones we have cited, illustrating this combination of Galyatkin's self-definitions and the minor verbal brush strokes of a detached observer, stress clearly enough the idea that the Petersburg poem, at least in many parts, expresses itself as a story about Galyatkin told by his double, that is, by a person with his language and concepts. The use of this innovative device explains the failure of the double. 19. Vinogradov's analysis is subtle and well substantiated and his conclusions are correct, but he remains, of course, within the bounds of his chosen method, and what is most important and fundamental simply cannot be fit within those bounds. Vinogradov, it seems to us, could not perceive the real uniqueness of syntax in the double, because syntactic structure here is not determined by the skaz in and of itself, nor by a clerk's conversational dialect, nor by official bureaucraties, but first and foremost by the collision and interruption of various accents within the bounds of a single syntactic whole, that is, precisely by the fact that this whole, while being one, accommodates in itself the accents of two voices. Furthermore, there is no understanding or indication of the fact that the narration is dialogically addressed to Galyatkin, a fact manifest in very clear external features, for example, in the fact that the first line Galyatkin speaks is quite often an obvious response to the sentence preceding it in the narration. There is no understanding, finally, of the fundamental connection between the narration and Galyatkin's interior dialogue. The narration, after all, makes no attempt to reproduce Galyatkin's speech in general, but directly continues only the speech of his second voice. On the whole, it is impossible, while remaining within the limits of linguistic stylistics, to tackle the proper artistic problem of style. No single formal linguistic definition of a word can cover all its artistic functions in the work. The authentic style-generating factors remain outside the field of vision available to linguistic stylistics. The style of the narration in the double contains yet another very fundamental feature, also correctly noted by Vinogradov but not explained by him. In the narrational skaz, he says, there is a predominance of motor images, and its basic stylistic device is the registering of movements independent of their repetitiveness. 20. In fact, the narration does, with the most tedious precision, register all the minutest movements of the hero, not sparing endless repetitions. The narrator is literally fettered to his hero, he cannot back off from him sufficiently to give a summarizing and integrated image of his deeds and actions. Such a generalizing image would already lie outside the hero's own field of vision, and on the whole such images presume some stable position on the outside. The narrator does not have access to such a position, he has none of the perspective necessary for an artistically finalizing summation of the hero's image or of his acts as a whole. 21. This peculiar feature of narration in the double is, with certain modifications, preserved throughout all of Dostoevsky's subsequent work. Narration in Dostoevsky is always narration without perspective. Employing a term from art criticism, we could say that Dostoevsky had no distance perspective on the hero and the event. The narrator finds himself in immediate proximity to the hero and to the ongoing event, and it is from this maximally close, a-perspectival point of view that he structures their representation. It is true that Dostoevsky's chroniclers write their notes after events have already come to a close and as if from a certain temporal perspective. The narrator of The Possessed, for example, quite often says, "Now, after everything is over, now, when we remember all this," etc., but in fact he structures his narration without any significant perspective at all. However, in contrast to narration in The Double, Dostoevsky's later narrations make no effort to register all the minutest movements of the hero, they are not at all long-winded, and are completely devoid of any repetitions. Narration in Dostoevsky's later period is brief, dry, and even somewhat abstract, especially in those places where information is provided about earlier events. But this brevity and dryness of narration, sometimes bordering on Gil Blas, results not from perspective, but on the contrary, from a lack of perspective. Such deliberate lack of perspective is preordained by Dostoevsky's entire artistic plan, for, as we know, a firm and finalized image of the hero and the event is excluded in advance from that plan. But let us return again to narration in The Double. In addition to its above-mentioned relationship to the hero's speech, we notice in it yet another parodic intention. In the narration of The Double, as in Devishkin's letters, there are clear elements of literary parody. As early as Poor Folk, the author was already using the voice of his hero to refract parodic intentions. This he achieved by various means. The parodies were either simply introduced into Devishkin's letters and motivated by the plot, the excerpts from Radozyev's compositions, parodies on the high society novel, on the historical novel of the time, and finally on the naturalist school, or parodic brushstrokes were made part of the very structure of the story, for example, Teresa and Faldoni. And he introduced into the story, finally, a polemic with Gogol directly refracted through the hero's voice, a polemic parodically colored, Devishkin's reading of The Overcoat and his indignant reaction to it. In the subsequent episode, where the general helps the hero, there is a hidden juxtaposition to the episode with the important personage in Gogol's Overcoat, point 22. In The Double, a parodic stylization of the high style from Dead Souls is refracted through the narrator's voice. In general, The Double is sprinkled with parodic and semi-parodic allusions to various works of Gogol. It should be noted that these parodic tones in the narration are directly interwoven with a mimicry of Galyadkin. To introduce a parodic and polemical element into the narration is to make it more multi-voiced, more interruption-prone, no longer gravitating toward itself or its referential object. But literary parody, on the other hand, strengthens the element of literary conventionality in the narrator's discourse, depriving it even more of its independence and finalizing power in relation to the hero. In subsequent works as well, this element of literary conventionality, and the various forms used to expose it, always serve to intensify greatly the direct and autonomous signifying power of the hero and the independence of the hero's position. In this sense, literary conventionality, in Dostoevsky's overall plan, not only did not reduce the signifying and idea content of his novels, but on the contrary could only increase it, as was also the case, incidentally, with Jean-Paul and even with Stern. Dostoevsky's destruction in his works of the usual monologic orientation led him to exclude altogether from his construction certain elements of this monologic orientation, and conscientiously to neutralize others. One means of neutralization was literary conventionality, that is, introducing into the narration or into the principles of construction a conventionalized discourse, stylized or parodic. Point 23. As concerns a dialogic addressing of the narration to the hero, this feature did of course remain in Dostoevsky's subsequent works, but it changed shape and became deeper and more complex. No longer is every word of the narrator addressed to the hero, but rather the narration as a whole, the very orientation of the narration. Within the narration, Speech in most cases is dry and colorless, the best definition for it is documentary style. But this documentation taken as a whole functions basically to expose and to provoke. It is addressed to the hero, speaking as it were to him and not about him, speaking however with its entire mass and not with its individual elements. To be sure, even in the latest works individual heroes are illuminated by a style that directly parodies and taunts them, a style that sounds like an exaggerated rejoinder from their own interior dialogue. Thus, for example, is the narrative of the possessed constructed in relation to Stepan Trofimovich, but only in relation to him. Isolated notes of this taunting style are scattered throughout the other novels as well. They are present even in the brothers Karamazov. But on the whole they are considerably weakened. A basic tendency of Dostoevsky in his later period is to make his style and tone dry and precise, to neutralize it. But wherever this predominating, documentarily dry and neutralized narration is replaced by sharply accented tones colored with value judgments, those tones are invariably addressed to the hero and are born out of a rejoinder in his potential interior dialogue with himself. From the double we move immediately to Notes from Underground, passing over a whole series of intervening works. Notes from Underground is a confessional Erzählung. Originally the work was entitled De Confession 24 and it is in fact an authentic confession. Of course, confession is understood here not in the personal sense. The author's intention is refracted here, as in any Erzählung, this is not a personal document but a work of art. In the Confession of the Underground Man what strikes us first of all is its extreme and acute dialogization. There is literally not a single monologically firm, undissociated word. From the very first sentence the hero's speech has already begun to cringe and break under the influence of the anticipated words of another, with whom the hero, from the very first step, enters into the most intense internal polemic. I am a sick man. I am a spiteful man. I am an unpleasant man. Thus begins the confession. The ellipsis and the abrupt change of tone after it are significant. The hero began in a somewhat plaintive tone, I am a sick man, but was immediately enraged by that tone. It looked as if he were complaining and needed sympathy, as if he were seeking that sympathy in another person, as if he needed another person. And then there occurs an abrupt dialogic turnaround, one of those typical breaks in accent so characteristic of the whole style of the notes, as if the hero wants to say, you, perhaps, were led to believe from my first word that I am seeking your sympathy, so take this, I am a spiteful man. I am an unpleasant man. Characteristic here is a gradual increase in negative tone, to spite the other, under the influence of the other's anticipated reaction. Such breaks in accent always lead to an accumulation of ever-intensifying abusive words or words that are, in any case, unflattering to the other person, as in this example. To live longer than 40 years is bad manners, it is vulgar, immoral. Who does live beyond 40? Answer that, sincerely and honestly. I will tell you who, fools and worthless people do. I tell all old men that to their face, all those respectable old men, all those silver-haired and reverend old men. I tell the whole world that to its face. I have a right to say so, for I'll go on living to 60 myself. I'll live till 70. Till 80. Wait, let me catch my breath. SS4, 135, Notes, Part 1, 1. In the opening words of the confession, this internal polemic with the other is concealed. But the other's words are present invisibly, determining the style of speech from within. Midway into the first paragraph, however, the polemic has already broken out into the open, the anticipated response of the other takes root in the narration, although, to be sure, still in a weakened form. No, I refuse to treat it out of spite. You probably will not understand that. Well, but I understand it. At the end of the third paragraph there is already a very characteristic anticipation of the other's reaction. Well, are you not imagining, gentlemen, that I am repenting for something now, that I am asking your forgiveness for something? I am sure you are imagining that. However, I assure you it does not matter to me if you are. At the end of the next paragraph comes the above-quoted polemical attack against the reverend old men. The following paragraph begins directly with the anticipation of a response to the preceding paragraph. No doubt you think, gentlemen, that I want to amuse you. You are mistaken in that, too. I am not at all such a merry person as you imagine, or as you may imagine. However, if irritated by all this babble, and I can feel that you are irritated, you decide to ask me just who I am, then my answer is, I am a certain low-rank civil servant. The next paragraph again ends with an anticipated response. I'll bet you think I am writing all this to show off, to be witty at the expense of men of action, and what is more, that out of ill-bred showing off, I am clanking a sword, like my officer. Later on such endings to paragraphs become more rare, but it remains true that all basic semantic sections of the work become sharper and more shrill near the end, in open anticipation of someone else's response. Thus the entire style of the notes is subject to the most powerful and all-determining influence of other people's words, which either act on speech covertly from within as in the beginning of the work, or which, as the anticipated response of another person, take root in the very fabric of speech, as in those above quoted ending passages. The work does not contain a single word gravitating exclusively toward itself and its referential object, that is, there is not a single monologic word. We shall see that this intense relationship to another's consciousness in the underground man is complicated by an equally intense relationship to his own self. But first we shall make a brief structural analysis of this act of anticipating another's response. Such anticipation is marked by one peculiar structural trait: it tends toward a vicious circle. The tendency of these anticipations can be reduced to a necessity to retain for oneself the final word. This final word must express the hero's full independence from the views and words of the other person, his complete indifference to the other's opinion and the other's evaluation. What he fears most of all is that people might think he is repenting before someone, that he is asking someone's forgiveness, that he is reconciling himself to someone else's judgment or evaluation, that his self-affirmation is somehow in need of affirmation and recognition by another. And it is in this direction that he anticipates the other's response. But precisely in this act of anticipating the other's response and in responding to it he again demonstrates to the other, and to himself, his own dependence on this other. He fears that the other might think he fears that other's opinion. But through this fear he immediately demonstrates his own dependence on the other's consciousness, his own inability to be at peace with his own definition of self. With his refutation, he confirms precisely what he wishes to refute, and he knows it. Hence the inescapable circle in which the hero's self-consciousness and discourse are trapped. Well, are you not imagining, gentlemen, that I am repenting for something now? I am sure you are imagining that. However, I assure you it does not matter to me if you are. During that night out on the town, the underground man, insulted by his companions, wants to show them that he pays them no attention. I smiled contemptuously and walked up and down the other side of the room, opposite the sofa, along the wall, from the table to the stove and back again. I tried my very utmost to show them that I could do without them, and yet I purposely stomped with my boots, thumping with my heels. But it was all in vain. They paid no attention at all. SS4, 199, Notes, Part 2, ch. 4. Meanwhile our underground hero recognizes all this perfectly well himself, and understands perfectly well the impossibility of escaping from that circle in which his attitude toward the other moves. Thanks to this attitude toward the other's consciousness, a peculiar perpetuum mobile is achieved, made up of his internal polemic with another and with himself, an endless dialogue where one reply begets another, which begets a third, and so on to infinity, and all of this without any forward motion. Here is an example of that inescapable perpetuum mobile of the dialogized self-consciousness. You will say that it is vulgar and base to drag all this the hero's dreaming, MB into public after all the tears and raptures I have myself admitted. But why is it base? Can you imagine that I am ashamed of it all, and that it was stupider than anything in your life, gentlemen? And I can assure you that some of these fancies were by no means badly composed. Not everything took place on the shores of Lake Como. And yet you are right, it really is vulgar and base. And what is most base of all is that I have now started to justify myself to you. And even more base than that is my making this remark now. But that's enough, or, after all, there will be no end to it, each step will be more base than the last. SS4, 181, Notes, Part 2, ch. 2. Before us is an example of a vicious circle of dialogue which can neither be finished nor finalized. The formal significance of such inescapable dialogic oppositions in Dostoevsky's work is very great. But nowhere in his subsequent works does this opposition appear in such naked, abstractly precise, one could even say directly mathematical, form. 25. As a result of the underground man's attitude toward the other's consciousness and its discourse, extraordinary dependence upon it and at the same time extreme hostility toward it and non-acceptance of its judgments, his narration takes on one highly essential artistic characteristic. This is a deliberate clumsiness of style, albeit subject to a certain artistic logic. His discourse does not flaunt itself and cannot flaunt itself, for there is no one before whom it can flaunt. It does not, after all, gravitate naively toward itself and its referential object. It is addressed to another person and to the speaker himself, in his internal dialogue with himself. And in both of these directions it wants least of all to flaunt itself and be artistic in the usual sense of the word. In its attitude toward the other person it strives to be deliberately inelegant, to spite him and his tastes in all respects. But this discourse takes the same position even in regard to the speaker himself, for one's attitude toward oneself is inseparably interwoven with one's attitude toward another. Thus discourse is pointedly cynical, calculatedly cynical, yet also anguished. It strives to play the holy fool, for holy foolishness is indeed a sort of form, a sort of aestheticism, but, as it were, in reverse. As a result, the prosaic triteness of the portrayal of his inner life is carried to extreme limits. In its material, in its theme, the first part of Notes from Underground is lyrical. From a formal point of view, this is the same prose lyric of spiritual and emotional quest, of spiritual unfulfillment that we find, for example, in Turgenev's Phantoms or Enough, or in any lyrical page from a confessional Erzählung or a page from Werther. But this is a peculiar sort of lyric, analogous to the lyrical expression of a toothache. This expression of a toothache, oriented in an internally polemical way toward the listener and toward the sufferer, is spoken by the underground hero himself, and he speaks of it, of course, not by chance. He suggests eavesdropping on the groans of an educated man of the 19th century who suffers from a toothache, on the second or third day of his illness. He tries to expose the peculiar sensuality behind this whole cynical expression of pain, an expression intended for the public. His moans become nasty, disgustingly spiteful, and go on for whole days and nights. And, after all, he himself knows that he does not benefit at all from his moans. He knows better than anyone that he is only lacerating and irritating himself and others in vain. He knows that even the audience for whom he is exerting himself and his whole family now listen to him with loathing, do not believe him for a second, and that deep down they understand that he could moan differently, more simply, without trills and flourishes, and that he is only indulging himself like that out of spite, out of malice. Well, sensuality exists precisely in all these consciousnesses and infamies. It seems I am troubling you, I am lacerating your hearts, I am keeping everyone in the house awake. Well, stay awake then, you, too, feel every minute that I have a toothache. I am no longer the hero to you now that I tried to appear before, but simply a nasty person, a scoundrel. Well, let it be that way, then. I am very glad that you see through me. Is it nasty for you to hear my foul moans? Well, let it be nasty. Here I will let you have an even nastier flourish in a minute. SS4, 144, Notes, Part 1, ch. 4. Of course any implied comparison here between the structure of the underground man's confession and the expression of a toothache is on the level of parodic exaggeration, and in this sense is cynical. But the orientation of this expression of a toothache, with all its trills and flourishes, nevertheless does, in its relation to the listener and to the speaker himself, reflect very accurately the orientation of discourse in a confession, although, we repeat, it reflects not objectively but in a taunting, parodically exaggerating style, just as the double reflected the internal speech of Galyotkin. The destruction of one's own image in another's eyes, the sullying of that image in another's eyes as an ultimate desperate effort to free oneself from the power of the other's consciousness and to break through to oneself for the self alone, this, in fact, is the orientation of the underground man's entire confession. For this reason he makes his discourse about himself deliberately ugly. He wants to kill in himself any desire to appear the hero in others' eyes, and in his own I am no longer the hero to you now that I tried to appear before, but simply a nasty person, a scoundrel. To accomplish this he must banish from his discourse all epic and lyrical tones, all heroizing tones, he must make his discourse cynically objective. A soberly objective definition of himself, without exaggeration or mockery, is impossible for a hero from the underground, because such a soberly prosaic definition would presuppose a word without a sideward glance, a word without a loophole. Neither the one nor the other exist on his verbal palate. True, he is continually trying to break through to such a word, to break through to spiritual sobriety, but for him the path lies through cynicism and holy foolishness. He has neither freed himself from the power of the other's consciousness nor admitted its power over him. 26 He is for now merely struggling with it, polemicizing with it maliciously, not able to accept it but also not able to reject it. In this striving to trample down his own image and his own discourse as they exist in and for the other person, one can hear not only the desire for sober self-definition, but also a desire to annoy the other person, and this forces him to overdo his sobriety, mockingly exaggerating it to the point of cynicism and holy foolishness. Is it nasty for you to hear my foul moans? Well, let it be nasty. Here I will let you have an even nastier flourish in a minute. But the underground hero's word about himself is not only a word with a sideward glance, it is also, as we have said, a word with a loophole. The influence of the loophole on the style of his confession is so great that his style cannot be understood without a consideration of its formal activity. The word with a loophole has enormous significance in Dostoevsky's works in general, especially in the later works. And here we pass on to another aspect of the structure of Notes from Underground, the hero's attitude toward his own self, which throughout the course of the entire work is interwoven and combined with his dialogue with another. What, then, is this loophole of consciousness and of the word? A loophole is the retention for oneself of the possibility for altering the ultimate, final meaning of one's own words. If a word retains such a loophole, this must inevitably be reflected in its structure. This potential other meaning, that is, the loophole left open, accompanies the word like a shadow. Judged by its meaning alone, the word with a loophole should be an ultimate word and does present itself as such, but in fact it is only the penultimate word and places after itself only a conditional, not a final, period. For example, the confessional self-definition with a loophole, the most widespread form in Dostoevsky, is, judging by its meaning, an ultimate word about oneself, a final definition of oneself, but in fact it is forever taking into account internally the responsive, contrary evaluation of oneself made by another. The hero who repents and condemns himself actually wants only to provoke praise and acceptance by another. Condemning himself, he wants and demands that the other person dispute this self-definition, and he leaves himself a loophole in case the other person should suddenly in fact agree with him, with his self-condemnation, and not make use of his privilege as the other. Here is how the hero from the underground tells of his literary dreams. I, for instance, was triumphant over everyone, of course, lay in the dust and was forced to recognize my superiority spontaneously, and I forgave them all. I, a famous poet, and a courtier, fell in love, I inherited countless millions and immediately devoted them to humanity, and at the same time I confessed before all the people my shameful deeds, which, of course, were not merely shameful, but contained an enormous amount of the sublime and the beautiful, something in the Manfred style. Everyone would weep and kiss me, what idiots they would be if they did not, while I would go barefoot and hungry preaching new ideas and fighting a victorious Austerlitz against the reactionaries. SS 4, 181, Notes, Part 2, ch. 2. Here he ironically relates dreams of heroic deeds with a loophole, dreams of confession with a loophole. He casts a parodic light on these dreams. But his very next words betray the fact that his repentant confession of his dreams has its own loophole, too, and that he himself is prepared to find in these dreams and in his very confessing of them something, if not in the Manfred style, then at least in the realm of the sublime and the beautiful. If anyone should happen to agree with him that the dreams are indeed base and vulgar, you will say that it is vulgar and base to drag all this into public after all the tears and raptures I have myself admitted. But why is it base? Can you imagine that I am ashamed of it all, and that it was stupider than anything in your life, gentlemen? And I can assure you that some of these fancies were by no means badly composed. And this passage, already cited by us above, is caught up in the vicious circle of self-consciousness with a sideward glance. The loophole creates a special type of fictive ultimate word about oneself with an unclosed tone to it, obtrusively peering into the other's eyes and demanding from the other a sincere refutation. We shall see that the word with a loophole achieves a specially sharp expression in Hippolyte's confession, but it is to one degree or another inherent in all the confessional self-utterances of Dostoevsky's heroes. 27 The loophole makes all the heroes' self-definitions unstable, the word in them has no hard and fast meaning, and at any moment, like a chameleon, it is ready to change its tone and its ultimate meaning. The loophole makes the hero ambiguous and elusive even for himself. In order to break through to his self, the hero must travel a very long road. The loophole profoundly distorts his attitude toward himself. The hero does not know whose opinion, whose statement is ultimately the final judgment on him. Is it his own repentant and censuring judgment, or on the contrary is it another person's opinion that he desires and has compelled into being, an opinion that accepts and vindicates him? The image of Nastasia Philippovna, for example, is built almost entirely on this motif alone. Considering herself guilty, a fallen woman, she simultaneously assumes that the other person, precisely as the other, is obliged to vindicate her and cannot consider her guilty. She genuinely quarrels with Mishkin, who vindicates her in everything, but she equally genuinely despises and rejects all those who agree with her self-condemnation and consider her a fallen woman. Ultimately, Nastasia Philippovna does not know even her own final word on herself. Does she really consider herself a fallen woman, or does she vindicate herself? Self-condemnation and self-vindication, divided between two voices, I condemn myself, another vindicates me, but anticipated by a single voice, create in that voice interruptions and an internal duality. An anticipated and obligatory vindication by the other merges with self-condemnation, and both tones begin to sound simultaneously in that voice, resulting in abrupt interruptions and sudden transitions. Such is the voice of Nastasia Philippovna, such is the style of her discourse. Her entire inner life, and, as we shall see, her outward life as well, is reduced to a search for herself and for her own undivided voice beneath the two voices that have made their home in her. The underground man conducts the same sort of inescapable dialogue with himself that he conducts with the other person. He cannot merge completely with himself in a unified monologic voice simply by leaving the other's voice entirely outside himself, whatever that voice might be, without a loophole, for, as is the case with Galyotkin, his voice must also perform the function of surrogate for the other person. He cannot reach an agreement with himself, but neither can he stop talking with himself. The style of his discourse about himself is organically alien to the period, alien to finalization, both in its separate aspects and as a whole. This is the style of internally endless speech which can be mechanically cut off but cannot be organically completed. But precisely for that reason is Dostoevsky able to conclude his work in a way so organic and appropriate for the hero. He concludes it on precisely that which would foreground the tendency toward eternal endlessness embedded in his hero's notes. But enough, I don't want to write more from underground. The notes of this paradoxalist do not end here, however. He could not resist and continued them. But it also seems to me that we may stop here. SS4, 224, Notes, Part 2, ch. X. In conclusion we will comment upon two additional characteristics of the underground man. Not only his discourse but his face too has its sideward glance, its loophole, and all the phenomena resulting from these. It is as if interference, voices interrupting one another, penetrate his entire body, depriving him of self-sufficiency and unambiguousness. The underground man hates his own face, because in it he senses the power of another person over him, the power of that other's evaluations and opinions. He himself looks on his own face with another's eyes, with the eyes of the other. And this alien glance interruptedly merges with his own glance and creates in him a peculiar hatred toward his own face. For instance, I hated my face, I thought it disgusting, and even suspected that there was something base in its expression, and therefore every time I turned up at the office I painfully tried to behave as independently as possible so that I might not be suspected of being base, and to give my face as noble an expression as possible. Let my face even be ugly, I thought, but let it be noble, expressive, and above all, extremely intelligent. But I was absolutely and painfully certain that my face could never express those perfections, but what was worst of all, I thought it positively stupid looking. And I would have been quite satisfied if I could have looked intelligent. In fact, I would even have put up with looking base if, at the same time, my face could have been thought terribly intelligent. SS4, 168, Notes, Part 2, ch. I. Just as he deliberately makes his discourse about himself unattractive, so is he made happy by the unattractiveness of his face. I happened to look at myself in the mirror. My harassed face struck me as extremely revolting, pale, spiteful, nasty, with disheveled hair. No matter, I am glad of it, I thought, I am glad that I shall seem revolting to her, I like that. SS4, 206, Notes, Part 2, ch. V. This polemic with the other on the subject of himself is complicated in Notes from Underground by his polemic with the other on the subject of the world and society. The underground hero, in contrast to Devishkin and Galyotkin, is an ideologist. In his ideological discourse we can easily uncover the same phenomena that are present in his discourse about himself. His discourse about the world is both overtly and covertly polemical. It polemicizes not only with other people, with other ideologies, but also with the very subject of its thinking, with the world and its order. And in this discourse on the world there are two voices, as it were, sounding for him, among which he cannot find himself and his own world, because even the world he defines with a loophole. Just as his body has become an interrupted thing in his own eyes, so is the world, nature, society perceived by him as interrupted. In each of his thoughts about them there is a battle of voices, evaluations, points of view. In everything he senses above all someone else's will predetermining him. It is within the framework of this alien will that he perceives the world order, nature with its mechanical necessity, the social order. His own thought is developed and structured as the thought of someone personally insulted by the world order, personally humiliated by its blind necessity. This imparts a profoundly intimate and passionate character to his ideological discourse, and permits it to become tightly interwoven with his discourse about himself. It seems, and such indeed was Dostoevsky's intent, that we are dealing here with a single discourse, and only by arriving at himself will the hero arrive at his world. Discourse about the world, just like discourse about oneself, is profoundly dialogic. The hero casts an energetic reproach at the world order, even at the mechanical necessity of nature, as if he were talking not about the world but with the world. Of these peculiarities of ideological discourse we will speak below, when we take up the general issue of hero ideologists and Ivan Karamazov in particular. In him these features are especially acute and clear-cut. The discourse of the underground man is entirely a discourse address. To speak, for him, means to address someone. To speak about himself means to address his own self with his own discourse. To speak about another person means to address that other person. To speak about the world means to address the world. But while speaking with himself, with another, with the world, he simultaneously addresses a third party as well. He squints his eyes to the side, toward the listener, the witness, the judge. 28 The simultaneous triple directedness of his discourse and the fact that he does not acknowledge any object without addressing it is also responsible for the extraordinarily vivid, restless, agitated, and one might say, obtrusive nature of this discourse. It cannot be seen as a lyrical or epic discourse, calmly gravitating toward itself and its referential object. No, first and foremost one reacts to it, responds to it, is drawn into its game. It is capable of agitating and irritating, almost like the personal address of a living person. It destroys footlights, but not because of its concern for topical issues or for reasons that have any direct philosophical significance, but precisely because of that formal structure analyzed by us above. The element of address is essential to every discourse in Dostoevsky, narrative discourse as well as the discourse of the hero. In Dostoevsky's world generally there is nothing merely thing-like, no mere matter, no object, there are only subjects. Therefore there is no word judgment, no word about an object, no second-hand referential word, there is only the word as address, the word dialogically contacting another word, a word about a word addressed to a word. 3. The hero's discourse and narrative discourse in Dostoevsky. We now move on to the novels. We shall spend less time on them, since what is new in them is manifested in dialogue and not in the monologic utterance of the characters, which becomes here more complex and subtle but which is not in general enriched by any fundamentally new structural elements. What strikes us especially about Raskolnikov's monologic discourse is its extreme internal dialogization and the vivid personal address it makes to everything he thinks and speaks about. For Raskolnikov as well, to conceive of an object means to address it. He does not think about phenomena, he speaks with them. In this way also does he address himself, often in the second person singular, as if to another person. He tries to persuade himself, he taunts, exposes, ridicules himself and so forth. Here is an example of one such dialogue with himself. It shall not be. But what are you going to do to prevent it? You'll forbid it? And what right have you? What can you promise them on your side to give you such a right? Your whole life, your whole future, you will devote to them when you have finished your studies and obtained a post? Yes, we have heard all that before, and that's all words, but now. Now something must be done, now, do you understand that? And what are you doing now? You are living upon them. They borrow on their 100 rubles pension. They borrow from the Svidrigailovs. How are you going to save them from the Svidrigailovs, from Afanasy Ivanovich Voroshin, O future millionaire Zeus who would arrange their lives for them? In another 10 years? In another 10 years, mother will be blind with knitting shawls, maybe with weeping too. She will be worn to a shadow with fasting, and my sister? Imagine for a moment what may have become of your sister in 10 years. What may happen to her during those 10 years? Can you fancy? So he tortured himself, fretting himself with such questions, and finding a kind of enjoyment in it. SSV, 50, Crime and Punishment, Part I, ch. 4. Such is the dialogue he conducts with himself throughout the entire novel. To be sure, the questions change, the tone changes, but the structure remains the same. Characteristically, his inner speech is filled with other people's words that he has just recently heard or read, from his mother's letter, from things Luzhin, Dunica, Svidrigailov had said that were quoted in the letter, from Marmeladov's speech which he had just heard, from Sonka's words which he heard from Marmeladov, etc. He inundates his own inner speech with these words of others, complicating them with his own accents or directly re-accenting them, entering into a passionate polemic with them. Consequently, his inner speech is constructed like a succession of living and impassioned replies to all the words of others he has heard or has been touched by, words gathered by him from his experience of the immediately preceding days. He addresses everyone with whom he polemicizes in the second singular you, and to almost all of them he returns their own words, with altered tone and accent. Thus every individual, every new person immediately becomes for him a symbol, and their names become common nouns, the Svidrigailovs, the Luzhins, the Sonkas, and so forth. Hey! You Svidrigailov! What do you want here? He shouts to the dandy who is trying to proposition the drunken girl. Sonka, whom he knows from Marmeladov's stories, constantly figures in his inner speech as a symbol of unnecessary and senseless sacrifice. Likewise, but with a different nuance, Daunia also figures, and the symbol of Luzhin has its own special meaning too. Each individual, however, enters Raskolnikov's inner speech not as a character or a type, not as a personage in the plot of his life, sister, sister's fiancé, etc., but as a symbol of a certain orientation to life and an ideological position, the symbol of a specific real-life solution to those same ideological questions that torment him. It is enough for a person to appear in his field of vision to become for him instantly an embodied solution to his own personal question, a solution different from the one at which he himself had arrived. Therefore every person touches a sore spot in him and assumes a firm role in his inner speech. He relates all these persons to one another, juxtaposes or counterposes them, forces them to answer one another, to echo each other's words or to expose one another. As a result, his inner speech unfolds like a philosophical drama, where the dramatis personae are embodied points of view on life and on the world, realized in living situations. All the voices that Raskolnikov introduces into his inner speech come into a peculiar sort of contact, one that would be impossible among voices in an actual dialogue. Because they all sound within a single consciousness, they become, as it were, reciprocally permeable. They are brought close to one another, made to overlap, they partially intersect one another, creating the corresponding interruptions in areas of intersection. We have already noted above that Dostoevsky's work contains no evolution of thought, not even within the boundaries of the consciousness of individual heroes, with very rare exceptions. Semantic material is always given to the hero's consciousness all at once and in its entirety, and given not as individual thoughts and propositions but as the semantic orientations of whole human beings, as voices. It remains only to make a choice among them. That internal ideological struggle which the hero wages is a struggle for a choice among already available semantic possibilities, whose quantity remains almost unchanged throughout the entire novel. The motifs "I didn't know that, I didn't see that, that was revealed to me only later," are absent from Dostoevsky's world. His hero knows and sees everything from the very beginning. This is why it is so common for heroes, or for a narrator speaking about a hero, to announce, after a catastrophe, that they had known and foreseen everything in advance. Our hero shrieked and clutched at his head. Alas! That was what he had known for a long time would happen. Thus ends the double. The underground man is constantly emphasizing that he knew everything and foresaw everything. "I saw everything myself, all my despair was as clear as day," exclaims the hero of A Meek One. It is true, as we shall soon see, that the hero very often hides from himself what he knows, and pretends to himself that he does not see what in fact is constantly before his very eyes. But in such cases this characteristic trait stands out all the more sharply. Almost no evolution of thought takes place under the influence of new material, new points of view. All that matters is the choice, the resolution of the question who am I and with whom am I? To find one's own voice and to orient it among other voices, to combine it with some and to oppose it to others, to separate one's voice from another voice with which it has inseparably merged, these are the tasks that the heroes solve in the course of the novel. And this determines the hero's discourse. It must find itself, reveal itself among other words, within an intense field of inter-orientations. And all these discourses are usually given in their entirety at the very start. Throughout the entire internal and external action of the novel they are merely distributed in various ways in relation to one another, they enter into various combinations, but their quantity, given from the very start, remains unchanged. We could put it this way: from the very beginning a certain stable semantic multiplicity exists, with unchanging content, and all that occurs within it is a rearrangement of accents. Even before the murder Raskolnikov recognizes Sonia's voice from Marmeladov's stories, and immediately decides to go to her. From the very beginning her voice and her world enter Raskolnikov's field of vision, and are attached to his interior dialogue. Then, Sonia, Raskolnikov says after his final confession to her, when I used to lie there in the dark and all this became clear to me, was it a temptation of the devil, eh? Hush, don't laugh, blasphemer. You don't understand, you don't understand. Oh God. He won't understand. Hush, Sonia. I am not laughing. I know myself that it was the devil leading me. Hush, Sonia, hush, he repeated with gloomy insistence. I know it all, I have thought it all over and whispered it all over to myself, lying there in the dark. I've argued it all over with myself, every point of it, and I know it all. And how sick I was then of going over it all. I kept wanting to forget it and make a new beginning, Sonia, and leave off thinking. I wanted to find out something else, it was something else led me on. I wanted to find out then and quickly whether I was a louse like everybody else or a man. Whether I can step over barriers or not, whether I dare stoop to pick up or not, whether I am a trembling creature or whether I have the right. I want to prove one thing only, that the devil led me on then and he has shown me since that I had not the right to take that path, because I am just such a louse as all the rest. He was mocking me and here I've come to you now. Welcome your guest. If I were not a louse, should I have come to you? Listen, when I went then to the old woman's I only went to try. You may be sure of that. SSV, 436-38, Crime and Punishment, Part V, ch. 4. In these whisperings of Raskolnikov, as he lay alone in the darkness, all the voices were already reverberating, and Sonia's voice as well. Among them he was searching for himself, and the crime was a breaking through to himself, he was orienting his own accents. Now their reorientation is taking place, that dialogue, from which we quoted an excerpt above, occurs at a moment of transition in this process of rearranging accents. The voices in Raskolnikov's soul have already shifted, and now they intersect one another in a different way. But the interruption-free voice of the hero will not be heard by us within the bounds of the novel, its possibility is only hinted at in the epilogue. Of course this far from exhausts the characteristics of Raskolnikov's discourse, with the multiplicity of stylistic phenomena peculiar to it. We will later return to the extraordinarily intense life this discourse leads in the dialogues with Porfiry. We shall spend even less time on The Idiot, since it contains almost no fundamentally new stylistic phenomena. The inserted narrative of Hippolyte's confession, an essential explanation, is a classic example of the confession with a loophole, just as the unsuccessful suicide itself was by its very intent a suicide with a loophole. Hippolyte's intent is on the whole correctly defined by Mishkin. In answer to Aglaya, who assumes that Hippolyte wanted to shoot himself so that afterwards she would read his confession, Mishkin says, "That is. How shall I tell you? It is very difficult to explain. Only he certainly wanted everyone to come round him and tell him that they loved him very much and respected him, he longed for them all to beg him to remain alive. It may very well be that he had you in his mind more than anyone, because he mentioned you at such a moment. Though, perhaps, he didn't know himself that he had you in mind. SS 6, 484, The Idiot, Part 3, ch. 8. This is, of course, no crude calculation but precisely a loophole that Hippolyte's will has left for itself, and it confuses Hippolyte's attitude toward his own self as much as it confuses his attitude toward others. 29 Therefore Hippolyte's voice is just as internally open-ended, just as unacquainted with the period, as is the voice of the underground man. It is no accident that his final word, which is what he intended his confession to be, turned out to be in fact not final at all, since the suicide did not succeed. Contradicting this hidden orientation toward recognition by another, an orientation that defines the entire style and tone of the whole, there are the open pronouncements by Hippolyte that determine the content of his confession: independence from another's judgment, indifference toward it, display of his self-will. I don't want to go away without leaving some word in response, he says, a free word, not forced out of me, and not to justify myself, oh, no. Simply because I want to. Part 3, ch. 7. On that contradiction his entire image is built, and it determines his every thought and every word. Hippolyte's personal discourse on himself is interwoven with an ideological discourse which is, as with the underground man, addressed to the universe, addressed with a protest. The expression of this protest was to be suicide. His thought about the world develops in the form of a dialogue with some higher power that has insulted him. The inter-orientations among Mishkin's speech and others' words are also intense, although of a somewhat different character. Mishkin's inner speech also develops dialogically, in relation to his own self as well as to the other. He also speaks not about himself or about another but with himself and with another, and these interior dialogues are marked by a great anxiety. But he is guided more by fear of his own word, in relation to another person, than by fear of the other's word. His reservations, hesitations, and the like can be explained in most cases by precisely this fear, beginning with his simple tact in dealing with others and ending with his deep and fundamental horror at speaking a decisive and ultimate word about another person. He is afraid of his own thoughts about the other, afraid of his own suspicions and presumptions. Very typical in this respect is his interior dialogue before Rogozin's attempt on his life. It is true that according to Dostoevsky's plan Mishkin was already the carrier of the penetrated word, that is, a word capable of actively and confidently interfering in the interior dialogue of the other person, helping that person to find his own voice. At one of those moments when the interruption of voices within Nastasia Philippovna is at its most acute, when she is desperately playing out the role of fallen woman in Ganika's apartment, Mishkin introduces an almost decisive tone into her interior monologue. Aren't you ashamed? Surely you are not what you are pretending to be now? It isn't possible, cried Mishkin suddenly with deep and heartfelt reproach. Nastasia Philippovna was surprised, and smiled, seeming to hide something under her smile. She looked at Gania, rather confused, and walked out of the drawing room. But before reaching the entry, she turned sharply, went quickly up to Nina Alexandrovna, took her hand and raised it to her lips. I really am not like this, he is right, she said in a rapid eager whisper, flushing hotly, and turning around, she walked out so quickly that no one had time to realize what she had come back for. SS 6, 136, The Idiot, Part 1, ch. 10. He manages to say similar words, and with the same effect, to Gania, Rogozin, Elizaveta Prokofyevna and others. But this penetrative word, once having made its appeal to one of the voices, to the genuine voice, within the other person, is, in keeping with Dostoevsky's plan, never, in the case of Mishkin, a decisive voice. It is denied any real ultimate confidence and sovereignty, and is often simply allowed to drop. A firm and integral monologic discourse is unknown to him too. The internal dialogism of his discourse is just as great and anxiety-ridden as that of the other characters. Let us move on to the possessed. We will deal only with Stavrogin's confession. The stylistic aspect of Stavrogin's confession attracted the attention of Leonid Grossman, who devoted to this question an article entitled Stavrogin and His Stylistics, toward a study of the new chapter in The Possessed. 30. Here is a summary of his analysis. Such is the unusual and subtle compositional system of Stavrogin's confession. Acute self-analysis of the criminal consciousness and a merciless recording of all its most minute ramifications made necessary in the very tone of the narration some new principle for stratifying discourse and splitting up smooth, integral speech. Throughout most of the narration one senses a disintegration of harmonious narrative style. The murderously analytical theme of a terrible sinner's confession required just such a dismembered and, as it were, constantly disintegrating embodiment. The synthetically finished, fluid and well-balanced speech of literary description would have been the least appropriate mode for this chaotically sinister and frantically unstable world of the criminal spirit. All the monstrous ugliness and inexhaustible horror of Stavrogin's reminiscences necessitated this disordering of traditional discourse. The nightmarishness of the theme stubbornly sought new devices to achieve the distorted and irritating phrase. Stavrogin's confession is a remarkable stylistic experiment in which the classical prose of the Russian novel was for the first time shaken, distorted, and shifted in the direction of some unknown future achievement. Only against the background of contemporary European art can one find the criteria for evaluating all the prophetic devices of this disorganized style. 31. Leonid Grossman took the style of Stavrogin's confession to be a monological expression of Stavrogin's consciousness. This style, in his opinion, is adequate to the theme, that is, to the crime itself and to Stavrogin's soul. Grossman thus applied to the confession the principles of ordinary stylistics, which takes into account only the direct word, the word that recognizes only itself and its referential object. In actual fact the style of Stavrogin's confession is determined above all by its internally dialogic orientation vis-a-vis the other person. Precisely this sideward glance at the other person determines the breaks in its style and its whole specific profile. Tikhon had precisely this in mind when he began directly with an aesthetic critique of the style of the confession. It is characteristic that Grossman ignores altogether and does not quote in his article what is most important in Tikhon's critique, and deals only with secondary features. Tikhon's critique is very important, for it doubtless expresses the artistic intention of Dostoevsky himself. What does Tikhon see as the chief shortcoming of the confession? Tikhon's first words upon reading Stavrogin's notes were, "And would it be possible for you to make a few corrections in this document?" "Why? I wrote it honestly," Stavrogin answered. "Something in the diction." 32. Thus the diction, style, and its unattractiveness is what struck Tikhon above all in the confession. We quote an excerpt from their dialogue which reveals the true essence of Stavrogin's style. "It's as if you deliberately want to represent yourself more coarsely than your heart would wish it," said Tikhon, growing more and more bold. Apparently the document had made a strong impression on him. "Represent? I repeat, I did not represent myself, and in particular I did not put on airs." Tikhon quickly lowered his eyes. "This document comes straight from the needs of a heart mortally wounded. Do I understand you correctly?" he said insistently and with unusual fervor. "Yes, this is penitence and the natural need for it which has overwhelmed you, and you have entered upon a noble path, an unprecedented path. But you seem to despise and disdain in advance all who will read what is written here, and you are calling them to battle. You are not ashamed of confessing your crime, so why are you ashamed of repentance? Ashamed? You are ashamed and afraid. Afraid? Mortally. Let them stare at me, you say. Well, but you yourself, how are you going to look at them? Certain places in your account are even intensified in diction, as if you admire your own psychology and grasp at every trifle in order to astound the reader with an insensitivity which you may well not have. What is this? if not a prideful challenge from a guilty man to a judge. Documenty. p. 33. Stavrogin's confession, like the confessions of Hippolyte and the underground man, is a confession intensely oriented toward another person, without whom the hero could not manage but whom at the same time he despises and whose judgment he does not accept. Stavrogin's confession, therefore, like the other confessions discussed earlier, is deprived of any finalizing force and tends toward that same vicious circle that marked the speech of the underground man. Without recognition, and affirmation by another person, Stavrogin is incapable of accepting himself, but at the same time he does not want to accept the other's judgment of him. But as far as I am concerned, there will remain those who will know everything and who will stare at me, and I at them. I want everyone to stare at me. Whether or not this will make it easier for me I do not know. I resort to it as the last means. At the same time, however, the style of his confession is dictated by his hatred and non-acceptance of this everyone. Stavrogin's attitude toward himself and toward the other person is locked into that same vicious circle which the underground man had tread, paying no attention to his companions and at the same time stomping his boots so they could not fail to notice that he was paying them no attention. Here it is presented through different material, very far removed from the realm of the comic. But Stavrogin's position is nevertheless comical. Even in the form of this great confession there is something ridiculous, Tikhon says. But if we turn to the confession itself, we must admit that judged by external indicators of style it differs sharply from notes from underground. No one else's word, no one else's accent forces its way into the fabric. There is not a single reservation, not a single repetition, not a single ellipsis. No external signs of the overwhelming influence of another's word appear to register here at all. Here, indeed, the other's word has penetrated so deeply within, to the very atoms of the construction, the conflicting rejoinders overlap one another so densely that discourse appears on the surface monologic. But nevertheless even the careless ear can catch in it sharp and irreconcilable voices interrupting one another, as was pointed out immediately by Tikhon. The style is determined above all by a cynical ignoring of the other person, an ignoring that is pointedly deliberate. Sentences are crudely abrupt and cynically precise. This is not sober-minded strictness or precision, this is not documentation in the usual sense, because that sort of realistic documentation is oriented toward its referential object and, for all the dryness of its style, does strive to be adequate to all aspects of the object. Stavrogin attempts to present his word without any evaluative accent, to make it intentionally wooden, to eliminate all human tones in it. He wants everyone to stare at him, but at the same time he repents in an immobile and deathly mask. This is why he rearranges every sentence so that his personal tone does not surface, so that his repentant, or perhaps simply agitated, accent does not slip through. That is why he breaks up his sentences, because a normal sentence is too flexible and subtle in its transmission of the human voice. We cite a single example. I, Nikolai Stavrogin, a retired officer, was living in Petersburg in 186-, indulging in lewdness in which I found no pleasure. For some time I had had 3 apartments. I myself was living in one of them, in a hotel, with board and maid service, where at that time Marya Lebyadkin, now my lawful wife, was, too. I rented both my other apartments by the month for love affairs. In one I received a certain lady who loved me and, in the other, her maid, and for a while I was very much occupied with the effort to bring them both together so that the lady and the girl would meet at my place. Knowing both their characters, I expected some pleasure for myself from this stupid joke. Documenty. p. 15. The sentence breaks off, as it were, at just that point where a living human voice begins. Stavrogin seems to turn away from us as soon as he casts a word our way. It is noteworthy that he even tries to omit the word I when speaking of himself, where I is not the simple formal subject of the verb but where it might carry some especially strong and personal accent. For example, in the first and last sentences of the quoted excerpt, ak all those syntactical peculiarities mentioned by Grossman, the broken sentence, the deliberately lackluster or deliberately cynical word, etc., are in fact proof of Stavrogin's fundamental effort to eliminate, emphatically and aggressively, any living personal accent from his own voice, to speak with his back turned to the listener. Alongside this element, of course, we also find in Stavrogin's confession several phenomena familiar to us from previous monologic utterances of characters, but they are present in weakened form and are in any case subordinated to this other basic dominating tendency. The narration of the adolescent, especially in the beginning, seems to take us back to Notes from Underground, the same hidden and open polemic with the reader, the same reservations, ellipses, the same infiltration of anticipated responses, the same dialogization of all attitudes toward oneself and toward the other. The same traits, of course, characterize the discourse of the adolescent as a hero. Somewhat different phenomena surface in Versolov's discourse. His discourse is restrained and, as it were, thoroughly aesthetic. But in fact it too lacks a genuine attractiveness. It is entirely constructed in such a way as to muffle, deliberately, emphatically, with a restrained and disdainful challenge to the other person, all personal tones and accents. This distresses and offends the adolescent, who yearns to hear Versolov's own true voice. With great mastery Dostoevsky permits that voice too in rare moments to break through, with new and unexpected intonations. For a long time Versolov stubbornly avoids meeting the adolescent face to face without the verbal mask he has perfected and always wears with such elegance. Here is one of the meetings where Versolov's voice breaks through. "Ah, these staircases!" Versolov moaned, dragging out his vowels endlessly, probably trying to fill the silence so as not to say something he would regret later or to prevent me from saying something he didn't want me to say. "I'm no longer used to stairs. That's 3 floors. But don't bother, I'm sure I'll be able to find my way in the dark now. Thank you, go back now, my boy, don't catch cold." He was silent as I followed him all the way to the outer door. He opened it. A rush of wind blew out my candle. I suddenly seized his hand. It was completely dark. He started but said nothing. I pulled his hand to my mouth and kissed it. I kissed it again and again, many times, fervently. "My dear little boy, what have I done that you should love me so much?" he said now in a quite different voice. There was a quiver in it and a certain ring that was new to me. It was as if someone else had spoken. SS 8, 229-30, The Adolescent, Part 2, ch 1, 2. The interruption of two voices within Versolov's voice is particularly abrupt and strong in his relationship to Akhmakova, love-hate, and also in part to the adolescent's mother. This interrupting activity results in the complete temporal disintegration of these voices, a doubling. In The Brothers Karamazov a new element appears in the structure of a character's monologic speech, and we must briefly consider it, although strictly speaking it is already fully revealed in dialogue. We have said that Dostoevsky's heroes know everything from the very outset, and need only make their choice from among fully available semantic material. But sometimes they conceal from themselves what they in fact already know and see. The simplest expressions of this are the dual thoughts so characteristic of Dostoevsky's heroes, even Mishkin and Alyosha. One of the thoughts is obvious, determining the content of speech, the other is hidden, but nevertheless determines the structuring of speech, casting its shadow upon it. The story A Meek One is directly structured on the motif of conscious ignorance. The hero conceals from himself and carefully eliminates from his own discourse the very thing that is constantly before his eyes. His entire monologue can be reduced to his forcing himself to see and admit what he has in fact known and seen from the very beginning. 2/3 of the monologue is defined by the hero's desperate attempt to get around what already internally determines his thought and speech as an invisibly present truth. At first he tries to bring his thoughts to a focus that lies on the far side of that truth. But all the same he is ultimately forced to gather his thoughts together at what is for him a terrible point of truth. This stylistic motif is developed most profoundly in the speech of Ivan Karamazov. First his desire for his father's death and then his participation in the murder are the facts that invisibly determine his discourse, although of course in tight and inseparable connection with his doubled ideological orientation in the world. To a considerable extent the process of Ivan's inner life as depicted in the novel is the process of his recognition and affirmation, for himself and for others, of what he has in fact already long known. We repeat, this process unfolds primarily in dialogues, and above all in dialogues with Smerdyakov. Smerdyakov gradually gains control over that voice of Ivan's which Ivan is hiding from his own self. Smerdyakov is able to govern that voice precisely because Ivan's consciousness does not look in that direction and does not wish to look there. He finally extracts from Ivan the deed and the word he needs. Ivan leaves for Chermashna, where Smerdyakov had been insistently directing him. When he had seated himself in the carriage, Smerdyakov jumped up to arrange the rug. "You see, I am going to Chermashna," broke suddenly from Ivan Fyodorovich. Again, as the day before, the words seemed to drop of themselves, and he laughed, too, a peculiar, nervous laugh. He remembered it long after. "It's a true saying then, that it's always worthwhile speaking to a clever man," answered Smerdyakov firmly, looking significantly at Ivan Fyodorovich. SS 9, 351, The Brothers Karamazov, Part 2, Book 5, ch. 7. This process of self-elucidation and gradual realization of what he in fact already knew, what his second voice was saying, makes up the content of the subsequent parts of the novel. The process remained unfinished. It was interrupted by Ivan's mental illness. Ivan's ideological discourse, the personal orientation of this discourse and its dialogic addressivity toward its referential object, stand out with extraordinary clarity and vividness. It is not a judgment about the world but rather a personal non-acceptance of the world, a rejection of it, addressed to God as the guilty party responsible for the world order. But this ideological discourse of Ivan's develops, as it were, in a double dialogue. Inserted into the dialogue between Ivan and Alyosha is the dialogue, more accurately a dialogized monologue, that Ivan creates between the Grand Inquisitor and Christ. We shall touch briefly upon one other variety of discourse in Dostoevsky, hagiographic discourse. It appears in the speech of the cripple Maria Lebyadkina, in Makar Dolgoruki, and finally in the life of Zosima. Its first appearance was perhaps in Mishkin's stories, especially in the episode with Marie. The hagiographic word is a word without a sideward glance, calmly adequate to itself and its referential object. But in Dostoevsky this discourse is of course stylized. A monologically firm and self-confident voice for the hero never really appears in his works, but a certain tendency toward it is clearly felt in several rare instances. When a hero, in keeping with Dostoevsky's plan, comes close to the truth about himself, makes peace with the other and takes possession of his own authentic voice, his style and tone begin to change. When, for example, the hero of A Meek One arrives, according to plan, at the truth irresistibly ennobles his heart and mind. Toward the end the very tone of his narrative becomes different from its incoherent beginning, from Dostoevsky's foreword. Here is the hero's changed voice on the last page of the story. "She's blind, blind. She's dead, she cannot hear. You do not know that I would have built a paradise for you to dwell in. For I had a paradise in my heart, and I would have lavished it on you. Granted you would not have given me your love, never mind, what of it? Everything would have remained like that, it would have gone on being like that. You would have spoken to me as to a friend, we would have delighted in our talks and laughed together, looking happily into each other's eyes, that's all. And that's how it would have been. And even if you came to love another, why, never mind, never mind. You would have walked along with him and smiled, while I would have looked at you from across the street. Oh, never mind anything, if only she would open her eyes just once. For one single moment, just one. If she would only look at me the way she had done earlier today when she stood before me and swore to be a faithful wife to me. Oh, in that single glance she would have understood everything. SSX, 419. Analogous words, in the same style but in tones of fulfillment, can be heard in the speech of the young brother of the elder Zosima, in the speech of Zosima himself after his victory over himself, the episode with the orderly and the duel, and finally in the speech of the mysterious visitor after he has made his confession. But all this speech is to a greater or lesser degree subordinated to the stylized tones of a clerical hagiographic or clerical confessional style. In the narration itself these tones appear only once, in the brothers Karamazov, in the chapter Cana of Galilee. A special place must also be allotted to penetrated discourse, which has its own functions in Dostoevsky's works. It is, according to Dostoevsky's plan, a firmly monologic, undivided discourse, a word without a sideward glance, without a loophole, without internal polemic. But such a discourse is only possible in actual dialogue with another person. In general, the reconciliation and merging of voices even within the bounds of a single consciousness, according to Dostoevsky's plan and in accordance with his basic ideological premises, cannot be a monologic act, but rather presumes the attachment of the hero's voice to the chorus. For this to happen, however, it is necessary to subdue and muffle the fictive voices that interrupt and mock a person's genuine voice. On the level of Dostoevsky's social ideology, this expressed itself as a demand for the intelligentsia to merge with the common people. Humble thyself, proud man, above all, subdue thy pride. Humble thyself, idle man, and first of all labor on thy native land. On the level of his religious ideology this meant to join the chorus and proclaim with them Hosanna. In this chorus the word passes from mouth to mouth in identical tones of praise, joy, and gladness. But what unfolds on the level of his novels is not a polyphony of reconciled voices but a polyphony of battling and internally divided voices. These latter voices were no longer present on the level of Dostoevsky's narrowly ideological aspirations but were present in the actual reality of his time. The social and religious utopia inherent in his ideological views did not swallow up or dissolve in itself his objectively artistic vision. A few words about the narrator's style. In the later works as well the narrator's discourse does not, if compared with the character's discourse, introduce any new tones or fundamentally new orientations. It is, as before, one discourse among many discourses. In general the narration moves between two poles, between a drilly informative, documentary discourse that hardly represents at all, and the discourse of the character. But where narration tends in the direction of a character's discourse, it gives that discourse a displaced or altered accent, mocking, polemical, ironic, and only in the rarest instances attempts any single accented merging with it. Between these two poles the narrator's discourse moves in every novel. The influence of these two poles is clearly visible even in the titles of the chapters. Some of the titles are taken directly from the character's words, but as chapter titles these words, of course, take on a different accent. Others are given in the style of a character, others are of a strictly informative character, still others are of the conventionally literary sort. Here is an example of each out of the brothers Karamazov, in Book 2, ch. 4, Why is such a man alive? Dmitri's words, in Book 1, ch. 2, he gets rid of his eldest son, in the style of Fyodor Pavlovich, in Book 1, ch. Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov, informative title, in Book 5, ch. 6, for a while a very obscure one, a conventionally literary title. The chapter titles of the brothers Karamazov comprise, as if in microcosm, the whole multiplicity of tones and styles incorporated into the novel. In no novel is this multiplicity of tones and styles reduced to a single common denominator. Nowhere is there a discourse dominant, be it authorial discourse or the discourse of a major hero. Unity of style in this monologic sense does not exist in Dostoevsky's novels. As concerns the positioning of the narration as a whole, it is, as we know, dialogically addressed to the hero. A thoroughgoing dialogization of all elements of the work without exception is an essential aspect of the author's design. Wherever the narration does not interfere as an alien voice in the hero's interior dialogue, does not enter into an interruption-ridden union with the speech of one or another of the characters, then it presents facts without voice, without intonation, or with conventional intonation. Dry, informative, documentary discourse is, as it were, voiceless discourse, raw material for the voice. But a voiceless and accentless fact is presented in such a way that it can enter the hero's field of vision and can become material for his own personal voice, material for the judgment he passes on himself. The author does not insert into this material any judgment or evaluation of his own. This is why the narrator has no surplus field of vision, no perspective. Thus certain words directly and openly participate in the interior dialogue of the hero, and others do so only potentially. The author structures them in such a way that they can be controlled by the consciousness and voice of the hero himself. Their accent is not predetermined, a place is left open for it. Thus Dostoevsky's works contain no finalizing discourse that defines anything once and forever. Thus there can be no firm image of the hero answering to the question who is he. The only questions here are who am I, and who are you? But even these questions reverberate in a continuous and open-ended interior dialogue. Discourse of the hero and discourse about the hero are determined by an open dialogic attitude toward oneself and toward the other. Authorial discourse cannot encompass the hero and his word on all sides, cannot lock in and finalize him from without. It can only address itself to him. All definitions and all points of view are swallowed up by dialogue, drawn into its becoming. Second-hand discourse, discourse which, without interfering in the interior dialogue of the hero, would neutrally and objectively structure his finalized image, is unknown to Dostoevsky. Second-hand discourse providing a final summary of personality does not enter into his design. Whatever is firm, dead, finished, unable to respond, whatever has already spoken its final word, does not exist in Dostoevsky's world. For dialogue in Dostoevsky. A character's self-consciousness in Dostoevsky is thoroughly dialogized, in its every aspect it is turned outward, intensely addressing itself, another, a third person. Outside this living addressivity toward itself and toward the other it does not exist, even for itself. In this sense it could be said that the person in Dostoevsky is the subject of an address. One cannot talk about him, one can only address oneself to him. Those depths of the human soul, whose representation Dostoevsky considered the main task of his realism in a higher sense, are revealed only in an intense act of address. It is impossible to master the inner man, to see and understand him by making him into an object of indifferent neutral analysis. It is also impossible to master him by merging with him, by empathizing with him. No, one can approach him and reveal him, or more precisely, force him to reveal himself, only by addressing him dialogically. And to portray the inner man, as Dostoevsky understood it, was possible only by portraying his communion with another. Only in communion, in the interaction of one person with another, can the man in man be revealed, for others as well as for oneself. It is fully understandable that at the center of Dostoevsky's artistic world must lie dialogue, and dialogue not as a means but as an end in itself. Dialogue here is not the threshold to action, it is the action itself. It is not a means for revealing, for bringing to the surface the already ready-made character of a person. No, in dialogue a person not only shows himself outwardly, but he becomes for the first time that which he is, and, we repeat, not only for others but for himself as well. To be means to communicate dialogically. When dialogue ends, everything ends. Thus dialogue, by its very essence, cannot and must not come to an end. At the level of his religious utopian worldview, Dostoevsky carries dialogue into eternity, conceiving of it as eternal co-rejoicing, co-admiration, concord. At the level of the novel, it is presented as the unfinalizability of dialogue, although originally as dialogue's vicious circle. Everything in Dostoevsky's novels tends toward dialogue, toward a dialogic opposition, as if tending toward its center. All else is the means, dialogue is the end. A single voice ends nothing and resolves nothing. Two voices is the minimum for life, the minimum for existence. The potential endlessness of dialogue in Dostoevsky's design already in itself answers the question why such dialogue cannot be plot-dependent in the strict sense of the word, for a plot-dependent dialogue strives toward conclusion just as inevitably as does the plot of which it is in fact a component. Therefore dialogue in Dostoevsky is, as we have said, always external to the plot, that is, internally independent of the plot-related interrelationships of the speakers, although, of course, dialogue is prepared for by the plot. Mishkin's dialogue with Rogozin, for example, is a dialogue man-to-man, but in no sense is it a dialogue of two rivals, although rivalry is precisely what has brought them together. The nucleus of the dialogue is always external to the plot, no matter how intensely it is motivated by the plot, for example, Aglaya's dialogue with Nastasia Filipovna. The shell of the dialogue, however, is always intimately plot-related. Only in Dostoevsky's early works are dialogues of a somewhat abstract nature and not firmly inserted in the framework of the plot. The basic scheme for dialogue in Dostoevsky is very simple, the opposition of one person to another person as the opposition of I to the other. In Dostoevsky's early works this other person is still rather abstract, it is another person as such. I'm alone, and they are everyone else, thought the underground man in his youth. But he continues to think in essentially the same way throughout the rest of his life. The world for him falls into two camps, in one, I, in the other, they, that is, all others without exception, no matter who they are. Every person exists for him, first and foremost, as the other person. And this definition of the person directly conditions all the underground man's attitudes toward him. He reduces all people to a single common denominator, the other. School friends, fellow civil servants, his servant Apollon, the woman who has fallen in love with him, even the creator of the world order with whom he polemicizes, all are reduced to this category by the underground man, and his primary reaction to them is as others in relation to himself. Such abstractness is provided for by the entire plan of the work. The life of the underground man is absolutely devoid of any plot. A plotted life in which there are friends, brothers, parents, wives, rivals, mistresses, etc., and in which he himself could be a brother, a son, a husband, is experienced by him only in his dreams. In his actual life there are no real human categories. This is why the internal and external dialogues in this work are so abstract and so classically precise that they can be compared only with dialogues in Racine. The endlessness of the external dialogue emerges here with the same mathematical clarity as does the endlessness of internal dialogue. A real-life other voice inevitably fuses with the other voice already ringing in the hero's ears. And the real-life discourse of the other person is also drawn into the movement of a perpetuum mobile, as are all anticipated replies. The hero demands from that discourse full recognition and affirmation, but at the same time does not accept that recognition and affirmation, for in that discourse he is the weak and passive party, he is the one who is understood, accepted, forgiven. His pride cannot bear that. And I will never forgive you for the tears I could not help shedding before you just now, like some silly old woman put to shame. And for what I am confessing to you now I shall never forgive you either, he shouts, during his confession to the girl who has fallen in love with him. Do you understand how I will hate you now after saying this, for having been here and listening? After all, a man speaks out like this once in a lifetime and then it is in hysterics. What more do you want? Why, after all, do you still stand there in front of me? Why do you torment me? Why don't you go? SS 4, 237-38, Notes, Part 2, ch. 9. But she did not go. Something still worse happened, she understood him and accepted him as he was. Her sympathy and acceptance were intolerable to him. To my overwrought brain the thought also occurred that our parts were after all completely reversed now, that she was now the heroine, while I was just a crushed and humiliated creature as she had been before me that night, 4 days before. And all this came into my mind during the minutes I was lying face down on the sofa. My God! Surely I was not envious of her then? I don't know, to this day I cannot decide, and at the time, of course, I was still less able to understand what I was feeling than now. I cannot get on without domineering and tyrannizing over someone, after all, but, after all, there is no explaining anything by reasoning and consequently it is useless to reason. SS, 239, Notes, Part 2, ch. 9. The underground man remains in his inescapable opposition to the other person. A real-life human voice and the other's anticipated reply are equally incapable of finalizing his endless internal dialogue. We have already said that internal dialogue, that is, microdialogue, and the principles for constructing it served as the basis on which Dostoevsky originally introduced other real voices. This interrelationship between internal dialogue and exterior, compositionally expressed dialogue we should now examine more carefully, for it contains the essence of Dostoevsky's handling of dialogue. We saw that in The Double the second hero, the double, was directly introduced by Dostoevsky as the personified second internal voice of Gulyadkin himself. The narrator's voice was also of such a sort. But Gulyadkin's internal voice was itself only a substitute, a specific surrogate for the actual voice of another person. This helped to bring about a very close bond between voices and the extreme, to be sure, here one-sided, intensity of their dialogue. The others, the doubles, response could not avoid touching Gulyadkin's sore spots, for it was nothing other than his own word in someone else's mouth, but it was, so to speak, his own word turned inside out, with a shifted and maliciously distorted accent. This principle of voice combination is preserved, although in more complex and profound form, in all of Dostoevsky's subsequent works. To it he is indebted for the extraordinary power of his dialogues. Two characters are always introduced by Dostoevsky in such a way that each of them is intimately linked with the internal voice of the other, although a direct personification of this voice never again appears, with the exception of Ivan Karamazov's devil. In their dialogue, therefore, the rejoinders of the one touch and even partially coincide with the rejoinders of the other's interior dialogue. A deep essential bond or partial coincidence between the borrowed words of one hero and the internal and secret discourse of another hero, this is the indispensable element in all Dostoevsky's crucial dialogues. The major dialogues are structured directly on this principle. We shall quote a brief but very vivid dialogue from the brothers Karamazov. Ivan Karamazov still fully believes in Dmitri's guilt. But in the depths of his soul, as yet almost hidden from himself, he begins to pose the question of his own guilt. The internal struggle in his soul is extremely intense. It is at this moment that the following dialogue with Alyosha takes place. Alyosha categorically denies Dmitri's guilt. "Who is the murderer then, according to you?" he Ivan, M.B. asked, with apparent coldness. There was even a supercilious note in his voice. "You know who," Alyosha pronounced in a low penetrating voice. "Who? You mean the myth about that crazy idiot, the epileptic, Smerdyakov?" Alyosha suddenly felt himself trembling all over. "You know who," broke helplessly from him. He could scarcely breathe. "Who? Who?" Ivan cried almost fiercely. All his restraint suddenly vanished. "I only know one thing," Alyosha went on, still almost in a whisper, "it wasn't you who killed father." "Not you? What do you mean by not you?" Ivan was thunderstruck. "It was not you who killed father, not you," Alyosha repeated firmly. The silence lasted for half a minute. "I know I didn't." "Are you raving?" said Ivan, with a pale, distorted smile. His eyes were riveted on Alyosha. They were standing again under a lamp-post. "No, Ivan. You've told yourself several times that you are the murderer." "When did I say so? I was in Moscow. When have I said so?" Ivan faltered helplessly. "You've said so to yourself many times, when you've been alone during these 2 dreadful months," Alyosha went on softly and distinctly as before. Yet he was speaking now, as it were, not of himself, not of his own will, but obeying some irresistible command. "You have accused yourself and have confessed to yourself that you are the murderer and no one else. But you didn't do it, you are mistaken, you are not the murderer. Do you hear? It was not you. God has sent me to tell you so." SSX, 117-18, The Brothers Karamazov, Part 4, Book 11, ch. v. Here Dostoevsky's device is laid bare and exposed to full view in the very content itself. Alyosha says openly that he is answering a question that Ivan has asked himself in an internal dialogue. This excerpt is a highly typical example of the penetrative word and its artistic role in dialogue. The following is very important. Ivan's own secret words on someone else's lips evoke in him repulsion and hatred toward Alyosha, and precisely because they have touched a sore spot they are indeed an answer to his question. He has now come to the point where he refuses, in general, any discussion of his internal affairs by others. Alyosha understands this perfectly well, but he foresees that Ivan, the profound conscience, will inevitably sooner or later give himself the categorically affirmative answer, "I am the murderer." In keeping with Dostoevsky's plan, Ivan could not have given himself any other answer. And that is why Alyosha's word must make itself useful precisely as the word of another. "Brother," Alyosha began again, in a shaking voice, "I have said this to you, because you'll believe my word, I know that. I tell you once and for all, it was not you. You hear, once for all. God has put it into my heart to say this to you, even though it may make you hate me from this hour." Alyosha's words, intersecting with Ivan's inner speech, must be juxtaposed to the words of the devil, which also repeat the words and thoughts of Ivan himself. The devil introduces into Ivan's internal dialogue accents of mockery and hopeless condemnation, similar to the voice of the devil in Trishatov's projected opera, whose song mingles with the hymns, almost blending with them, although it's completely different from them. The devil speaks as Ivan and at the same time as the other person, hostilely exaggerating and distorting his accents. "You are me, my own self," Ivan tells the devil, only with a different face. Alyosha also introduces into Ivan's interior dialogue someone else's accents, but in precisely the opposite direction. Alyosha, as other, carries tones of love and reconciliation, which are of course impossible on Ivan's lips in relationship to himself. Alyosha's speech and the speech of the devil, identically repeating Ivan's words, impart to those words diametrically opposed accents. One intensifies one side of his internal dialogue, the other another. For Dostoevsky, this distribution of characters and the interrelationship of their discourses is typical to the highest degree. In Dostoevsky's dialogues, collision and quarreling occurs not between two integral monologic voices, but between two divided voices. One of those voices, at least, is divided. The open rejoinders of the one answer the hidden rejoinders of the other. The opposition of one hero to two other heroes, each of which is linked with a contrary rejoinder in the internal dialogue of the first hero, is for Dostoevsky a most typical group. For a correct understanding of Dostoevsky's plan, it is very important to consider the value he placed on the role of the other person as another, since Dostoevsky's basic artistic effects are achieved by passing one and the same word through various voices all counterposed to one another. As a parallel to the above quoted dialogue between Alyosha and Ivan, we quote an excerpt from Dostoevsky's letter to G. A. Kovner, 1877. "I found not quite to my liking the 2 lines in your letter where you say that you feel no remorse at all for the act you committed in the bank. There is something higher than the conclusions of reason and the ever-present extenuating circumstances, something to which everyone is subject, that is, again something similar to a banner. Perhaps you are sufficiently intelligent not to take offense at the frankness and unsolicited nature of my remark. First of all, I myself am no better than you or anyone else, and this is not at all false modesty. What would that bring me? And secondly, if I justify you in my own way in my heart, as I invite you to justify me, then it is still better if I justify you rather than you justify yourself. 33. Analogous to this is the distribution of characters in the idiot. Here there are two main groups, Nastasia Philippovna, Mishkin, and Rogozin are one group, Mishkin, Nastasia Philippovna, and Aglaya are the other. We shall pause briefly only on the first group. Nastasia Philippovna's voice, as we have seen, is divided between the voice that pronounces her a guilty fallen woman and the voice that vindicates and accepts her. Her speech is full of the interruption-prone combination of these two voices, first one predominates, then the other, but neither can ultimately defeat the other. The accents of each voice are intensified or interrupted by the real voices of other people. Condemnatory voices force her to exaggerate the accents of her accusatory voice in order to spite others. Thus her confession begins to sound like Stavrogin's confession, or, in a stylistically closer example, like the confession of the underground man. When she comes to Ganya's apartment, where she is, as she knows, condemned, she plays the role of the courtesan out of spite, and only Mishkin's voice, intersecting with her internal dialogue in another direction, forces her to abruptly change that tone and to respectfully kiss the hand of Ganya's mother, whom she had just mocked. The place of Mishkin and of his real voice in Nastasia Philippovna's life is determined by his connection with one of the rejoinders in her internal dialogue. Haven't I dreamed of you myself? You are right, I dreamed of you long ago, when I lived 5 years all alone in his country home. I used to think and dream, and I was always imagining someone like you, kind, good and honest and so stupid that he would come forward all of a sudden and say, you are not to blame, Nastasia Philippovna, and I adore you. I used to dream like that, till I nearly went out of my mind. SS 6, 197, The Idiot, Part 1, ch 16. It was this anticipated reply of the other that she had heard in the actual voice of Mishkin, who repeats it almost word for word on that fateful evening at Nastasia Philippovna's. The positioning of Rogozin is somewhat different. From the very beginning he becomes for Nastasia Philippovna the symbol for the embodiment of her second voice. I'm Rogozin's woman, she keeps repeating. To carouse with Rogozin, to go to Rogozin means for her to embody and realize wholly her second voice. Rogozin's bartering and buying her, Rogozin's drinking bouts are a maliciously exaggerated symbol of her fall. This is unjust to Rogozin, for he, especially at the beginning, is not at all inclined to condemn her, although he is capable of hating her. Rogozin means the knife, and she knows it. Thus is this group constructed. The real-life voices of Mishkin and Rogozin are interwoven and intersect with the voices in Nastasia Philippovna's internal dialogue. The interruptions in her own voice are transformed into interruptions in her plot relationships with Mishkin and Rogozin, her frequent flights from the altar with Mishkin to Rogozin, and from him back again to Mishkin, her hatred and love toward Aglaya. 34. Of a somewhat different sort are Ivan Karamazov's dialogues with Smerdyakov. Here Dostoevsky reaches the summit of his mastery in handling dialogue. The inter-orienting relationships between Ivan and Smerdyakov are very complex. We have already said that the desire for his father's death, invisible and half-hidden from Ivan himself, determines some of Ivan's speech in the beginning of the novel. This hidden voice is co-opted, however, by Smerdyakov, and co-opted with absolute precision and self-assurance. 35. Ivan, according to Dostoevsky's plan, wants his father murdered, but he wants it under the condition that he himself remain not only externally but even internally uninvolved in it. He wants the murder to occur as an inevitability of fate, not only apart from his will, but in opposition to it. Be sure, he says to Elisha, I shall always defend him, Father, MB. But in my wishes I reserve myself full latitude in this case. The internally dialogic dissociation of Ivan's will might be presented in the form of two such rejoinders in a dialogue. I do not desire my father's murder. If it happens, it will be against my will. But I desire that the murder take place against my will, because then I will be internally uninvolved in it and will have nothing with which to reproach myself. Thus is Ivan's internal dialogue with himself constructed. Smerdyakov guesses, or, more precisely, hears clearly the second rejoinder of this dialogue, but he understands the loophole contained in it in his own way, as Ivan's striving not to provide any evidence that might prove his participation in the crime, as the extreme external and internal caution of a clever man who avoids all direct words that might expose him, and with whom, therefore, it's always worthwhile speaking, because it is possible to speak with him by hints alone. Ivan's voice seems to Smerdyakov before the murder to be absolutely integral and undivided. Ivan's desire for the death of his father seems to him an absolutely simple and natural deduction drawn from his ideological views, from his assertion that all is permitted. The first rejoinder in Ivan's internal dialogue Smerdyakov does not hear, and to the very end he does not believe that Ivan's first voice really and seriously did not wish the death of his father. In Dostoevsky's plan this voice was indeed serious, and it is this voice that gives Elisha grounds for vindicating Ivan, in spite of the fact that Elisha himself is perfectly well aware of that second, Smerdyakovian voice in him. Smerdyakov self-confidently and firmly controls Ivan's will, or more precisely, invests that will with the concrete forms of a specific volitional statement. Through Smerdyakov, Ivan's internal rejoinder is transformed from a desire into a deed. Smerdyakov's dialogues with Ivan before the latter's departure to Chermashna are in fact embodiments, astonishing in their artistic effect, of a conversation between Smerdyakov's open and conscious will, encoded in hints, and Ivan's hidden will, hidden even from himself, taking place, as it were, without the participation of Ivan's open and conscious will. Smerdyakov speaks directly and confidently, addressing his hints and equivocations to Ivan's second voice. Smerdyakov's words intersect with the second rejoinder in Ivan's internal dialogue. Ivan's first voice answers him. Therefore Ivan's words, which Smerdyakov understands as an allegory with the opposite meaning, are in fact not allegories at all. They are Ivan's direct words. But the voice that answers Smerdyakov is interrupted here and there by the hidden rejoinder of his second voice. Thanks to these interruptions, Smerdyakov remains fully convinced of Ivan's compliance. These interruptions in Ivan's voice are very subtle, and express themselves not so much in words as in pauses quite inappropriate from the point of view of the meaning of his speech, in changes of tone that are incomprehensible from the point of view of his first voice, in his unexpected and inappropriate laughter, and so on. If the voice in which Ivan answers Smerdyakov were his only and integral voice, that is, if it were a purely monologic voice, all these phenomena would be impossible. They are the result of the interruption, the interference of two voices within a single voice, of two rejoinders within a single rejoinder. Thus are Ivan's dialogues with Smerdyakov structured before the murder. After the murder, the structure of the dialogues is different. Here Dostoevsky forces Ivan to recognize, by degrees, dimly and ambiguously at first and then clearly and distinctly, his own hidden will in another person. What had seemed to him a knowingly inactive and therefore innocent desire, well hidden even from himself, turns out to be, for Smerdyakov, a clear and distinctly expressed desire directing Ivan's actions. Ivan's second voice, so it turns out, was sounding forth and issuing orders, and Smerdyakov was only an executor of its will, its faithful servant Licharda. In the first two dialogues, Ivan becomes convinced that he had been in any case internally involved in the murder, for he had actually desired it and had unambiguously expressed this will to another. In the final dialogue he comes to realize the fact of his external involvement in the murder as well. We should attend to the following point. At first Smerdyakov took Ivan's voice for an integrated monologic voice. He heard his confession about all is permitted as the word of a teacher, chosen and self-confident. At first he did not understand that Ivan's voice was bifurcated and that its convincing, self-confident tone was meant to convince Ivan himself, and certainly not to transmit his words in a fully convinced way to another person. Analogous to this is the attitude of Shatov, Kirillov, and Peter Verkhovensky towards Stavrogen. Each of them follows Stavrogen as if he were a teacher, taking his voice as integrated and self-confident. All of them think that he spoke with them as a mentor speaks with a pupil. In actual fact he had made them participants in his own inescapable internal dialogue, in which he was trying to convince himself, not them. Now Stavrogen hears from each of them his own words, but with a firm and monologized accent. He himself can now repeat these words only with an accent of mockery, not conviction. He had not succeeded in convincing himself of anything, and it is painful for him to listen to people whom he has convinced. On this base Stavrogen's dialogues are constructed with each of his three followers. Do you know, Shatov says to Stavrogen, MB, who are the only God-bearing people on earth, destined to regenerate and save the world in the name of a new God, and to whom are given the keys of life and a new word an. Do you know which is that people and what is its name? From your manner I am forced to conclude, and I think I may as well do so at once, that it is the Russian people. And you can laugh, oh, what a race! Shatov burst out. Calm yourself, I beg of you, on the contrary, I was expecting something of the sort from you. You expected something of the sort? And don't you know those words yourself? I know them very well. I see only too well what you're driving at. All your phrases, even the expression God-bearing people, is only a sequel to our talk 2 years ago, abroad, not long before you went to America. At least, as far as I can recall it now. It's your phrase altogether, not mine. Your own, not simply the sequel of our conversation. Our conversation it was not at all. It was a teacher uttering weighty words, and a pupil who was raised from the dead. I was that pupil and you were the teacher. SS 7, 261-62, The Possessed, Part 2, ch 1,7. The convinced tone in which Stavrogen had spoken abroad about the God-bearing people, the tone of the teacher who uttered weighty words, can be explained by the fact that he was actually still trying to convince only himself. His words with their convincing accent were addressed to himself, they were a loud rejoinder from his own internal dialogue. I wasn't joking with you then, in persuading you I was perhaps more concerned with myself than with you, Stavrogen pronounced enigmatically. Accents of the most profound conviction in the speech of Dostoevsky's heroes are, in the huge majority of cases, solely the result of the fact that these words are actually one side of an internal dialogue and meant to convince the speaker himself. The intensification of a convincing tone indicates an internal resistance on the part of the hero's other voice. A word completely alien to any internal struggle is almost never found in Dostoevsky's heroes. In Kirillov's and Verkhovensky's speech as well, Stavrogen hears his own voice, with an altered accent. In Kirillov the accent is maniacal conviction, in Peter Verkhovensky, cynical exaggeration. A special type of dialogue is present in Raskolnikov's dialogues with Porfiry, although externally they are extraordinarily similar to Ivan's dialogues with Smerdyakov before the murder of Fyodor Pavlovich. Porfiry speaks in hints, addressing himself to Raskolnikov's hidden voice. Raskolnikov tries to perform his role with calculation and precision. Porfiry's goal is to force Raskolnikov's inner voice to break out into the open, to create interruptions in his deliberate and skillfully performed replies. For this reason the words and intonations of Raskolnikov's role are continually invaded by the real words and intonations of his true voice. Porfiry too occasionally allows his true face, the face of a man already certain, to peek out from behind his assumed role of unsuspecting investigator. Suddenly, amid each conversant's fictive replies, two real rejoinders, two real discourses, two real human views meet and intersect each other. As a result the dialogue from one plane, the role-playing plane, passes from time to another plane, the real, but only for a moment. And only in the final dialogue does the effective destruction of the role-playing plane occur, and with it the full and final emergence of the word into the plane of reality. Here is that unexpected breakthrough into the plane of reality. Porfiry Petrovich, at the beginning of his conversation with Raskolnikov after Mikhail's confession, has apparently withdrawn all his suspicions, but then, unexpectedly for Raskolnikov, announces that Mikhail could not have done the killing. No, this is not the work of a Mikhail, my dear Rodion Romanovich, there is no Mikhail here. All that had been said before had sounded so like a recantation that these words were too great a shock. Raskolnikov shuddered as though he had been stabbed. Then? Who then? Is the murderer? He asked in a breathless voice, unable to restrain himself. Porfiry Petrovich sank back in his chair, as though he were amazed at the question. Who is the murderer? He repeated, as though unable to believe his ears. Why, you, Rodion Romanovich. You are the murderer, he added, almost in a whisper, in a voice of genuine conviction. Raskolnikov leapt from the sofa, stood up for a few seconds and sat down again without uttering a word. His face twitched convulsively. I didn't do it, Raskolnikov whispered, as frightened children do when caught in the act. SSV, 476, Crime and Punishment, Part 6, ch. 2. Of enormous importance in Dostoevsky is the confessional dialogue. The role of the other person as the other, whoever it may be, emerges here with special clarity. Let us pause briefly on Stavrogin's dialogue with Tikhon as a maximally pure model of the confessional dialogue. The entire orientation of Stavrogin in this dialogue is determined by his dual attitude toward the other person, by the impossibility of managing without his judgment and forgiveness, and at the same time by a hostility toward him and resistance to his judgment and forgiveness. This is what determines all the interruptions in his speech, in his facial expressions and gestures, the abrupt shifts of mood and tone, his ceaseless reservations, his anticipation of Tikhon's replies and abrupt refutation of these imagined replies. It is as if two persons were speaking with Tikhon, merged interruptedly into one. Tikhon is confronted with two voices, into whose internal struggle he is drawn as a participant. After the first salutations, unintelligible and uttered for some reason with haste and with obvious, mutual awkwardness, Tikhon took his guest into his study, and, still in apparent haste, sat him down on the sofa in front of the table and settled himself beside him in one of the wicker chairs. At this point Nikolai Vsevolodovich, to his surprise, lost control of himself completely. It seemed as if he were getting ready, with all his strength, to dare something extraordinary and unquestionable, and at the same time, almost impossible for him. He looked around the study for a moment, obviously not noticing what he had seen. He became lost in thought, but, perhaps, not knowing what he was thinking about. The quiet waked him, and it suddenly seemed to him as if Tikhon were sheepishly lowering his eyes and smiling a completely needless smile. This instantly aroused a feeling of disgust and rebellion in him. He wanted to get up and go out. In his opinion, Tikhon was absolutely drunk. But the latter suddenly raised his eyes and looked at him so strongly and so thoughtfully, and at the same time with such an unexpected and enigmatic expression, that he almost winced, and now it suddenly seemed to him something completely different, that Tikhon already knew what he had come for, that he had been forewarned, although nobody in the whole world could know the reason, and if he was not first to start a conversation, it was because he was sparing him, afraid of humiliating him. 36. The abrupt changes in Stavrogin's mood and tone determine the entire subsequent dialogue. Sometimes one voice wins out, sometimes the other, but more often Stavrogin's rejoinder is structured as an interruption-prone merging of the two voices. These revelations of Stavrogin's visitation by the devil, MB, were wild and confused and really did seem to come from a madman. But at the same time Nikolai Vsevolodovich spoke with such a strange frankness, unprecedented for him, with such ingenuousness, completely unnatural for him, that it seemed as if his former self had suddenly and unexpectedly vanished. He was in no way ashamed to display that fear with which he talked about his ghost. But all this was instantaneous and vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. "This is all nonsense," he said quickly and with awkward annoyance, catching himself up. "I'm going to a doctor." And somewhat further on. "But it's all nonsense. I'm going to a doctor. It's really all nonsense, terrible nonsense. It's me myself in different aspects, and nothing else. Since I added this sentence just now, you almost certainly think that I'm still doubtful and not sure that it's me and not in fact a devil." 37. In the beginning, one of Stavrogin's voices wins out completely and it seems that his former self had suddenly and unexpectedly vanished. But then the second voice emerges again, causes an abrupt change of tone and breaks apart his reply. There occurs one of Stavrogin's typical anticipations of Tikhone's reaction, and all the accompanying phenomena already familiar to us. Before he finally hands Tikhon the pages of his confession, Stavrogin's second voice abruptly interrupts his speech and his intentions, proclaiming its independence from the other, its contempt for the other, thus directly contradicting by its tone the very purpose of the confession. "Listen, I don't like spies and psychologists, at least those who poke into my soul. I don't ask anyone into my soul, I don't need anyone, I can get along by myself. Maybe you think I'm afraid of you." He raised his voice and lifted his face up defiantly. "Maybe you're now completely convinced that I came to tell you some terrible secret and you're waiting for it with all the monkeyish curiosity of which you're capable? Well, you may be sure that I'm not going to reveal anything to you, no kind of secret, because I can get along perfectly without you." The structure of this reply and its positioning within the whole dialogue are completely analogous to the phenomena we analyzed in Notes from Underground. The tendency toward a vicious circle in one's attitude toward the other appears here in perhaps even more acute form. "Answer me one question, but sincerely, only to me, or as if to yourself, in the dark of the night," Tikhon began in an inspired voice. "If someone forgave you this," he pointed to the sheets, "and not someone you respect or are afraid of, but a stranger, a man you'll never know, reading your terrible confession silently to himself, would the idea of this make it easier for you or would it be all the same? If it might be hard for your self-respect to give an answer, don't say anything but only think it to yourself." "Easier," Stavrogin answered in a low voice. "If you forgave me, it would be much easier for me," he added, with downcast eyes. "I will, if you forgive me too," Tikhon said emphatically. 38. What emerges here in all its clarity are the functions of the other person in dialogue, the other person as such, deprived of any social or pragmatic real-life concretization. This other person, a stranger, a man you'll never know, fulfills his functions in dialogue outside the plot and outside his specificity in any plot, as a pure man in man, a representative of all others for the I. As a consequence of such a positioning of the other, communion assumes a special character and becomes independent of all real life, concrete social forms, the forms of family, social or economic class, life stories. 39 We will pause on one passage where this function of the other as such, whoever he may be, is revealed with extraordinary clarity. The mysterious visitor, after confessing his crime to Zosima and on the eve of his public penance, returns to Zosima at night to murder him. What guided him in this was a pure hatred toward the other as such. Here is how he depicts his condition. "I went out from you then into the darkness, I wandered about the streets, struggling with myself. And suddenly I hated you so that I could hardly bear it. Now, I thought, he is all that binds me, and he is my judge. I can't refuse to face my punishment tomorrow, for he knows all. It was not that I was afraid you would betray me, I never even thought of that, but I thought, how can I look him in the face if I don't proclaim my crime? And if you had been at the other end of the earth, but alive, it would have been all the same. The thought was unendurable that you were alive knowing everything and condemning me. I hated you as though you were the cause, as though you were to blame for everything. SS 9, 390-91, The Brothers Karamazov, Part 2, Book 6, ch. 2. The voice of the actual other in confessional dialogues is always given in an analogous setting, one pointedly external to the plot. And, albeit not in such naked form, this same setting for the other determines all of Dostoevsky's crucial dialogues without exception. They are prepared for by the plot, but their culminating points, the peaks of the dialogues, rise above the plot in the abstract sphere of pure relationship, one person to another. With this we conclude our survey of types of dialogue, although we have far from exhausted all of them. Moreover, each type has numerous varieties which we have not touched upon at all. But the principle of construction is everywhere the same. Everywhere there is an intersection, consonance, or interruption of rejoinders in the open dialogue by rejoinders in the hero's internal dialogue. Everywhere a specific sum total of ideas, thoughts, and words is passed through several unmerged voices, sounding differently in each. The object of authorial aspirations is certainly not the sum total of ideas in itself, as something neutral and identical with itself. No, the object is precisely the passing of a theme through many and various voices, its rigorous and, so to speak, irrevocable multi-voicedness and vari-voicedness. The very distribution of voices and their interaction is what matters to Dostoevsky. Thus external dialogue, expressed compositionally in the text, is inseparably connected with internal dialogue, that is, with microdialogue, and to a considerable extent depends on it. And both are just as inseparably connected with the great dialogue of the novel as a whole that encompasses them. Dostoevsky's novels are thoroughly dialogical. A dialogic feeling for the world, as we have seen, permeates all Dostoevsky's other works as well, beginning with Poor Folk. Thus the dialogic nature of the word is revealed in his work with enormous force and with an acute palpability. Metalinguistic research into the nature of this dialogicality, and especially into the diverse varieties of double-voiced discourse and its influence on various aspects of the structure of speech, finds in Dostoevsky's creative art extraordinarily rich material. Like every great artist of the word, Dostoevsky knew how to detect and guide to artistically creative consciousness new aspects of discourse, new depths within it, which had been utilized only in a very weak and muffled way by other artists before him. What is important for Dostoevsky is not only the representational and expressive functions of the word, ordinary concerns for any artist, and not only the ability to recreate in an objectified way the social and individual uniqueness of his character's speech. Most important for him is the dialogic interaction of these various speeches, whatever their linguistic characteristics. For the main object of his representation is the word itself, and specifically the fully signifying word. Dostoevsky's works are a word about a word addressed to a word. The represented word comes together with the representing word on one level and on equal terms. They penetrate one another, overlap one another at various dialogic angles. As a result of this encounter, new aspects and new functions of the word are revealed and brought to the fore, and these we have tried to characterize in the present chapter. Conclusion. In this book we have sought to reveal the uniqueness of Dostoevsky as an artist who brought with him new forms of artistic visualization and was therefore able to open up and glimpse new sides of the human being and his life. Our attention has been concentrated on that new artistic position which permitted him to broaden the horizon of artistic visualization, which permitted him to look at the human being from a different artistic angle of vision. While continuing the dialogic line in the development of European artistic prose, Dostoevsky created a new generic variety of the novel, the polyphonic novel, whose innovative features we have tried to illuminate in this book. We consider the creation of the polyphonic novel a huge step forward not only in the development of novelistic prose, that is, of all genres developing within the orbit of the novel, but also in the development of the artistic thinking of humankind. It seems to us that one could speak directly of a special polyphonic artistic thinking extending beyond the bounds of the novel as a genre. This mode of thinking makes available those sides of a human being, and above all the thinking human consciousness and the dialogic sphere of its existence, which are not subject to artistic assimilation from monologic positions. At the present time, Dostoevsky's novel is perhaps the most influential model in the West. Dostoevsky the artist is followed by people with the most varied ideologies, often deeply hostile to the ideology of Dostoevsky himself. They are enthralled by his artistic will, by the new principle of artistic visualization that he discovered. But does this mean that the polyphonic novel, once discovered, supplants monologic forms of the novel, making them obsolete and unnecessary? Of course not. A newly born genre never supplants or replaces any already existing genres. Each new genre merely supplements the old ones, merely widens the circle of already existing genres. For every genre has its own predominant sphere of existence, in which it is irreplaceable. Thus the appearance of the polyphonic novel does not nullify or in any way restrict the further productive development of monologic forms of the novel, biographical, historical, the novel of everyday life, the novel epic, etc., for there will always continue to exist and expand those spheres of existence, of man and nature, which require precisely objectified and finalizing, that is monological, forms of artistic cognition. But again we repeat, the thinking human consciousness and the dialogic sphere in which this consciousness exists, in all its depth and specificity, cannot be reached through a monologic artistic approach. It becomes the object of authentic artistic visualization for the first time in Dostoevsky's polyphonic novel. Thus no new artistic genre ever nullifies or replaces old ones. But at the same time each fundamentally and significantly new genre, once it arrives, exerts influence on the entire circle of old genres. The new genre makes the old ones, so to speak, more conscious. It forces them to better perceive their own possibilities and boundaries, that is, to overcome their own naivete. Such, for example, was the influence of the novel as a new genre on all the old literary genres, on the novella, the narrative poem, the drama, the lyric. Moreover, a new genre can have a positive influence on old genres, to the extent, of course, that their generic natures permit it. Thus, for example, one can speak of a certain novelization of old genres in the epoch of the novel's flowering. The effect of new genres on old ones in most cases one promotes their renewal and enrichment. This of course also applies to the polyphonic novel. Against the background of Dostoevsky's work, many old monologic forms of literature began to look naive and simplistic. In this respect the influence of Dostoevsky's polyphonic novel on the monologic forms of literature has been very fruitful. The polyphonic novel makes new demands on aesthetic thought as well. Raised on monologic forms of artistic visualization, thoroughly steeped in them, aesthetic thought tends to absolutize those forms and not see their boundaries. This is why the tendency to monologize Dostoevsky's novel remains to this day so strong. It is expressed in a striving, through analysis, to give finalizing definitions to the heroes, to find without fail a definite monologic authorial idea, to seek everywhere a superficial real-life verisimilitude, and so forth. The rigorous unfinalizability and dialogic openness of Dostoevsky's artistic world, that is, its very essence, is ignored or rejected. The scientific consciousness of contemporary man has learned to orient itself among the complex circumstances of the probability of the universe. It is not confused by any indefinite quantities but knows how to calculate them and take them into account. This scientific consciousness has long since grown accustomed to the Einsteinian world with its multiplicity of systems of measurement, etc. But in the realm of artistic cognition people sometimes continue to demand a very crude and very primitive definitiveness, one that quite obviously could not be true. We must renounce our monologic habits so that we might come to feel at home in the new artistic sphere which Dostoevsky discovered, so that we might orient ourselves in that incomparably more complex artistic model of the world which he created. Appendixes. In the final decade of his life, Bakhtin saw much of his work, the product of a half-century of creative activity, finally in print. The 1929 Dostoevsky book was revised and expanded for a second edition in 1963. The book on Rabelais, after 20 years in limbo, was published in 1965. A collection of his essays from various years, Voprosi literaturi I estetiki, came out in 1975. Then, 4 years after Bakhtin's death, the devoted efforts of his disciples in the Soviet Union made possible the publication of a second volume of essays and fragments, Bakhtin, Estetika Slovsnego Tvorstva Moscow, Iskustvo, 1979. Two selections from this most recent volume are directly relevant to the Dostoevsky book, and have been translated here. Izniji Problemi Tvorstva Dostoevskogo, pages 181-87, appears as Appendix I, K. Pararabotka o Dostoevskom, pages 308-27, as Appendix II. A note on the apparatus. Some of the footnotes were provided by S.S. Avrantsev and S.G. Bakharov, editors and annotators of the Soviet edition, others have been added for the convenience of the non-Russian reader. The former are identified by A/B. Appendix I. 3 fragments from the 1929 edition. Problems of Dostoevsky's art. The passages below appear in the original edition of the Dostoevsky book, Problemi Tvorstva Dostoevskogo Leningrad, Priboy, 1929, pages 3-4, 100-02, 238-41, but were not included by Bakhtin in his expanded second edition of 1963. The two texts differ considerably in context and tone. Bakhtin's interests and essays during the 30 intervening years left their mark on the revised edition. The 1929 book was a monograph on Dostoevsky's novel, the 1963 book was more a study of Dostoevsky's place in the history of novelness. The fourth chapter, substantially rewritten, now included a discussion of the sources and tradition of Manipine satire, and chapter 5 was greatly enriched with refined categories of dialogic discourse. But these many expansions were accompanied by some cuts. Among them are the passages translated here, on Dostoevsky's links with European Romanticism, the internal dialogization of the legend of the Grand Inquisitor, Bakhtin's concept of dialogue as contrasted with Platonic and biblical dialogue, and the utopian striving of Dostoevsky's heroes for a community in the world. They help to place the Dostoevsky book more securely in the context of Bakhtin's other philosophical interests of the 1920s, especially his huge, unfinished masterwork on the nature of art and moral responsibility, a project with which Bakhtin's research into Dostoevsky was intimately connected. Forward. The present book is limited solely to theoretical problems of Dostoevsky's art. We have had to exclude all historical problems. This does not mean, however, that we consider such an approach to the material methodologically correct or normal. On the contrary, we think that every theoretical problem must without fail be oriented historically. Between the synchronic and diachronic approach to a literary work there must be an indissoluble bond and a strict reciprocity. But such is the methodological ideal. It is not always realized in practice. Purely technical considerations sometimes force us to isolate abstractly a theoretical, synchronic problem and develop it independently. Thus have we proceeded here. But the historical point of view has always been taken into account, moreover, it has served as a backdrop against which we have perceived each of the phenomena examined here. The backdrop itself, however, has not entered the book. But even theoretical problems have been no more than posited within the limits of the present work. To be sure, we have tried to indicate their solutions, but still we do not feel we have the right to call our book anything other than Problems of Dostoevsky's Art. At the basis of our analysis lies the conviction that every literary work is internally and immanently sociological. Within it living social forces intersect, each element of its form is permeated with living social evaluations. For this reason a purely formal analysis must take each element of the artistic structure as a point of refraction of living social forces, as a synthetic crystal whose facets are structured and ground in such a way that they refract specific rays of social evaluations, and refract them at a specific angle. Dostoevsky's work has been, up to now, the object of a narrowly ideological approach and treatment. Of greatest interest has been the ideology that found its direct expression in the pronouncements of Dostoevsky, or more precisely of his characters. The ideology that determined his artistic form, his extraordinarily complex and completely new novelistic construction, has remained to this day almost completely unexamined. A narrowly formalistic approach is almost incapable of reaching further than the periphery of that form. Such narrow ideologism, seeking above all purely philosophical postulates and insights, cannot deal with precisely that aspect of Dostoevsky's work that has outlived his philosophical and socio-political ideology, his revolutionary innovation in the realm of the novel as an artistic form. In the first part of our book we give a general idea of the new type of novel that Dostoevsky created. In the second half we develop our thesis in detail with concrete analyses of discourse and its artistic social functions in Dostoevsky's works. From the chapter The Functions of the Adventure Plot in Dostoevsky's work. Plot in Dostoevsky is absolutely devoid of any sort of finalizing functions. Its goal is to place a person in various situations that expose and provoke him, to bring people together and make them collide in conflict, in such a way, however, that they do not remain within this area of plot-related contact but exceed its bounds. The real connections begin where the ordinary plot ends, having fulfilled its service function. Before the beginning of their intimate conversation, Shatov tells Stavrogen, "We are two beings and have come together in infinity. For the last time in the world. Drop your tone, and speak like a human being. Speak, if only once in your life, with the voice of a man." 1. In essence all of Dostoevsky's heroes come together outside of time and space, as two beings in infinity point to their consciousnesses, each with its own world, intersect, their integral fields of vision intersect. At the points where their fields of vision intersect lie the culminating points of the novel. At these points also lie the clamps holding together the novelistic whole. They are external to the plot and cannot be subsumed by any of the schemas for constructing a European novel. Of what sort are they? To this basic question we will not give an answer here. The principles for voice combination can be revealed only after a careful analysis of discourse in Dostoevsky. After all, the issue here concerns the combination of characters' fully weighted words about themselves and about the world, words provoked by the plot but not embedded in the plot. The following part of our work is devoted to an analysis of discourse. In his notebooks Dostoevsky gives us a remarkable definition of the distinguishing features of his literary art, with full realism, to find the man in man. "I am called a psychologist, that is not true, I am only a realist in the higher sense, that is, I portray all the depths of the human soul." 3. The depths of the human soul, or what the idealist romantics meant by spirit in contrast to soul, become in Dostoevsky's work the subject of objectively realistic, sober, prosaic depiction. The depths of the human soul in the sense of a sum total of all higher ideological acts, cognitive, ethical, and religious, had been, in literary art, merely an object of direct emotional expression, or else had determined this creativity as its basic principle. Spirit was presented either as the spirit of the author himself, objectified in the whole of the artistic work he had created, or as the lyrics of the author, as his direct confessional statement in categories of his own consciousness. In both instances it was naive, and even romantic irony itself could not eliminate this naivete, for romantic irony remained within the bounds of the same spirit. Dostoevsky is deeply and intimately connected with European Romanticism, but that which the Romantic approached from within, in categories of his own eye by which he was obsessed, Dostoevsky approached from without, in such a way, however, that this objective approach did not reduce by one iota the spiritual problematics of Romanticism, nor transform it into psychology. Dostoevsky, while objectifying the thought, the idea, the experience, never has anything up his sleeve, never attacks from behind. From the first to the final pages of his artistic work he was guided by the principle, Never use for objectifying or finalizing another's consciousness anything that might be inaccessible to that consciousness, that might lie outside its field of vision. Even in his pamphlets he never resorts to exposing a person through something which that person does not see or does not know, with, perhaps, very rare exceptions, he does not use a person's back to expose his face. In Dostoevsky's works there is literally not a single significant word about a character that the character could not have said about himself, from the standpoint of content, not tone. Dostoevsky is no psychologist. But at the same time Dostoevsky is objective, and has every right to call himself a realist. On the other hand, Dostoevsky also objectifies the entire realm of the author's creative subjectivity which autocratically colors the represented world in a monologic novel, thereby making what was once a form of perception into the object of perception. In this way he moves his own form, and the authorial subjectivity inherent in it, deeper and further, so far that it can no longer find its expression in style or tone. His hero is an ideologist. The consciousness of the ideologist, with all its passionate seriousness, with all its loopholes, with all its rigor and depth and with all its isolation from real existence, enters so fundamentally into the content of Dostoevsky's novel that direct, unmediated monologic ideologism can no longer determine its artistic form. Monologic ideologism after Dostoevsky becomes Dostoevskyism. Thus Dostoevsky's own monologic position and his ideological value judgments did not obscure the objectivism of his artistic vision. His artistic methods for depicting the inner man, the man in man, remain in their objectivism exemplary for any epoch and under any ideology. From the chapter Dialogue in Dostoevsky. With this we conclude our survey of types of dialogue, although we have far from exhausted all of them. Moreover, each type has numerous varieties which we have not touched upon at all. But the principle of construction is everywhere the same. Everywhere there is an intersection, consonance, or interruption of rejoinders in the open dialogue by rejoinders in the hero's internal dialogues. Everywhere a specific sum total of ideas, thoughts, and words is passed through several unmerged voices, sounding differently in each. The object of authorial intentions is certainly not the sum total of ideas in itself, as something neutral and identical to itself. No, the object of intentions is precisely the passing of a theme through many and various voices, its rigorous and, so to speak, irrevocable multi-voicedness and vari-voicedness. The very distribution of voices and their interaction is what matters to Dostoevsky. Point 4. Ideas in the narrow sense, that is, the views of the character as an ideologist, enter dialogue under the same principle. Ideological views, as we have seen, are also internally dialogized, and in external dialogue they are always linked with the internal rejoinders of another person, even where they assume a finished, externally monologic form of expression. Of such a sort is the celebrated dialogue between Ivan and Alyosha in the tavern, and the legend of the Grand Inquisitor inserted into it. Point 5. A more detailed analysis of this dialogue and of the legend itself would show a profound participation of all elements of Ivan's worldview in his internal dialogue with himself and in his internally polemical interrelations with others. For all its external proportionality, the legend is nevertheless full of interruptions, both the very form of its construction as the Grand Inquisitor's dialogue with Christ and at the same time with himself, and, finally, the very unexpectedness and duality of its finale, indicate an internally dialogic disintegration at its very ideological core. A thematic analysis of the legend would reveal the deep essential relevance of its dialogic form. The idea in Dostoevsky is never cut off from the voice. For this reason it is radically wrong to claim that Dostoevsky's dialogues are dialectical. If that were the case we would have to assert that Dostoevsky's underlying idea is a dialectical synthesis of, for example, the theses of Raskolnikov and the antithesis of Sonia, the theses of Alyosha and the antithesis of Ivan, and so forth. Such an understanding is absurd in the extreme. For Ivan is disputing not with Alyosha but above all with himself, and Alyosha is not disputing with Ivan as an integral and unified voice but rather intervenes in his internal dialogue, trying to reinforce one of its rejoinders. And there can be no talk here of any sort of synthesis, one can talk only of the victory of one or another voice, or of a combination of voices in those places where they agree. It is not the idea as a monologic deduction, even if dialectical, but the event of an interaction of voices that is the ultimate given for Dostoevsky. This is what distinguishes Dostoevsky's dialogue from Platonic dialogue. In the latter, while it is not a thoroughly monologized pedagogical dialogue, all the same the multiplicity of voices is extinguished in the idea. The idea is conceived by Plato not as an event, but as existence. 6 To participate in the idea means to participate in its existence. But all hierarchical interrelation between perceiving human beings, created by the varying degrees of their participation in the idea, are ultimately extinguished in the fullness of the idea itself. The very juxtaposition of Dostoevsky's dialogue with Plato's dialogue seems to us in general superficial and unproductive. 7 For Dostoevsky's dialogue is not at all a purely cognitive, philosophical dialogue. More to the point would be its juxtaposition to biblical and evangelical dialogue. The influence on Dostoevsky of Job's dialogue and several evangelical dialogues is indisputable, while Platonic dialogues simply lay outside the sphere of his interest. In its structure, Job's dialogue is internally endless, for the opposition of the soul to God, whether the opposition be hostile or humble, is conceived in it as something irrevocable and eternal. However, biblical dialogue will also not lead us to the most fundamental artistic features of Dostoevsky's dialogue. Before posing any questions of influence or structural similarity, we must examine those features in the material itself before us. The man-with-man dialogue analyzed by us 8 is a highly interesting sociological document. An exceptionally keen sense of the other person as another and of one's I as a naked I presupposes that all those definitions which clothe the I and the other in socially concrete flesh, family, social, and economic class definitions, and all variants on these definitions, have lost their authoritativeness and their form-shaping force. A person, as it were, senses himself in the world as a whole, without any intervening stages, apart from any social collective to which he might belong. And the communion of this I with another and with others takes place directly on the territory of ultimate questions, bypassing all intermediate and more familiar forms. 9 Dostoevsky's heroes are heroes of accidental families and accidental collectives. They are deprived of any actual and self-evident communion in which their life and their interrelations might unfold. This communion has been transformed for them from an indispensable prerequisite for life into a postulate, it has become the utopian goal of all their aspirations. And Dostoevsky's heroes are indeed motivated by the utopian dream of creating some sort of human community that lies beyond existing social forms. To create a human community in the world, to join several people together outside the framework of available social forms, is the goal of Mishkin, of Elisha, and in a less conscious and clear-cut form of all Dostoevsky's other heroes. The community of boys that Elisha establishes after Ilyusha's funeral, united only by the memory of a martyred boy. 10 Mishkin's utopian dream of joining Aglaya and Nastasia Filipovna in a union of love, Zosima's idea of the church, Versilov's, and the ridiculous man's dream about a golden age, all these are phenomena of the same order. Communion has been deprived, as it were, of its real-life body and wants to create one arbitrarily, out of purely human material. All this is a most profound expression of the social disorientation of the classless intelligentsia, which feels itself dispersed throughout the world and whose members must orient themselves in the world one by one, alone and at their own risk. A firm monologic voice presupposes a firm social support, presupposes a we. It makes no difference whether this we is acknowledged or not. The solitary person finds that his own voice has become a vacillating thing, his own unity and his internal agreement with himself has become a postulate. Appendix 2. Toward a reworking of the Dostoevsky book, 1961. The set of notes below are dated 1961, first published posthumously in Context 1976, and reprinted in Estatika Slovsnego Tvorstva, 1979. While clearly intended as guidelines for the second revised edition of the Dostoevsky book, a task that occupied Bakhtin in 1961–62, these notes are both that, and considerably more. Major themes do appear here that are generously developed in the 1963 edition: the idea of the word as the major guarantor of human freedom, the communal basis of self-consciousness, promise of an expanded typology of discourses, a discussion of Dostoevsky's generic traditions, which became the basis for a substantially rewritten chapter 4, the position of the author in relation to the hero. The latter area was for Bakhtin especially in need of clarification. The position of the author in the polyphonic novel, Bakhtin wrote to his disciple and colleague V.V. Kozhanov in July 1961, has more than anything else given rise to objections and misunderstanding. However, much suggested in these notes did not find its way into the second edition. Among the intriguing topics Bakhtin touches upon here, but does not ultimately develop, are a discussion of psychological approaches to Dostoevsky, a typology of people based on their attitude toward ultimate value, the role of catastrophe in Dostoevsky, and a long excursus on the theme of death in Dostoevsky and Tolstoy. Especially productive is Bakhtin's distinction between the concept and the image of a depicted person, with its correlate distinction between character and personality. The style of these notes is characteristic of Bakhtin in a genre we might call critical meditation. Thoroughly worked out arguments, sometimes stretching over several pages, alternate with incomplete phrases that contain the kernel of a large thought or suggest a sequence of associations. Every attempt has been made to preserve this striking unevenness of pace and style. As could be said of the notebooks of Dostoevsky himself, these notes offer a glimpse into the peculiar fertility of a mind that worked much less as a system than as a generative center of ideas. Rework the chapter on plot in Dostoevsky. Adventurism of a special sort. The problem of Manipine satire. The concept of artistic space. The public square in Dostoevsky. Sparks of carnival fire. Scandals, eccentric escapades, mésalliances, hysterics, and so forth in Dostoevsky. Their source, the carnival square. An analysis of Nastasia Filipovna's name-day party. The game of confessions, cf. Babak. The transformation of a beggar into a millionaire, a prostitute into a princess, and so forth. The worldwide, one might even say universal, character of conflict in Dostoevsky. The conflict of ultimate problems. The boundlessness of contacts among all things in the world. Ivan's characterization of Russian youth. As major heroes, Dostoevsky portrays only those people in his work with whom argument has not yet ended, for indeed it is not yet ended in the world. The problem of the open hero. The problem of the author's position. The problem of the third party in a dialogue. Various resolutions to this problem in contemporary novelists, Moryak, Graham Greene, and others. Thomas Mann's. Dr. Faustus as an indirect confirmation of my idea. Dostoevsky's influence. Conversation with the devil. The narrator chronicler and the main hero. The complex authorial position, cf. Mann's letters. Retellings, verbal transpositions, of musical works, in Nedika Nevanova, but especially in the retelling of Trishatov's Opera 1, here there is a literal coincidence of texts about the devil's voice. Finally, retellings of Ivan Karamazov's poems. The hero author. The main thing, the problem of polyphony. A completely new structure for the image of a human being, a full-blooded and fully signifying other consciousness which is not inserted into the finalizing frame of reality, which is not finalized by anything, not even death, for its meaning cannot be resolved or abolished by reality. To kill does not mean to refute. This other consciousness is not inserted into the frame of authorial consciousness, it is revealed from within as something that stands outside and alongside and with which the author can enter into dialogic relations. The author, like Prometheus, creates, or rather recreates, living beings who are independent of himself and with whom he is on equal terms. He cannot finalize them, for he has discovered what distinguishes personality from all that is not personality. Objective reality has no power over it. Such is the artist's first discovery. The second discovery is the depiction, or rather the recreation, of the self-developing idea, inseparable from personality. The idea becomes the object of artistic depiction and is revealed not at the level of a system, philosophical or scientific, but on the level of a human event. The artist's third discovery is dialogicality as a special form of interaction among autonomous and equally signifying consciousnesses. All three discoveries are essentially one, they are three facets of one and the same phenomenon. These discoveries affect both form and content. Their contribution to questions of form is more profound, more condensed, more general than is the concretely ideological, changeable content that fills them in Dostoevsky. The content of autonomous consciousnesses changes, ideas change, the content of the dialogues changes, but the new forms Dostoevsky discovered for the artistic cognition of the human world remain the same. If, for example, in Turgenev one were to cast out the content of the disputes between Bazarov and Pavel Petrovich Kirsanov, no new structural forms would remain, the dialogues unfold in old, uniplanar forms. The comparison with forms of language and forms of logic, but what matters here are artistic forms. The chess image in Saussure. 3 Dostoevsky destroys the flatness of the earlier artistic depiction of the world. Depiction becomes for the first time multidimensional. After my book, but independently of it, the ideas of polyphony, dialogue, unfinalizability, etc., were very widely developed. This is explained by the growing influence of Dostoevsky, but above all, of course, by those changes in reality itself which Dostoevsky, in this sense prophetically, succeeded in revealing earlier than the others. Surmounting monologism. What monologism is, in the highest sense, a denial of the equal rights of consciousnesses vis-a-vis truth, understood abstractly and systemically. God can get along without man, but man cannot get along without him. The teacher and the disciple, Socratic dialogue. Our point of view in no way assumes a passivity on the part of the author, who would then merely assemble others' points of view, others' truths, completely denying his own point of view, his own truth. This is not the case at all, the case is rather a completely new and special interrelationship between the author's and the other's truth. The author is profoundly active, but his activity is of a special dialogic sort. It is one thing to be active in relation to a dead thing, to voiceless material that can be molded and formed as one wishes, and another thing to be active in relation to someone else's living, autonomous consciousness. This is a questioning, provoking, answering, agreeing, objecting activity, that is, it is dialogic activity no less active than the activity that finalizes, materializes, explains, and kills causally, that drowns out the other's voice with non-semantic arguments. Dostoevsky frequently interrupts, but he never drowns out the other's voice, never finishes it off from himself, that is, out of his own and alien consciousness. This is, so to speak, the activity of God in his relation to man, a relation allowing man to reveal himself utterly, in his immanent development, to judge himself, to refute himself. This is activity of a higher quality. It surmounts not the resistance of dead material, but the resistance of another's consciousness, another's truth. In other writers too we encounter dialogic activity in relation to those heroes who exert some internal resistance, for example, in Turgenev with regard to Bazarov 4. But there this dialogism is a dramatic game, completely eliminated in the work as a whole. In his article on The Idiot 5, Friedlander, while demonstrating the activity and intervention of the author, demonstrates in the majority of cases precisely the sort of dialogic activity and thus only confirms my conclusions. True dialogic relations are possible only in relation to a hero who is a carrier of his own truth, who occupies a signifying, ideological, position. If an experience or a deed does not pretend to some signifying power, agreement/disagreement, but only to reality, evaluation, then the dialogic relationship can be minimal. But can a signifying meaning become the object of artistic depiction? With a more profound understanding of artistic depiction, the idea can become such an object for it. This is Dostoevsky's second discovery. Every novel depicts a self-developing life, recreates it. This self-development of life is independent of the author, of his conscious will and tendencies. But this is an independence of existence, of reality, of event, character, deed. This is the logic of an existence totally independent of the author, but it is not the logic of meaning consciousness. Meaning consciousness in its ultimate instancing belongs to the author and only to him. And this meaning relates to existence, and not to another's meaning, to another's equally privileged consciousness. A creator recreates the logic of the subject itself, but does not create that logic or violate it. Even a child playing games recreates the logic of the game he is playing. But Dostoevsky is revealing a new subject and the new logic of that subject. He discovered personality and the self-developing logic of personality, one that occupies positions and makes decisions concerning the ultimate questions of the universe. Meanwhile, the intervening links, including the most intimate and ordinary everyday links, are not omitted, but are interpreted in the light of ultimate questions as stages or symbols of an ultimate solution. Previously, all this existed on the plane of monologism, on the plane of a single consciousness. Here, a multiplicity of consciousnesses is opened up. A higher type of disinterested artist who takes nothing from the world. Such consistent anti-hedonism is no longer anywhere to be found. Dostoevsky only projected the landscape of his own soul, Lettenbauer, point 6. The expression in an artistic work of the writer's eye. The monologization of Dostoevsky's art. Not an analysis of consciousness in the form of a soul and single eye, but precisely an analysis of the interactions of many consciousnesses, not many people in the light of a single consciousness, but precisely an analysis of many equally privileged and fully valid consciousnesses. Non-self-sufficiency, the impossibility of the existence of a single consciousness. I am conscious of myself and become myself only while revealing myself for another, through another, and with the help of another. The most important acts constituting self-consciousness are determined by a relationship toward another consciousness, toward a thou. Separation, dissociation, and enclosure within the self as the main reason for the loss of oneself. Not that which takes place within, but that which takes place on the boundary between one's own and someone else's consciousness, on the threshold. And everything internal gravitates not toward itself but is turned to the outside and dialogized. Every internal experience ends up on the boundary, encounters another, and in this tension-filled encounter lies its entire essence. This is the highest degree of sociality, not external, not material, but internal. Thus does Dostoevsky confront all decadent and idealistic, individualistic, culture, the culture of essential and inescapable solitude. He asserts the impossibility of solitude, the illusory nature of solitude. The very being of man, both external and internal, is the deepest communion. To be means to communicate. Absolute death, non-being, is the state of being unheard, unrecognized, unremembered, Hippolyte. To be means to be for another, and through the other, for oneself. A person has no internal sovereign territory, he is wholly and always on the boundary. 7 Looking inside himself, he looks into the eyes of another or with the eyes of another. All this is no philosophical theory of Dostoevsky's, it is the way he artistically visualized the life of human consciousness, a visualization embodied in the form of a content. In no sense is confession a form or an ultimate whole of his art, it is neither his goal nor a mode of relating to himself, of visualizing himself. Confession is the object of his artistic vision and depiction. He depicts confession and the confessional consciousnesses of others in order to reveal their internally social structure, in order to show that they, confessions, are nothing other than an event of interaction among consciousnesses, in order to show the interdependence of consciousnesses that is revealed during confession. I cannot manage without another, I cannot become myself without another, I must find myself in another by finding another in myself, in mutual reflection and mutual acceptance. Justification cannot be self-justification, recognition cannot be self-recognition. I receive my name from others, and it exists for others, self-nomination is imposture. Even love toward one's own self is impossible. Capitalism created the conditions for a special type of inescapably solitary consciousness. Dostoevsky exposes all the falsity of this consciousness, as it moves in its vicious circle. Hence the depiction of the sufferings, humiliations, and lack of recognition of man in class society. Recognition has been taken away from him, his name has been taken away. He has been driven into forced solitude, which the unsubmissive strive to transform into proud solitude, to do without recognition, without others. The complex problem of humiliation and the humiliated. No human events are developed or resolved within the bounds of a single consciousness. Hence Dostoevsky's hostility to those worldviews which see the final goal in emerging, in a dissolution of consciousnesses in one consciousness, in the removal of individuation. No nirvana is possible for a single consciousness. A single consciousness is contradictionary in adjecto. Consciousness is in essence multiple. Pluralia tantum. Dostoevsky also does not accept those worldviews that recognize the right of a higher consciousness to make decisions for lower ones, to transform them into voiceless things. I translate into the language of an abstract worldview that which was the object of concrete and living artistic visualization and which then became a principle of form. Such a translation is always inadequate. Not another person remaining the object of my consciousness, but another autonomous consciousness standing alongside mine, and my own consciousness can exist only in relation to it. Dostoevsky made spirit, that is, the ultimate semantic position of the personality, the object of aesthetic contemplation. He was able to see spirit in a way in which previously only the body and soul of man could be seen. He moved aesthetic visualization into the depths, into deep new strata, but not into the depths of the unconscious, rather, into the depths of the heights of consciousness. The depths of consciousness are simultaneously its peaks. Up and down in the cosmos and in the micro-world are relative. Consciousness is much more terrifying than any unconscious complexes. The assertion that all Dostoevsky's work is one single unified confession. While in actual fact confessions, and not a single confession, are not the form of the whole here, but the object of depiction. Confession is shown from within and from without, in its unfinalizability. The underground man at the mirror. After Dostoevsky's confessions by others, the old genre of confession became in essence impossible. Also no longer possible were the naively direct aspect of confession, its rhetorical element, its generally conventional element, with all the traditional devices and stylistic forms. Also no longer possible was a direct relationship to the self in confession, from self-love to self-denial. The role of the other person was revealed, in whose soul light could any word about oneself be constructed. Revealed here as well was the complexity of the simple phenomenon of looking at oneself in the mirror, with one's own and with others' eyes simultaneously, a meeting and interaction between the others and one's own eyes, an intersection of worldviews, one's own and the others, an intersection of two consciousnesses. Unity not as an innate one and only, but as a dialogic concordance of unmerged twos or multiples. He projected the landscape of his own soul. But what does projected mean, and what is the meaning of his own? Projection cannot be understood mechanically, as a change of name, external life circumstances, the finale of a life, or of an event, etc. Nor can it be understood as a sort of generalized human content, isolated from any relation to I or other, that is, as an objective, neutral internal given. Emotional experience arises inside boundaries of an objectively determined sort, and not on the boundary between the I and the other, that is, at a point of interaction of consciousnesses. And one's own cannot be understood as a relative and contingent form of belonging, which could easily be replaced by a belonging to another or a third person. it is not like changing owners or changing addresses. The depiction of death in Dostoevsky and Tolstoy. In Dostoevsky there are considerably fewer deaths than in Tolstoy, and in most cases Dostoevsky's deaths are murders and suicides. In Tolstoy there are a great many deaths. One could even speak of his passion for depicting death. Moreover, and this is very characteristic, Tolstoy depicts death not only from the outside looking in but also from the inside looking out, that is, from the very consciousness of the dying person, almost as a fact of that consciousness. Tolstoy is interested in death for the person's own sake, that is, for the dying person himself, and not for others, not for those who remain behind. He is in fact profoundly indifferent to one's own death as it exists for others. 9. It is myself alone who must live, and myself alone who must die. In order to depict death from within, Tolstoy does not hesitate to violate sharply the real-life verisimilitude of the narrator's position, precisely as if the deceased himself had told him the story of his own death, as Agamemnon did to Odysseus. How consciousness dies out for the conscious person himself. This is possible only thanks to a certain materialization of consciousness. Consciousness here is given as something objective, object-like, and almost neutral with respect to the unbridgeable, absolute, boundary between I and another. Tolstoy passes from one consciousness to another as if going from one room to another, he does not know an ultimate threshold. Dostoevsky never depicts death from within. Final agony and death are observed by others. Death cannot be a fact of consciousness itself. And this is not, of course, because Dostoevsky feared for the verisimilitude of the narrator's position, he never feared to use the fantastic here when he needed it. It is rather because consciousness, by its very nature, cannot have a consciously perceived, that is, a consciousness finalizing, beginning, nor can it have an end located in a sequence of consciousness as its ultimate link and made out of the same material as other elements of consciousness. A beginning and an end, a birth and a death are possessed by a person, a life, a fate, but not by consciousness, which by its very nature is infinite, revealing itself only from within, that is, only for consciousness itself. Beginnings and ends lie in the objective, and object-like, world for others, but not for the conscious person himself. What matters here is not simply that one cannot spy upon death from within, cannot see it, just as one cannot see the back of one's own head without resorting to a mirror. The back of one's head exists objectively and can be seen by others. But death from within, that is, one's own death consciously perceived, does not exist for anyone, not for the dying person, nor for others, it does not exist at all. Precisely this consciousness for its own sake, which neither knows nor has the ultimate word, is the object of depiction in Dostoevsky's world. This is why death from within cannot enter this world, such death is alien to its internal logic. Death in Dostoevsky's world is always an objective fact for other consciousnesses, what Dostoevsky foregrounds are the privileges of the other. In Tolstoy's world, another's consciousness is always depicted possessing a certain minimum of materialization, objectification, thus there is no unbridgeable chasm between death from within, for the dying person himself, and death from without, for another. In fact they converge. In Dostoevsky's world death finalizes nothing, because death does not affect the most important thing in this world, consciousness for its own sake. In Tolstoy's world, however, death possesses considerable finalizing and resolving power. Dostoevsky gives all this an idealistic cast, draws ontological and metaphysical conclusions, the immortality of the soul, and so forth. But the discovery of the internal uniqueness of consciousness does not contradict materialism. Consciousness comes second, it is born at a specific stage in the development of the material organism, it is born objectively, and it dies, also objectively, together with the material organism, sometimes even before it dies objectively. But consciousness has a uniqueness, a subjective side, for its own self. In terms of its own consciousness, it can have neither beginning nor end. This subjective side is objective, but not object-like, not reified. The absence of consciously perceived death, death for its own sake, is just as much an objective fact as is the absence of a consciously perceived birth. Herein lies the uniqueness of consciousness. The problem of the addressed word. Chernyshevsky's idea for a novel without authorial evaluations or authorial intonations. Point 10. Dostoevsky's influence has still far from reached its culmination. The most essential and far-reaching aspects of his artistic vision, the revolution he brought about in the genre of the novel and in the area of literary art generally, have yet to be fully assimilated and realized. We are even today still being drawn into his dialogue on transient themes, but the dialogism he revealed to us, the dialogism of artistic thinking and of an artistic picture of the world, his new model of the internally dialogized world, has not yet been thoroughly examined. Socratic dialogues, which replaced tragic dialogue, was the first step in the history of the new genre of the novel. But that was mere dialogue, little more than an external form of dialogism. The more stable elements of form and content, prepared and provided for by the ages, and for the ages, are born only in specific highly favorable moments and in a highly favorable historical location, Dostoevsky's epoch in Russia. Dostoevsky on Balzac's images and their preparation. Point 11 Marx on antique art. Point 12 A transient epoch giving birth to transient values. When Shakespeare became Shakespeare. Dostoevsky has not yet become Dostoevsky, he is still becoming him. In the first part, the birth of a new form of novel, a new form of visualization and a new human being personality, overcoming materialization. In the second part, the problem of language and style, a new mode for wearing the clothing of the word, the clothing of language, a new mode for wearing one's own body, one's embodiment. In the first part, a radical change in the position of the author, in relation to the people he depicts, who are transformed from materialized people into personalities. The dialectic of the external and internal in a human being. Criticism of Gogol's authorial position in The Overcoat, the beginning, still fairly naive, of the hero's transformation into a personality. The crisis of the author's position and the author's emotion, the author's discourse. The materialization of a human being. Social and ethical conditions, and the forms of their materialization. Dostoevsky's hatred of capitalism. The artistic discovery of the human being personality. The dialogic relationship as the only form of relationship toward the human being personality preserving its freedom and open-endedness. Criticism of all external forms of relationship and interaction, from violence to authority, artistic finalization as a variety of violence. The impermissibility of discussing the inner personality, Lisa on Snegiryov in the Karamazovs, 13 Aglaya on Hippolyte in The Idiot, 14 cf. The grosser forms of this in Thomas Manster's Overberg with Frau Chauchat and Peppercorn, The Psychologist as Spy. Personality, or development of personality, cannot be pre-shaped, cannot be subordinated to one's own plan. One cannot spy or eavesdrop upon personality, cannot force it to reveal itself. The problems of confession and another person. One cannot force or pre-shape confessions, Hippolyte. Persuasion through love. The creation of a new novel, polyphonic, and the change in all of literature. The transforming influence of the novel on all other genres, their novelization. All these structural aspects of the interdependence of consciousnesses, personalities, are translated into the language of social relationships and individual life relationships, plot relations in the broad sense of the word. Socratic dialogue and the Carnival Square. Materializing, objectified, finalizing definitions of Dostoevsky's heroes are not adequate to their essence. Overcoming the monologic model of the world. The rudiments of this in Socratic dialogue. The carnivalistic drawing out of man from the usual, normal rut of life, out of his own environment, his loss of his hierarchical place, already with utter precision in the double. Carnival motifs in The Landlady. Dostoevsky and sentimentalism. The discovery of the human being personality and his consciousness, not in the psychological sense, could not have been accomplished without the discovery of new aspects in the word, in a person's means of speech expression. Opening up the profound dialogism of the word. In Dostoevsky, a person is always depicted on the threshold, or, in other words, in a state of crisis. The expansion of the concept of consciousness in Dostoevsky. Consciousness is in essence identical with the personality of an individual, everything in a person determined by the words I myself or you yourself, everything in which a person finds himself and senses himself, everything he answers for, everything between birth and death. Dialogic relations presuppose a communality of the object of intention, directionality. Monologism, at its extreme, denies the existence outside itself of another consciousness with equal rights and equal responsibilities, another I with equal rights, thou. With a monologic approach, in its extreme or pure form, another person remains wholly and merely an object of consciousness, and not another consciousness. No response is expected from it that could change everything in the world of my consciousness. Monologue is finalized and deaf to the other's response, does not expect it and does not acknowledge in it any decisive force. Monologue manages without the other, and therefore to some degree materializes all reality. Monologue pretends to be the ultimate word. It closes down the represented world and represented persons. The biographical, and autobiographical, integrity of a person's image, incorporating into itself that which can never be the subject of one's own personal experience, that which is received through the consciousness and thought of others, one's birth, external appearance, and so forth. The mirror. The disintegration of this integral image. That which one receives from another and in the tones of another and for which there is no personal tone. The dialogic nature of consciousness, the dialogic nature of human life itself. The single adequate form for verbally expressing authentic human life is the open-ended dialogue. Life by its very nature is dialogic. To live means to participate in dialogue, to ask questions, to heed, to respond, to agree, and so forth. In this dialogue a person participates wholly and throughout his whole life, with his eyes, lips, hands, soul, spirit, with his whole body and deeds. He invests his entire self in discourse, and this discourse enters into the dialogic fabric of human life, into the world symposium. Reified, materializing, objectified, images are profoundly inadequate for life and for discourse. A reified model of the world is now being replaced by a dialogic model. Every thought and every life merges in the open-ended dialogue. Also impermissible is any materialization of the word, its nature is also dialogic. Dialectics is the abstract product of dialogue. The definition of voice. This includes height, range, timbre, aesthetic category, lyric, dramatic, etc. It also includes a person's worldview and fate. A person enters into dialogue as an integral voice. He participates in it not only with his thoughts, but with his fate and with his entire individuality. The image of myself for myself, and my image for another. In actuality a person exists in the forms I and another 15, thou, he or man 16. But we can conceive of a person irrespective of these forms of his existence, as we can any phenomenon or thing. What matters, however, is that only I myself am a person, which is to say, only a person, and not some other phenomenon conceived by me, exists in the form I and another. Literature creates utterly specific images of people, where I and another are combined in a special and unrepeatable way, I in the form of another or another in the form of I. This is not a concept of a person, in the way that things or phenomena are concepts, but an image of a person, and the image of a person cannot exist irrespective of the form of its existence, that is, irrespective of I or other. Thus complete materialization of the image of a person, as long as it remains an image, is impossible. But in giving an objective sociological, or any other scientific, analysis of this image we transform it into a concept, we place it outside the realm of the I-other relationship and materialize it. A form of anotherness does, of course, still prevail in the image. I remains the only one in the world, cf. the theme of the double. But a person's image is a path to the I of another, a step toward illegible. All these problems inevitably arise while analyzing the creative art of Dostoevsky, who sensed exceptionally keenly the form of a person's existence as I or as another. Not theory, transient content, but a sense of theory. Confession as a higher form of a person's free self-revelation from within, and not his finalizing from without, confronted Dostoevsky from the very beginning of his literary career. Confession as an encounter of the deepest I with another and with others, with the folk, as an encounter of I and other on the highest level or in the ultimate instance. But the I in this encounter must be the pure, deep I from within oneself, without any admixture of presumed and forced or naively assimilated points of view and evaluations from another, that is, without any visualization of the self through the eyes of another. Without a mask, an external profile for another, the shaping of the self not from within but from without, and this also refers to any speech or stylistic mask, without loopholes, without a false ultimate word, that is, without all that is externalizing and false. Not faith, in the sense of a specific faith in orthodoxy, in progress, in man, in revolution, etc., but a sense of faith, that is, an integral attitude, by means of the whole person, toward a higher and ultimate value. Atheism is often understood by Dostoevsky as a lack of faith in this sense, as indifference toward an ultimate value which makes demands on the whole man, as a rejection of an ultimate position in the ultimate whole of the world. Dostoevsky's vacillations as regards the content of this ultimate value. Zosima on Ivan. The type of people who cannot live without an ultimate value and yet at the same time cannot make a final choice among values. The type of people who construct their lives without any attitude toward ultimate value, plunderers, amoralists, Philistines, conformists, careerists, the dead, etc. Dostoevsky almost does not recognize any middle type. The exceptionally keen sense of one's own and the other in the word, in style, in the most subtle nuances and twists of style, in intonation, in the speech gesture, in the body, mimic, gesture, in the expression of the eyes, the face, the hands, the entire external appearance, in the very way the body is carried. Shyness, self-confidence, rude and boorish behavior, sneguryof, mincing and cringing, the body contorts and twists in the presence of another, and so forth. In everything a person uses to express himself on the outside, and consequently, for another, from the body to the word, an intense interaction takes place between I and other, their struggle, honest struggle or mutual deception, balance, harmony, as an ideal, naive ignorance of one another, deliberate ignoring of one another, challenge, absence of recognition, the underground man, who does not pay attention, etc., and so forth. We repeat, this struggle takes place in everything a person uses to express, reveal, himself on the outside, for others, from the body to the word, including the ultimate confessional word. Social graces as a worked-out, ready-made, congealed and, mechanically, assimilated external form for expressing oneself on the outside, control over one's body, gesture, voice, word, etc., where a full and dead balance is achieved, where there is no struggle, where there is no living I and other, no living and lasting interaction between them. Opposed to this dead form are seamliness and harmony, achieved on the basis of a common higher idea, value, goal, on the basis of a free agreement about the higher idea, the golden age, the kingdom of God, and so forth. Dostoevsky had an exceptionally observant eye and keen ear with which to see and hear this highly intense struggle of I and other in every external manifestation of a person, in each face, gesture, word, in every contemporary living form of communion. All expression, expressive form, had lost its naive integrity, had fallen apart and disintegrated, just as the connecting link of time had fallen apart in the socio-historical world of his time. Eccentricity, scandals, hysterics, etc., in Dostoevsky's world. This is neither psychology nor psychopathology, for the issue here is personality and not the reified layers of a person, free self-disclosure and not the second-hand objectified analysis of a materialized person. The concept of man and the image of man in Tolstoy. Chaos is mortal and I, Ivan Illich, point 17. The concept of man and the living man in the form of I. The task of the present introductory article is to reveal the uniqueness of Dostoevsky's artistic vision, to reveal the artistic unity of the world he created, to show the types, varieties, of novel genres he created and his special attitude toward the word as the material of artistic creativity. Problems of literary history in the strict sense will concern us only insofar as they are indispensable for a proper treatment of this uniqueness. Confession for oneself as an attempt at an objective attitude toward oneself irrespective of the forms I and another. But when one abstracts oneself from these forms, the most essential thing is immediately lost, the distinction between I for myself and I for another. A neutral position in relation to I and another is impossible in the living image and in the ethical idea. They cannot be equated, as right and left are in geometrical identity. Every person is an I for himself, but in the concrete and unrepeatable event of life I for oneself is the only I, and everyone else are others for me. And this sole and irreplaceable position in the world cannot be abolished through any conceptual, generalizing, and abstracting, interpretive activity. Not types of peoples and fates finalized in an objectified way, but types of worldviews, Chadov, Herzen, Granovsky, Bakunin, Belinsky, the Nechayev circle, the Dolgoshin circle, etc. And Dostoevsky understands worldview not as an abstract unity and sequence in a system of thoughts and positions, but as an ultimate position in the world in relation to higher values. Worldviews embodied in voices. A dialogue among such embodied worldviews, in which he himself participated. In the rough drafts, in the early stages of shaping his plan, these names, Chadov, Herzen, Granovsky and others, are given directly, and then, as the plot and plot fates take shape, they are replaced by invented names. From the beginning of the plan, whole worldviews make their appearance, and only then the plot and the plot fates of the heroes, moments facing them in which their positions are most vividly revealed. Dostoevsky begins not with the idea, but with idea heroes of a dialogue. He seeks the integral voice and fate and event, the fates and events of the plot, become means for expressing voices. Interest in suicides as conscious deaths, as links in the conscious chain where a man finalizes himself from within. Finalizing moments, since they are perceived by the person himself, are included in the chain of his consciousness, become transient self-definitions and lose their finalizing force. A fool who has admitted that he is a fool is no longer a fool. This deliberately primitive thought, presented in an ironically parodic manner, Elisha from the insulted and the injured, 18 nevertheless expresses the essence of the matter. The finalizing words of an author, without a trace of aggressivity, the second-hand words of a third person which as a matter or principle the hero himself cannot hear, cannot understand, he cannot make of them an aspect of his own self-consciousness, cannot respond to them. Such words would lie beyond the dialogic whole. Such words would materialize and debase the human being personality. The ultimate whole in Dostoevsky is dialogic. All his major heroes are participants in dialogue. They hear everything that is said by others about them, and respond to everything. Nothing is said about them second-hand or behind closed doors. And the author is only a participant in this dialogue, and its organizer. There are very few second-hand, materializing words sounding outside dialogue, and such words have an essential finalizing significance only for secondary, objectified personages, who are depicted essentially beyond the boundaries of dialogue, depicted as extras who do not have their own word with which to enrich or change the meaning of the dialogue. Forces that lie outside consciousness, externally, mechanically, defining it, from environment and violence to miracle, mystery, and authority. Consciousness under the influence of these forces loses its authentic freedom, and personality is destroyed. There, among these forces, must one also consign the unconscious, the ID. The sentimental humanistic dematerialization of man, which remains objectified, pity, the lower forms of love, for children, for everything weak and small. A person ceases to be a thing, but does not become a personality, that is, remains an object lying in the zone of another, experienced in the pure form of another, distanced from the zone of I. In Dostoevsky's early work many heroes are presented in this way, as are secondary characters in his later work, Katerina Ivanovna, children, and others. Satirical objectification and the destruction of personality, Karmazinov, Stepan Trofimovich in part, and others. After enthusiastic co-philosophizing and philosophizing with heroes apropos of, there began objective research on the actual historical reality lying outside the artwork but determining it, that is, on the real outside world pre-existing the aesthetic or creative act. This was both necessary and very productive. The closer the image to the zone I for myself, the less there is of the object-like and finalized in it, the more it becomes an image of personality, free and open-ended. Askoldov's classification, for all its depth, transforms the distinguishing features of personality, various degrees of personalityness, into the objectified indicators of a person, while the fundamental distinction between character and personality, very profoundly and correctly understood by Askoldov 19, is determined not by qualitative, objectified, indicators, but by the position of the image, whatever it may be, according to its characterological features, in the system of coordinates I. For myself and another person, in all its varieties. The zone of freedom and open-endedness. In everything that is secret, dark, mystical, to the extent that it could exert a defining influence on personality, Dostoevsky saw violence destroying the individual. The contradictory understanding of the institution of the elder. The odor of corruption 20, a miracle would have enslaved. This is precisely what determined Dostoevsky's artistic vision, but not always his ideology. The materialization of man under conditions of class society, carried to its extreme under capitalism. This materialization is accomplished, realized, by external forces acting on the personality from without and from within. This is violence in all possible forms of its realization, economic, political, ideological, and these forces can be combated only from the outside and with equally externalized forces, justified revolutionary violence. The goal is personality. The problem of catastrophe. Catastrophe is not finalization. It is the culmination, in collision and struggle, of points of view, of equally privileged consciousnesses, each with its own world. Catastrophe does not give these points of view resolution, but on the contrary reveals their incapability of resolution under earthly conditions. Catastrophe sweeps them all away without having resolved them. Catastrophe is the opposite of triumph and apotheosis. By its very essence it is denied even elements of catharsis. The tasks that confront the author and his consciousness in a polyphonic novel are considerably more complex and profound than in a homophonic, monologic, novel. The unity of the Einsteinian world is more complex and profound than that of the Newtonian world. It is a unity of a higher order, a qualitatively different unity. Examine in detail the distinction between character and personality. Even character is to some extent independent of the author. Tatyana's marriage, which Pushkin did not expect, 21. But this independence, its own logic, has an objectified character. The independence of personality is of a qualitatively different nature. Personality is not subordinate to, that is, it resists, objectified cognition and reveals itself only freely and dialogically, as thou for I. The author is a participant in the dialogue, on essentially equal terms with the characters, but he also fulfills additional, very complex functions. He holds the reins between the ideal dialogue of the work and the actual dialogue of reality. Dostoevsky uncovered the dialogic nature of societal life, of the life of a human being. Not ready-made existence, whose meaning the writer must uncover, but open-ended dialogue with an evolving multivoiced meaning. The unity of the whole in Dostoevsky is not a matter of plot nor of monologic idea, that is, not mono-ideational. It is a unity above plot and above idea. The struggle between objectified characterological definitions, embodied for the most part in speech styles, and personality elements, open-endedness, in Dostoevsky's early works, Poor Folk, The Double, and others. The birth of Dostoevsky out of Gogol, the birth of personality out of character. An analysis of Nastasia Filipovna's name day party. An analysis of Marmeladov's funeral feast. The disintegration of the epic wholeness of a person's image. Subjectivity, non-coincidence with one's own self. Bifurcation. Not merging with another, but preserving one's own position of extra-locality and the surplus of vision and understanding connected with it. But the real question is Dostoevsky's use of this surplus. Not for materialization and finalization. The most important aspect of this surplus is love. One cannot love oneself, love is a coordinate relationship, and then, confession, forgiveness, Stavrogin's conversation with Tikhon, finally, simply an active, not a duplicating, understanding, a willingness to listen. This surplus is never used as an ambush, as a chance to sneak up and attack from behind. This is an open and honest surplus, dialogically revealed to the other person, a surplus expressed by the addressed and not by the second-hand word. Everything essential is dissolved in dialogue, positioned face to face. The threshold, the door, and the stairway. Their chronotopic significance. The possibility of transforming hell into paradise in a single instant, that is, passing from one to the other, cf. The Mysterious Visitor 22. The logic governing the development of the idea itself, taken independently of individual consciousness, the idea in itself, or in consciousness generally, or in the spirit generally, that is, its referentially logical and systemic development, and then the special logic governing the development of an idea embodied in personality. Here the idea, insofar as it is embodied in personality, is regulated by the coordinates I and another, refracted variously in different zones. This is the special logic revealed in Dostoevsky's works. Thus these ideas cannot be adequately understood and analyzed in the usual referentially logical, systematic plane, as ordinary philosophical theories. The final significance of a monument in a specific epoch, the interests and demands of that epoch, its historical strength and weakness. Final significance is limited significance. The phenomenon here is equal to itself, coincides with itself. But in addition to the monument's final significance there is also its living, growing, evolving, changing significance. It is not, fully, born in the limited epoch of the monument's birth, it is prepared for in the course of centuries prior to its birth and continues to live and develop centuries after its birth. This growing significance cannot be portrayed and explained solely within the limited conditions of a single given epoch, the epoch of the monument's birth. Cf. Karl Marx on Antique Art. This growing significance is in fact the discovery made by every great work of art. Like all discoveries, scientific ones, for example, it is prepared for by centuries, but is accomplished under the optimal conditions of the single specific epoch during which it ripened. These optimal conditions must be explored, but they do not of course exhaust the growing and non-transient significance of the work of art. Introduction, the goal, tasks, and limitations of the introductory research. The discovery made by Dostoevsky. The three main facets of this discovery. But first let us give a brief survey of the literature on Dostoevsky from the perspective of this discovery. The word, the living word, inseparably linked with dialogic communion, by its very nature wants to be heard and answered. By its very dialogic nature it presupposes an ultimate dialogic instancing. To receive the word, to be heard. The impermissibility of second-hand resolution. My word remains in the continuing dialogue, where it will be heard, answered and reinterpreted. In Dostoevsky's world, strictly speaking, there are no deaths as objectified and organic facts in which a person's responsively active consciousness takes no part. In Dostoevsky's world there are only murders, suicides, and insanity, that is, there are only death acts, responsively conscious. A special place is occupied by the death departures of righteous men, Makar, Zosima, his younger brother, the mysterious visitor. For the death of consciousness, organic death, that is, the death of the body, did not interest Dostoevsky. The person himself, or another person, a murderer, even an executioner, is always responsible. The only ones who organically die are the objectified personages, the ones who do not take part in the great dialogue, the ones who merely serve as the material or the paradigm for dialogue. Dostoevsky does not acknowledge death as an organic process, as something happening to a person without the participation of his responsive consciousness. Personality does not die. Death is a departure. The person himself departs. Only such death departure can become an object, a fact, a fundamental artistic visualization in Dostoevsky's world. The person has departed, having spoken his word, but the word itself remains in the open-ended dialogue. On Askoldov, personality is not an object but another subject. The depiction of personality requires above all a radical change in the position of the depicting author. It requires aggressivity to a thou. It is not a matter of noticing new objectified features, but a matter of changing the very artistic approach to the depicted person, changing the system of coordinates. Expand on the problem of the author's position in the homophonic and polyphonic novel. Give a definition of monologism and dialogicality, at the end of the second chapter. The image of personality, that is, not an objectified image, but a word. Dostoevsky's artistic discovery. In the same chapter, the depiction of deaths in Tolstoy and Dostoevsky. Here also the internal open-endedness of the hero. In the beginning of the chapter, in the transition from Gogol to Dostoevsky, show the necessity of the appearance of a hero ideologist who takes an ultimate position in the world, the type of person who takes an ultimate decision, Ivan in Zosima's characterization of him 23. The hero of the accidental family 24 is not defined by a socially stable existence, but makes the ultimate decision for himself. Detailed treatment of this in the third chapter. In the second chapter, on the plan for an objective novel, that is, the novel without an authorial point of view, in Chernyshevsky, according to V.V. Vinogradov. The difference between that plan and the authentically polyphonic plan of Dostoevsky. Chernyshevsky's plan lacks the dialogism, the appropriate counterpoint, of a polyphonic novel. Glossary of proper names and works. Items starred asterisk in the text are listed here alphabetically. If Bakhtin gives both the work and its author, the item appears under the author only, otherwise the work is listed separately. Aeschines Socraticus 4th CBC. One of Socrates' most devoted followers, present at his master's condemnation and death. Aeschines was the author of Socratic dialogues in his own right, which were highly regarded as faithful to Socrates' style and personal manner. Alexamenos of Teos. According to Aristotle, the first person to write dialogues in the Socratic style before the time of Plato. Most likely he was a contemporary and acquaintance of Socrates. Antisthenes of Cyrene c. 455 c. 360 BC. Athenian philosopher, pupil of Socrates. Considered by some to be the founder of the school of the Cynics, he exercised considerable influence on Stoic philosophy. He led a life of severe asceticism. His motto "I do not possess, in order not to be possessed" is said to have elicited from Socrates the rejoinder, "I can see your vanity, Antisthenes, through the holes of your cloak." Diogenes was one of his pupils. In the realm of the word, Antisthenes taught that virtue and happiness were based on knowledge, and that knowledge could be attained through the proper study of words and their definitions. He was the author of several dialogues, fictive orations, and interpretations of Homer. Apuleius, Lucius Fluid AD 150. Latin writer born in North Africa, most famous for his prose romance Metamorphoses, or The Golden Ass, one of the few Latin novels surviving in its entirety. It is the tale of a man transformed into an ass who wanders about the lands of the Mediterranean, observing human folly and undergoing countless adventures. Apuleius is also the author of Apologia, a self-defense against accusations that he had won the love of a woman by the use of magic, with interesting commentary on local superstitions, De Dogmata Platonis, De Mundo, De Deo Socratis, and numerous translations. Ariosto, Lodovico 1474–1533. Italian poet and satirist, famous for his romantic epic Orlando Furioso, 1532, in 46 cantos. It is a continuation of Matteo Boiardo's Orlando Innamorato, 1472–94, unfinished, but while Boiardo's Orlando is a robust and rather naive chivalric epic, Ariosto's sequel is more ironic, at places even a burlesque. Bakhtin finds the Orlando a congenial text for several reasons. It is, first, an example of a later author reaccenting a hero by passing him through a different voice, and secondly, Ariosto plays with his own image in the text, using the opening octaves of each canto to expound his own personal views and comments. Askoldov, S. Sergei Alexeyevich Kozlov, 1870–1945. Philosopher, chemist, and theoretician of ethics and religious psychology, publishing under the names Alexeyev, Askoldov, and S. Askoldov. In the 1920s he founded a religious discussion group, the Brotherhood of Saint Seraphim of Sarav, with which Bakhtin was associated. Membership in the Brotherhood was in fact one accusation against Bakhtin after his arrest in 1929. Askoldov also attended, along with Bakhtin, meetings of the Voskresenie Resurrection Circle in Leningrad in the 1920s. Askoldov's early works include Osnovní problémy teorie I poznání I ontology I Basic Problems in the Theory of Knowledge and Ontology, 1900, Křesťanstvo I politika Christianity and Politics, 1906, Osvědčení dobra I zla on the connection between good and evil, 1916, Soznání jak celou consciousness as a whole entity, 1918. Bakhtin mentions two of Askoldov's articles that attempt to apply these ethical and psychological concerns to Dostoevsky's art, Religiozno etické značení Dostoevského, The Religious and Ethical Significance of Dostoevsky, 1922, and Psychologia charakterów Dostoevského, The Psychology of Characters in Dostoevsky, 1924. In these works Askoldov constructs a kinship system for Dostoevsky's heroes based on psychological traits, giving a central place to Stavrogin. While Bakhtin appreciates the multi-voicedness of this approach, he still considers it monologic. Barbie, Augusta 1805–82. Minor French poet and satirist on social themes. His best-known works are La Curée, 1830, written against the opportunists in the 1830 revolution, L'Italie, 1832, a denunciation of Napoleon, and numerous pieces critical of the social and economic realities of early industrialization. Belinsky, Vissarion Grigorievich, 1811–48. Enormously influential critic and journalist, whose annual surveys of new literary developments helped to establish Russian literature as a self-conscious artistic and social force in the first half of the 19th century. Belinsky's interpretations of Gogol and the early Dostoevsky became as famous as the works themselves. Due to the progressive and social bias of much of his work, Belinsky's critical writings have become canonical in the Soviet Union. Belkin, Abram Alexandrovich 1907–70. Soviet Dostoevsky scholar, editor, and compiler. When Bakhtin mentions the upswing in Dostoevsky studies in the 1950s, he has in mind, among other works, Belkin's Dostoevsky Vyetsenk Ruskoy Kritiki Dostoevsky as evaluated in Russian criticism, in F.M. Dostoevsky v. Ruskoy Kritik, Spornik Statii, introduced and annotated by Belkin, Moscow, GIKHL, 1956. By Linkis, Yakov Semyonovich B. 1926. Soviet literary scholars specializing in Tolstoy, O.T. Vorkistvel and Tolstogo, 1959, and Dostoevsky. Bayan Borysthenes c. 325 c. 255 BC. Greek philosopher, son of a freedman and a former hetera and himself a freed slave, strongly influenced by the Cynics. Like his predecessor Crates the Cynic, Bayan preached poverty, the simple life, and the doctrine that happiness is achieved only through an acceptance of human limits and an adjustment to circumstances. He belonged to no specific philosophical school, and spread his word wandering from town to town, lecturing for alms. The form most closely associated with Bayan is the diatribe, or conversation. Bionic diatribes contain two or more voices, usually unfolding as a dialogue between a wise man and a nameless, less virtuous second party. Bayan's language is forceful, inventive, and frequently obscene, characterized by a caustic humor and merciless in its criticism of social conventions. His style was later one of the formative influences on Roman satire. Poetics c. 480-524. Roman philosopher best known for his De Consolatione Philosophiae, The Consolation of Philosophy, c. 524, written by him in prison while awaiting execution for treason. The Consolation is a dialogue, in alternating prose and verse, between the author and the spirit of philosophy, who urges on him a stoic attitude toward the injustices of the world. Poetics translations and commentaries on ancient thinkers became a major source of information for medieval Europe, and the Consolation itself inspired many translations and imitations. Bakhtin sees the work as a Christian adaptation of Menippean principles, filtered, to be sure, through the Greek diatribe, which traditionally despised fortune and sang the virtues of poverty and slavery. Boileau's Dialogue de Héros de Romans. Nicolas Boileau (1636–1711), French poet and critic, was one of the earliest representatives of the neoclassicist movement in France. His Dialogue de Héros de Romans 1713, written c. 1665, is a dialogue on the Lucianic model satirizing the pseudo-heroic novels in vogue in the early 17th century, the novels of La Calprenède, Mille Discuteries, etc. The dialogue opens on Pluto's complaint that the dead are no longer what they once were, they have neither elegance of expression nor common sense. When Pluto attempts to summon up real historical heroes to prove his point, he is greeted by a series of mincing shepherds and shepherdesses. Bavard et Picochette. Unfinished novel by Gustave Flaubert 1821–80, published in 1881. Two copying clerks systematically set out to master all the disciplines contained in the encyclopedia by buying a farm and attempting to develop it scientifically. The clerks fail miserably as each field of knowledge reveals itself to be complex, contradictory, or simply unable to account for real experience. In his projected scenarios for the end of the book, Flaubert has his two clerks again reduced to copying, but this time their project is simply to copy out anything that comes to hand: tobacco pouches, old newspapers, maxims from the many books they had consulted for their various disastrous experiments. Faith in the totalized vision is replaced by a passion for taxonomy, and the result is a grotesque encyclopédie monkey. Catechism of a Revolutionary. Political Manifesto of the Russian nihilist revolutionary Sergei Nechayev 1847–82, which called on revolutionaries to practice violence, self-abnegation, and sacrifice for the cause. Nechayev's most famous exploit was the murder of a Russian student in 1869, designed to cement the loyalty of his revolutionary cell. For this murder Nechayev was arrested in 1872, and he died 10 years later in Peter and Paul Fortress in Petersburg. Dostoevsky was keenly interested in the Nechayev case, and incorporated its murder into the plot of The Possessed. For the connection between Nechayev and that novel, see Konstantin Mochalsky, Dostoevsky, His Life and Work, trans. Michael A. Minian, Princeton, 1967, pages 417–23. Cervantes' Novelas Ejemplares. Cervantes' third book, 1613, written between the two parts of Quixote. It consists of 12 short stories in the style of an Italian novella, but with perhaps a stronger overall ethical orientation. The style of the stories is mixed, some are picaresque episodes, others realistic accounts of criminal life, still others are entertaining love triangles or philosophical tales. Chadov, Peter Yakovlevich, 1794–1856. Russian philosopher and social critic, author of a series of philosophical letters in the 1820s and 30s which earned him immediate fame and the honor of being declared officially insane under the repressive reign of Nicholas I. In the letters he laments Russia's isolation from Europe and exclusion from divine history, but sees in that isolation both a hope for salvation and a divine mission. Although Chadov himself was a religious thinker and not a public activist, his writings were influential on both Slavophiles and Westernizers in Russian intellectual history. Dostoevsky chose Chadov as one of the prototypes for verse-love in the adolescent. Chernyshevsky, Nikolai Gavrilovich 1828–99. Russian radical critic and publicist, a leading representative of Russian utilitarianism in the 1850s and 60s. He edited the influential progressive journal Savremennik the Contemporary from 1853 until his arrest in 1862 for revolutionary activities. While in prison he wrote his didactic utopian novel Kto Delat What Is to Be Done. 1863. Chernyshevsky's martyrdom, 7 years hard labor and 20 years exile in Siberia, plus the phenomenal popularity of his novel among Russian social activists, made him a great mythologized hero in the post-revolutionary search for 19th-century precursors to Bolshevism. In 1855 Chernyshevsky wrote The Aesthetic Relation of Art to Reality, an essay that has since become canonical for official Soviet literature. In it he defends mimetic, representational, utilitarian art, to the extent of insisting that emotion is art's prime ingredient, and that in art feeling and form are opposites. Bakhtin's use of Chernyshevsky here, as the prototype of a novelist who seeks an objective, deliberately decentered novel, the pearl of creation, is thus characteristically eccentric. Christensen, Broder B. 1869, last publication 1940s. German aesthetician and philosopher of language, influential on the early Russian formalists. In his Philosophie der Kunst, 1909, he developed the idea of a Differenzqualität or quality of divergence between literary and non-literary discourse, and introduced the term dominant into literary studies. Critias 460–403 BC. Author of elegies and tragedies, and one of the 30 tyrants appointed by Sparta to rule Athens after the Peloponnesian Wars. His homily, to which Bakhtin is probably referring here, having come down to us only in fragments, discussions. Critias was an early associate of Socrates, and, despite his reputation for unscrupulousness and extreme pro-Spartan sympathies, is remembered not unkindly by Plato in his dialogues. Critofluid 400 BC. Athenian friend and follower of Socrates, referred to by Plato in the Apology, Phaedo, and Euthydemus. In the Crito he visits Socrates in prison and tries to persuade him to escape. Crito also wrote dialogues, but the 17 lost dialogues ascribed to him by Diogenes Laertius are not authenticated. Cyrano de Bergerac's Histoire comique d'états et empires de la Lune, 1643–48, published 1657. Cyrano de Bergerac, 1619–55, French author, soldier, and duelist, wrote 2 fantasy romances, one taking place on the moon and the other on the sun. Such fantasies were conventional vehicles in the 17th century for social and political satire. In this work, Comical History of the States and Empires of the Moon, the author visits the moon and describes its people and its institutions, with estranged and therefore devastating clarity. De Perrier's Symbolum Mundi, 1538. Bonaventure de Perrier's d. 1544, Burgundian classicist and satirist, directed his Symbolum Mundi against Christian liturgy and discipline. A prose work in 4 dialogues, it is very much in the style of Lucian, involving, for example, scandals between heavenly messengers and earthly rogues. The work was quickly suppressed and survived only in a single copy. Dolgushin Circle. A group of Russian political radicals, brought to trial in July 1874 for disseminating propaganda and fomenting revolution. Dostoevsky followed the case carefully in the newspapers, and modeled Durgachev, in The Adolescent, on Dolgushin. In the early drafts of The Adolescent, the Dolgushin affair was to be as central to that novel as the Nechayev scandal was to The Possessed. But this role was later reduced and modified. Durgachev's revolutionaries are more reminiscent of the Russian utopian socialists of the 1840s. Dolinin, A.S. Arkady Semyonovich Iskos, 1883-8-1968. Great Dostoevsky textual scholar, editor, and compiler. When archival materials first became available in the 1920s, Dolinin began a complete edition of Dostoevsky's correspondence, and the careful commentary he provided to the notebooks and manuscripts made possible a whole generation of scholarship. His 1947 work on The Adolescent, V. Tvorkoskoy Laboratory I Dostoevskogo in Dostoevsky's Creative Laboratory, is a model study of a Dostoevskian novel seen in Genesis through its successive drafts. Dolinin maintained that there never was a radical split in Dostoevsky's political allegiances, by demonstrating in his work the continuity of the novelist's lifelong progressive sympathies. It was Dolinin, for example, who first traced Dolgushin's presence in The Adolescent, see above entry, and who juxtaposed Nechayev and Dolgushin. Dolinin's edition of Dostoevsky's letters, and the new image that emerged of Dostoevsky as a correspondent and dialogist, was indispensable to Bakhtin in his scholarship. Engelhardt, Boris Mikhailovich 1887-1942. Prolific and incisive Russian literary scholar, active on both sides of the revolution. In addition to his work on Dostoevsky, Engelhardt wrote on Pushkin, translated Stendhal and Maupassant into Russian, produced children's editions of Swift and Cervantes, and was a well-known translator of Wilhelm Wundt, the German philosopher and physiologist whose work was also of interest to Bakhtin. Epictetus CAD 55 c. 135. Stoic philosopher and freed slave, who preached in Rome and later in Nicopolis to a large and devoted following. His lectures in 8 books were collected by his pupils and later published. These writings had a great influence on Marcus Aurelius, Roman emperor, 161-180, and Stoic philosopher. Epictetus involved himself less with the theoretical sides of philosophy than with the dissemination of Stoic teachings among the ordinary and humble multitude. He counseled moderation of appetites, serenity in the face of death, and abandonment of all desires whose fulfillment was not under man's control. Ermolov, Vladimir Vladimirovich 1904-66. Soviet literary scholar and critic, whose conventionally politicized studies of Dostoevsky, Gorky, Tolstoy and Chekhov exemplify respectable party-line scholarship in the 1940s and 50s. During the most difficult years for Dostoevsky's survival in Soviet Russia, Ermolov's role was not especially commendable. He was the first to proclaim that we don't need Dostoevsky's Devil's Russian title of The Possessed, and it was on his initiative that a 1930 reissuing of The Possessed, already typeset and ready to roll, was cancelled and the plates dismantled. When times improved, so did Ermolov's tolerance. In 1964 he signed an open letter in defense of Bakhtin, during the controversy surrounding publication of the second edition of Problems of Dostoevsky's Poetics. Euclid 450-380 BC. Bakhtin clearly has in mind not the famous geometer but rather Euclid of Megara, called Euclid the Socratic, one of the oldest and most faithful of Socrates' disciples. After the death of his master, he founded the Megarian school, a blend of Socratic ideas and the teaching of the Eleatic philosophers. Euclid wrote dialogues, none of which are extant. Evnin, Fyodor Isakovich B. 1901. Soviet Dostoevsky scholar, with studies on the possessed, crime and punishment, and on Dostoevsky's pictorial imagery. In his essays in the 1959 anthology Tvorчество FM Dostoevskogo, Evnin censures Dostoevsky for his tendentious typization in the more socially regressive novels, which, Evnin claims, turned real-life prototypes into vulgar caricatures. Fenelon, François 1651–1715. French prelate and writer, tutor to the Duc de Bourgogne, grandson of Louis XIV. For his royal pupil's edification Fenelon wrote Dialogues de Morts, 1712–30, conversations on moral themes among famous heroes and statesmen of the past. Fontenelle, Bernard 1657–1757. The Dialogues de Morts, 1683, to which Bakhtin refers, are a series of witty dialogues on philosophical themes conducted by historical figures beyond the grave. Fontenelle was one of the earliest proponents of science against religious orthodoxy and the claims of providence. He often employed the dialogue as a vehicle for a more open-ended universe, as in his Entretiens sur la pluralité des mondes, 1685, conversations between himself and a lady of his acquaintance on the insignificance of man in the solar system. The work served to popularize both scientific inquiry and the advances in astronomy. Friedlander, Georgy Mihailovich B. 1915. Major Soviet Dostoevsky scholar, with works on the individual novels and on Dostoevsky's links with world literature. In his full-length study Dostoevsky's Realism Dostoevskogo, Moscow-Leningrad, Nauka, 1964, Friedlander takes issue with Bakhtin's understanding of Dostoevskian polyphony, pages 188–91. Friedlander admits that Dostoevsky does present his characters through their eyes and not the author's, but he claims that the place and moral purpose of the character is nevertheless carefully calculated by the author. Authorial point of view, Friedlander writes, p. 190, is not only expressed in direct authorial value judgments but in the grouping of characters, their interrelationships, the logic of their development and fates. The freedom Dostoevsky grants his characters is only relative, he insists. Raskolnikov and the others are not independently developing musical themes but characters carefully correlated with one another. Outside this authorial correlation they lose all their meaning, and therefore their place in the novels is of necessity predetermined to a certain extent. The whole of a Dostoevskian novel, he argues, is a finished entity's zakonchenost, and inevitably somewhat monologic. Friedlander voices here a frequent criticism against Bakhtin, one which Bakhtin himself freely admitted was a difficult area in his thought, the nature of the whole in a polyphonic novel. The Dostoevsky book insufficiently explores this area. A more complete discussion can be found in his extensive essay from the 1920s, After I Geroivi Estetikiskoi Deatelnosti, author and hero in aesthetic activity in Estetika Slovsnego Tvorчества, pages 7–180. Gassendi's Materialism. Pierre Gassendi, 1596–1655, French mathematician and philosopher, advocated the atomistic theory of Epicurus in opposition to the mechanistic worldview of Descartes. Gassendi had considerable influence on the literary figures of his time, including Molière. Glaucon. Frequent speaker in Plato's Dialogues, The Republic, Parmenides, Symposium, and most probably a brother of Plato's. Glaucon was an Athenian philosopher in his own right and the author of a book containing 9 dialogues. 32 other dialogues have been ascribed to him but are not authenticated. Goethe's Götter, Helden und Wieland 1774. A short farcical play in which Goethe satirizes the classical style of Wieland's play Alceste, 1773. Wieland is spirited from his bed to confront the real protagonists in the Greek Alcestis story, along with their dramatist Euripides, and is astonished at their vigor and immense proportions. Wieland, apparently, was gracious enough not to be offended by the satire, and developed a friendly relationship with Goethe in Weimar. Grimmelshausen, Hans Jacob 1610-76. German novelist, strongly influenced by the French and Spanish picaresque novel. His major work Simplicissimus, 1668, tells of the survival and education of a simple hero during the horrors of the 30 Years' War. Der Fliegende Wandersmann nach dem Mond, 1659, mentioned by Bakhtin in Chapter 4 as a carnivalized Minipi, is apparently a translation from the French attributed to Grimmelshausen. Scholars are not agreed on its authorship. Grossman, Leonid Petrovich 1888-1965. Dostoevsky scholar, whose works from the 1920s, put Dostoevsko's Path and Poetica Dostoevsko's Poetics examine the moral implications of the novelist's rejection of absolute truths. Grossman has been one of the most prolific students of Dostoevsky's ties with Western literature, with studies on Dostoevsky and Balzac, Hoffmann, Voltaire, and the writer's relationship to the Gothic horror tale and boulevard novel. Heraclides Ponticus 4th CBC. Academic philosopher and pupil in Plato's Academy in Athens. Only fragments of his writings have survived, mostly dialogues, on a wide variety of subjects in the humanistic and physical sciences. His dialogues were famous for their vivid portrayal of personalities and rich use of myth, and influenced both Cicero and Plutarch. Herzen, Alexander 1812-70. Russian publicist, essayist, and author of philosophical dialogues, in the form of letters and conversations, from the other shore, letters from France and Italy. Herzen emigrated from Russia in 1847. In London he started the first Russian free press, whose publications, The Bell, Polar Star, Voices from Russia, found their way back to Russia and there became a major factor in the morale and even the politics of the country. As Dolinin has shown, the philosophical and dialogic prose of Herzen was a profound influence on Dostoevsky from 1862 to the novelist's death. Hippocratic novel. More accurately, the Hippocratic, or pseudo-Hippocratic, letters. The fictive letter was a favorite genre of the Greek cynics, and the 27 letters in this collection were probably composed by a cynic in the 1st century. They purport to be the correspondence exchanged between Hippocrates and various citizens of the Thracian city of Abdera concerning, among other things, the supposed laughing madness of the philosopher Democritus and the visit of Hippocrates to cure him. After hearing him account for his laughter at the follies and vanities of his fellow Abderites, Hippocrates pronounces Democritus both sane and wise. The Hippocratic letters are considered to be the first extended fiction in Western literature in epistolary form. Though recognized as apocryphal in antiquity, they were included in Renaissance editions of the Hippocratic corpus, ensuring the continued currency of the story. See Holland, pages 70-77. Ion of Chios 490-421 BC. Greek poet. His memoirs have not survived, but are quoted at length by Athenaeus, f. 200 AD, in his compendium De Nosophistae Doctors at Dinner. Ion of Chios was the author of anywhere from 12 to 40 plays, in addition to elegiac poems, epigrams, paeans, and encomia, all in a faultless, polished, and witty style. He had a legendary fondness for wine and other pleasures, and is reported to have said that both virtue and tragedy needed the satiric element to make them complete. Ivanov, Vyacheslav Ivanovich 1866-1949. Russian poet, critic, literary scholar, and the most prominent representative of the second-generation symbolists. He celebrated the concept of sobernost religious communality, and advocated overcoming the individualism of the West with a new syncretic art based on medieval Byzantium. Dostoevsky, in Ivanov's opinion, was one of the great creators of new myths for future sobernost art. For all his attention to theme, Ivanov was among the first major critics to analyze the formal structure of Dostoevsky's novels. This, and his perception of Dostoevsky's philosophical realism, realism based not on cognition but on insight, is appreciated by Bakhtin in his survey of Dostoevsky and the novel Tragedy in Chapter 1. Julian the Apostate 332-63. Roman Emperor, 361-63. Despite his pious Christian upbringing, Julian developed a passion for the classics and the old gods. On becoming emperor he reinstituted the pagan cult, proclaimed general toleration for all religions, and restored land to the temples. His reforms did not long outlast his reign. Julian's surviving work includes orations, a large number of letters, and the Menipene work to which Bakhtin refers in Chapter 4, the Convivium or Caesars, a comic account of Constantine's reception on Olympus. Cause, Otto B. 1891. German playwright and literary scholar who wrote on Gogol and Dostoevsky. According to Cause, Dostoevsky's novels were products of the spirit of capitalism which forced hitherto isolated worlds to interact. Capitalism, in his view, was not only an economic principle but also a structural principle in artistic works. In addition to Dostoevsky und sein Schicksal, 1923, Cause wrote Der Fall Gogol, 1912, Dostoevsky, Zur Kritik der Persönlichkeit, ein Versuch, 1916, and Die Traum in Dostoevskys Raskolnikov, 1926. Kropotkin, Valery Yakovlevich B. 1900. One of the better official party critics writing on Dostoevsky. From 1932 to 1936 Kropotkin was head of the literary section of the Central Committee, and during the critical years in the formulation of the doctrine of socialist realism he was secretary of the Organizational Committee of the Writers' Union, 1932 to 34. He was ever the obedient party spokesman in literary matters. In the brief 1946-48 spring occasioned by the 125th anniversary of Dostoevsky's birth, Kropotkin actively participated by sponsoring new critical anthologies and reissuings of the novels. His task was to integrate 19th-century masters such as Pushkin and Dostoevsky into Soviet culture. His approach was to make Dostoevsky respectable by saturating him with quotes from Marx and Lenin. Kropotkin encouraged a tolerance for Dostoevsky's conservative ideology on the same grounds Lenin had defended Tolstoy. Both great novelists mirrored the contradictions of their epoch. By Bakhtin's standards, however, Kropotkin is still very much a monologic critic, insisting as he does on Dostoevsky's ultimate endorsement of social revolution and virtue through suffering. It should be noted that Kropotkin was among those party functionaries most violently opposed to awarding Bakhtin a doctorate for his dissertation on Rabelais, defended in 1947. Koch, Paul de 1794-1871. Prolific and extremely popular French novelist of the first half of the 19th century, whose sentimental and often crudely risque works, Georgette 1820, Mon Voisin Raymond 1822, L'Amant de la Lune 1847, provide a good picture of everyday life in France of the time. In Dostoevsky's village of Spanchikovo, the tyrannical and fraudulent hero Foma Fomish pretends to be occupied with philosophy and weighty social problems, but in reality he is reading the novels of Paul de Kock. Komaravich, Vasily Leonidovich 1894-1942. A productive member of that generation of Soviet literary scholars that greatly benefited by the opening of the Dostoevsky archives after the revolution. Komaravich utilized correspondence, memoirs, diaries, and manuscripts to research Dostoevsky's early years, his pre-prison utopian idealism and relations with Belinsky and Pleshchev. Among his more important studies are Mirovaya Garmonia World Harmony, Dostoevsky I Shestidasiatniki Dostoevsky and the Men of the Sixties, Dostoevsky and Heine, and various essays on the effect of the early years on the later novels, especially the adolescent. Komaravich was apparently active in religious circles in Leningrad during the 1920s, and joined the Brotherhood of Saint Seraphim of Sarav. Kornfeld, Paul, 1889-1942. German expressionist playwright. Bakhtin probably has in mind such early plays as Die Verführung the Seduction, 1913, in which the hero, Bitterlich, kills everyone who offends his aesthetic or ethical sense, and Der Großtraum the Great Dream, 1923, a satire on the idealism of the revolutionaries. Lesage's Gil Blas 1715-35. Alain-René Lesage, 1668-1747, worked on his four-volume picaresque novel Gil Blas for 25 years. The work later became one of the models for the more moral Bildungsroman. In it, a young man leaves home at 17 and encounters the dishonest and honorable from all levels of society. He rises to a position of wealth, falls into disgrace, is imprisoned, recovers his position, and repents in his quiet old age. The novel was enormously influential on Fielding, Sterne, and Smollett, who translated it into English. The open, easygoing character of Gil Blas, as well as the elegance and good humor with which Lesage depicted life's adversities, made a deep impression on Dostoevsky, who in his plan for the unwritten life of a great sinner noted to himself that the dryness of the narration should sometimes border on Gil Blas. Lucian c. 120-180. Prolific Greek satirist and sophist, perhaps the wittiest and least reverent Greek writer under the Roman Empire. He is credited with inventing the satirical dialogue as a literary form. Most of his famous works are mocking counterparts of traditionally serious genres, his mock travel narrative A True Story, his Dialogues of the Dead, one of which portrays the early cynics Diogenes, Crates, and Antis, thence ridiculing newcomers to the underworld, and his attack on the Attikists in Lexi-Fans. Lucian's influence on his own time has been compared, perhaps too generously, to Swift and Voltaire in theirs. Like them, he was a freethinker who criticized the reality of his society by carnivalizing its straightforward forms. Lunacharsky, Anatoly Vasilyevich 1875-1933. Old Guard Party intellectual, who survived the revolution to become one of the most influential of Bolshevik scholar bureaucrats. An editor of the Soviet Literary Encyclopedia and member of the Academy of Sciences, Lunacharsky served as People's Commissar of Education from 1917 to 1929. He was thus in a position to intercede for intellectuals threatened by the political excesses of the regime. He was not, however, very active on their behalf. On the contrary, evidence suggests that Lunacharsky frequently cooperated in the purging of academics. Lunacharsky's favorable review of Bakhtin's Dostoevsky book, O Nagogoloznosti Dostoevskogo, appeared in 1929, when Bakhtin was already under arrest. It was not sufficient to prevent Bakhtin's exile to Siberia, but was probably instrumental in preventing a worse fate. Lunacharsky's review praises Bakhtin for his astute separation of ideological and artistic factors, and counsels the Russian reader to know Dostoevsky but not to live by him, to learn through him but not from him. Martial 42-102. Latin epigrammist famous for his elegant and often grotesque sketches of everyday life in first-century Rome. In contrast to his more high-minded satiric contemporary Juvenal, Martial valued less an exposure of moral evils than wit, precision, and a polished style. Menippus of Gadara, first half of 3rd CBC. A slave who became a pupil of the cynic Metrocles, purchased his freedom, settled in Thebes, and proceeded to satirize all formal schools of philosophy and all philosophical elites. Any form that pretended to be a vehicle for learned discourse, the treatise, the cosmography, the epistle, symposium, or dialogue, was fair game for his ridicule. 13 titles are attributed to him by Diogenes Laertius, but that list and some fragments are all that survive. The titles suggest considerable variety and invention: satires on philosophers and grammarians, parodies of epics and tragedies, a descent into hell, and pieces ridiculing superstition and the presumptuousness of last wills and testaments. We know Menippus largely, and perhaps fictionally, through Lucian's dialogues. It would be very much in the spirit of Menippine satire to stylize or mythologize even its founder. Menippine satire as a genre is characterized by its mockery of serious forms, its digression and exaggeration, and its mixture of prose and verse, lofty quoted verse novelized by the less reverent prose surrounding it. Merezhkovsky, Dmitry Sergeyevich 1865-1941. Major pre-symbolist poet and literary philosopher, one of the first to contrast extensively the worldviews and creative logic of Tolstoy and Dostoevsky. L. Tolstoy I Dostoevsky, 1902, in English as Tolstoy as Man and Artist, with an essay on Dostoevsky, New York, 1902. It was Merezhkovsky who coined the phrases seer of the flesh for Tolstoy and seer of the soul for Dostoevsky. His obsession with defining Dostoevsky as the poet of evangelical love earns him a place in Bakhtin's list of philosophical monologizers. Mikhailovsky, Nikolai Konstantinovich 1842–1904. Populist activist and literary critic. His monograph on Dostoevsky, A Cruel Talent Jestoky Talent, was published in 1882, amid the adulation that followed the novelist's death. It was a major attack on Dostoevsky's reactionary views and passion for suffering, the world of beasts at prey, and can be said to have founded the tradition, very productive in Soviet times, of condemning Dostoevsky's work on political grounds. In English, see Nikolai K. Mikhailovsky, A Cruel Talent, trans. Spencer V. Cadmus, Jr. Artis, 1978. Makov, Apollon Nikolaevich 1821–97. Russian poet, one of Dostoevsky's closest friends and most active correspondents. Against the trends of the 1850s and 60s, Makov espoused a politically neutral art for art's sake. Nemirovich Danchenko, Vladimir Ivanovich 1859–1943. Russian dramatist and director who founded, together with Konstantin Stanislavsky, the Moscow Art Theater, 1898. The theater was closely associated with Anton Chekhov and later with Maxim Gorky. Peregrinus of Perium CAD 100–165. Cynic, of a rather eccentric sort. We know of him largely through Lucian, who admired his colorful character but had some doubts about his integrity. Peregrinus was suspected of murdering his father, fled to Palestine and became a Christian, was imprisoned for this, quarreled with the Christian community and then wandered about Egypt, Italy, and Greece as an itinerant preacher. In 165 he committed suicide by throwing himself on the flames at the Olympic Games. Petronius, Gaius d. AD 66. Presumed author of the Satyricon, a racy, realistic, and irreverent depiction of the Roman Empire of Nero's time. With its mixed form, prose and verse, and sardonic attitude toward contemporary issues, the Satyricon is for Bakhtin a classic minopy, and a major landmark in the development of the novelistic line to which Dostoevsky belongs. Phaedo, Phaedon, 4th CBC. Friend and disciple of Socrates, author of dialogues, and prominent participant in Plato's dialogue Phaedo, on the death of Socrates. Philostratus, Fluid CAD 210. Greek author, also known as the Athenian. He was a pioneer in fictionalized biography, and his best-known works in this genre include Lives of the Sophists and the Life of Apollonius of Tyana, based on a mystic philosopher of the 1st century. He also wrote dialogues. Pizemsky, Alexei Fefilaktovich 1820–81. Russian novelist, dramatist, and short story writer, well known for his somber and objective descriptions of the hardships of village life, the novelty Zyacha Dush 8,000 Souls, 1858, and the drama Gorkaya Sudbina A Bitter Lot. Pizemsky is something of an historical anomaly. With his pessimism, misanthropy, and absolute lack of idealism, he resembled more the French naturalists than his own Russian compatriots of the 1860s. Pobedonostsev, Konstantin Petrovich 1827–1907. Russian jurist, government administrator, and procurator of the Holy Synod, lay head of the Orthodox Church, under the last two Tsars, Alexander III and Nicholas II. He was immensely influential as a supporter of absolutism, and as a bulwark against liberal tendencies in Russian government and society. Dostoevsky was one of his friends and correspondents. Ponson du Terrail, Pierre Alexis 1829–71. One of the most prolific of the Roman feuilletonists, novelists publishing in installments in daily papers or periodicals. Perhaps his most famous work is Les Exploits de Rocambole, 1859, which takes the hapless hero through 22 volumes of adventures. Quevedo, Francisco 1580–1645. Great Spanish poet, satirist, and novelist. Bakhtin probably has in mind his viciously satirical El Buscan, 1603–08, and his Five Visions or Dreams, Los Sueños, 1606–22, which indict the hypocrisy of the age. Quevedo was a master stylist and exploiter of language, ingeniously deforming his Castilian prose to the delight of sophisticated readers. Rezanov, Vasily Vasilyevich 1856–1919. Russian philosopher and literary critic, whose major work on the legend of the Grand Inquisitor, 1890, was among the first to point out the central role of the underground man in Dostoevsky's art. In English, see Vasily Rezanov, Dostoevsky and the Legend of the Grand Inquisitor, trans. Spencer E. Roberts, Cornell University Press, 1972. Heavily influenced by Nietzsche, Rezanov espoused the view that sexuality was central to man's coordination of his biological and spiritual planes. He was a passionate admirer of Dostoevsky all his life, which caused him much personal misery. As a very young man he married Dostoevsky's fated former mistress, who treated him as callously as she had Dostoevsky 20 years earlier. St. Simeon the New Theologian d. 1032. 11th century Byzantine mystic and theologian, raised in Constantinople and an intimate of the emperors Basil and Constantine. The major tenets of his teaching, embodied in discourses or slova, concern the actual application of theoretical Christian doctrine to the Christian life, discourse on faith, discourse on three forms of prayer. His prose is remarkable for its simplicity, earnestness, and persuasive manner. His contemporaries, accustomed to a more artificial elegance, considered the discourses unscholarly and insufficiently rhetorical. Saint Nila Sorsky, 15th century spiritual leader of the Russian Transvolga Hermits, drew heavily on the works of Saint Simeon, whom he considered an inspirational expression of the mystic love possible in a personal union with Jesus through spiritual prayer. With the revival of interest in Hesychist teachings in 19th century Russia, both Saint Simeon and Nila Sorsky enjoyed a special popularity in philosophical and religious circles. According to a catalogue compiled by Leonid Grossman in the early 1920s, Dostoevsky's library contains several works by Saint Simeon. Satire Menopita la Virtu du Catholicon Diaspigni, 1594. A satirical pamphlet in mixed verse and prose, parodying the assembly of the États Généraux and supporting the cause of Henry IV. The work was apparently a joint effort by various middle-class functionaries, lawyers, clerics, and scholars, with general authorship credited to Jean Leroy, a canon of Rouen. It contains a burlesque description of the opening of the assembly, imaginary speeches by real personages, and various appended satires and epigrams. Its mocking brilliance and topical relevance made it enormously popular, and its appearance coincided with the Lig's defeat. Scarron, Paul 1610–60. French author whose writings helped discredit the mythological and heroic grand style of 17th century prose and poetry. Bakhtin probably has in mind Le Roman Comique, 1651–57, an account of life among itinerant actors, and Scarron's popular parody on Virgil in 7 books, Virgil Travesti, 1648–52. Seneca, Lucius Annius 4b.ca.d65. Roman scholar, tragedian and Stoic philosopher, tutor to Nero. Of Seneca's wide and varied output, Bakhtin singles out his Apocolosyntosis or pumpkinification, also entitled A Trifle upon the Death of Claudius. It is authentic Menopine satire, a fantasy on the journeys of the soul of the Emperor Claudius, who was poisoned by his wife Agrippina in AD 54. The work is thinly veiled political criticism of the corrupt court patronized by the late emperor, and contains much bitter personal invective as well. Simmias of Thebes. Member of Socrates' inner circle and one of the disciples willing to put up money for his escape. He was among those present at the master's death. In the Phaedo he argues against the soul's immortality. Simmias apparently also wrote dialogues. Diogenes Laertius ascribes 23 to him, but none are extant. Shestov, Lev Isakovich Schwartzman, 1866–1938. Russian Jewish religious philosopher and literary critic. In his Dostoevsky I Nights he, Philosophia Tragediae, 1903, Shestov portrayed Dostoevsky as a great mystic, one who rejected human morality and sought God in irrationality and subjectivity. Shestov did not deal with individual novels, but rather enlarged on Dostoevsky's mysticism as a philosophical creed, contrasting it with Tolstoy's very different identification of morality with God. For the above work in English, see Lev Shestov, Dostoevsky, Tolstoy and Nietzsche, trans. Spencer Roberts, Ohio University Press, 1969, pages 143–322. Shklovsky, Victor 1893–1985. One of the most prolific and visible founders of the Russian formalist movement in the 1920s, whose creative activity now stretches over half a century. In Zai Protiv Pro and Contra, Shklovsky argued against Bakhtin's polyphony. Later Shklovsky contentiously reviewed Bakhtin's book on Rabelais in François Rabelinaga and Bakhtina in Tedova, Oneskodstevskodinago, Moscow, 1970, pages 267–73. There he took issue with several points, with Bakhtin's apparent willingness to see every conflict as carnivalized, and with his insufficient attention to the historical aspect. Both Rabelais' satire and his carnival are historical, Shklovsky insisted. History might repeat but it also moves forward. Bakhtin tends to merge the repeats into an immobility, p. 272. Safran Fluid 5th CBC. Syracusan writer of mimes. He is generally considered the founder of the literary mime, and was highly respected by Plato. Safran's mimes, written in a sort of rhythmic prose, took as their subject matter the events of everyday life. Sorel, Charles 1599–1674. French author whose most famous works ridicule the 17th-century passion for pastoral romances. Bakhtin probably has in mind his carnivalized works, the early picaresque novel La vraie histoire comique de Francien, 1623, and L. E. Berger Extravagant, 1627. In the latter novel, the hero loses his sanity by reading too many pastoral romances, and sets out in the dress of a shepherd to experience a number of ludicrous adventures. L. E. Berger was a satire on the immensely popular prose romance by D. Erf, Elistry, 1607–27. Sully, Frederick 1800–47. French novelist, one of the earliest writers of Roman feuilletons. His 40 bestsellers, on macabre and sensational themes, include Les Deux Cadavres, 1832, and Les Mémoires du Diable, 1837–38. Stirner, Max Johann Caspar Schmidt, 1806–56. German individualist philosopher, whose Der Einzige und sein Eigentum, the individual and his property, 1845 is a defense of philosophical egoism and one of the earliest reactions against Hegelian philosophy. In it Stirner argues that the ego is a law unto itself and the human individual is the only ultimate value. All systematic philosophies are therefore fraudulent, as are all doctrines espousing a common humanity. The work is permeated by a passionate anti-intellectualism and exalts the will and the instincts. Not surprisingly, Stirner is seen as a precursor to Nietzsche, although he also shares something with the anarchists. He did not, however, preach revolution, he preached rebellion. Revolution is a social or political act, rebellion is an individual act. For Stirner, the goal was not so much freedom as ownness, the right to possess and practice one's own unique vision. In true rebellion, he claimed, the use of force is inevitable, but the end goal is not violence or conflict. The goal is a balance among strong wills, since true security in one's uniqueness would remove all reason to be hostile toward another. Stirner in fact hoped for a union of egoists to replace the state. Elements of Stirner's philosophy are clearly reflected in Raskolnikov, and the bankruptcy of a union of egoists in Raskolnikov's final dream. Sue, Eugene 1804-75. Enormously successful author of romance feuilletons. His most popular is probably Les Mystères de Paris, 1842-43, a sensational picture of Parisian low-life mixed with colorful characters and then current ideas of social and political reform. The Symposiasts. Symposium literature, i.e., descriptions of conversations at dinner table or drinking party, was a whole genre in ancient Greece. Its masterpiece is Plato's Symposium, but symposia were also written by Xenophon and Aristotle. The genre became a vehicle for serious philosophical discussion, as in Epicurus, as well as a repository for various unconnected anecdotes and lore. Not surprisingly, the serious philosophical symposium was parodied by Menippus and Lucian, and the depiction of crude and vulgar banquets became a major theme of Roman satire. In late antiquity, the symposiast tradition was exemplified by Athenaeus, and then by the Saturnalia of Macrobius, ca. 400, a vast compendium of poetics, philosophy, and various commentary on the ancients. Teles of Megara fluid c. 235 BC. Cynic philosopher. Teles was one of the earliest writers of diatribes, short ethical discussions, which were not in themselves especially distinguished but were successful in communicating the Cynic teachings in simple and popular language. Teles is also important for his quotations and portraits of earlier writers. Bion Boris thence, Crates the Cynic. Tieck, Ludwig 1773-1853. Prolific representative of early Romanticism, accomplished in lyric poetry, drama, and translation. Bakhtin perhaps has in mind his early tale of horror, Der Runenberg, 1804, or his huge and eccentric drama Kaiser Octavianus, 1804. Varro, Marcus Terentius 116-27 BC. Roman politician, prolific scholar, and linguist. Of him Augustine said, his reading was so wide, it was a wonder he ever wrote anything, his writing so numerous that no one could ever read it through. He left 490 volumes in all genres and on all topics. His Satiri Manipurum Libri have survived only in the form of 95 titles and 591 fragments. The satires were usually cast as dramatic dialogues, of mixed prose and verse in the serio-comic style, and they exploited a variety of estrangement techniques to make their point, playing with point of view, the view from above, treating the reader as tourist and the satire as guidebook, recording impressions of an author after a 50-year sleep, etc. These satires were probably originally published as pamphlets intended for a general audience. The language was, however, extremely complex and erudite, full of neologisms, puns, and extravagant constructions. Vinogradov, Viktor Vladimirovich 1895-1969. Linguist and theoretician of literary style, friendly critic of the formalists, and persistent opponent of Bakhtin's discourse utterance theory. The relevant major difference between Vinogradov and Bakhtin involves what Vinogradov calls the rhetorical quality rhetoriknost of artistic prose. Vinogradov was much interested in the interplay of oral and written forms, the traces of the oratorical in prose, and the literariness of oratorical speech, and investigated their interaction in terms of rhetorical and poetic categories. His apparent relegation of the novel to the category of rhetoric, on artistic prose, 1929, evoked a somewhat polemical response from Bakhtin in his essay Discourse in the Novel, see the Dialogic Imagination, 4 essays by M. M. Bakhtin Austin, University of Texas Press, 1981, p. 268. For more background on the dialogue between Vinogradov and Bakhtin, See Chudakov's commentary to On Artistic Prose, in V.V. Vinogradov, O Jazyk Kudaj Hestvennoy Pracy, Moscow, Nauka, 1980, pages 338-39. Vogue, Eugene Melchior 1848-1910. French man of letters, one of the first to popularize in his homeland the great Russian novelists of the second half of the 19th century. His Le Roman Russe was published in 1906. Volensky, Akim Lvovich A.L. Flexer, 1863-1926. Symbolist literary critic, whose F.M. Dostoevsky, Kriticheski Stat I, 1906, attacked the positivism and utilitarianism of the 19th century radical critics. Volensky insisted that social and political questions were irrelevant to Dostoevsky's art, and concentrated instead on aesthetic considerations, as they influenced both Dostoevsky himself and his created characters. He credited Dostoevsky with the first thorough and penetrating examination of the human psyche confronted with the phenomenon of beauty. Dostoevsky was, in Volensky's opinion, one of the first Russian writers to challenge the naive association of the beautiful with the good and the true. The beautiful was, on the contrary, dangerous. In his analysis of The Idiot, Volensky shows how the miracle of beauty creates the desire for possession, and unleashes the most terrible forces of violence and egoism. Werfel, Franz 1890-1945. Austrian poet, novelist, and playwright. His expressionist drama Spiegelmensch The Mirror Man, 1920, to which Bakhtin refers, is a variant on the Faust theme. The hero Tamil releases his lower self by shooting into the mirror, and is then enthralled to this double. At last Tamil turns himself into the authorities, drinks poison, which returns Spiegelmensch to the mirror, and redeems himself in a monastery. Xenophon c. 430 c. 355 BC. Athenian historian and philosopher, later exiled to Sparta and Corinth for his military activity against Athens. In his Hellenica he continued Thucydides' history of Greece. His Memorabilia of Socrates was a popular exposition of philosophy. The Cyropaedia, to which Bakhtin often refers, is Xenophon's didactic and highly subjective biography of Cyrus the Great. Xenophon of Ephesus. Author of Greek romances, about whom so little is known that he has been assigned anywhere from the 2nd to the 5th century AD. His Ephesian tales, or Ephesiaca, are generically exemplary material of the Greek romance, with separated lovers, shipwrecks, enslavement, seductions, and the inevitable fidelity and happy ending. Plot development and characterization are so poor that some scholars have considered the novel, extant in 5 books, to be a bad abridgment of a longer work. This judgment could be due, however, to an insufficient appreciation of the generic characteristics of the Greek romance. For Bakhtin's discussion of the genre, see his essay Forms of Time and Chronotrope in the Novel, in the Dialogic Imagination, pages 86-110.